Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It is time. The finals of the 2025 World Scrabble Championship are just about to begin. Adam Logan of Canada, Nigel Richards of New Zealand, Scrabble's greatest of all time, will face off in a best-of-7 matchup. Matt Canik here bringing you all the coverage, and today, so stoked to be joined by the great Will Anderson. Will, how hype are you for this matchup today?
This is Scrabble Nirvana, I think. If you are a fan of this game in any way, shape, or form, of course you love to see Nigel Richards sit down at the table and be shocked and awed at all of the things that he's capable of doing. But Adam Logan is right there at that peak of Scrabble, one of the best players in the world, and he played incredible Scrabble over the course of the event. I think we talk about luck in Scrabble. The best two players are here in the finals, and it is going to be fantastic, Matt.
Yeah, from all we've seen on stream, these are the two best players in the room. Both of these players playing so well and so consistently across the 32 game main event. Well deserved for both of them. And each of these players has won a world championship before. Adam Logan winning 20 years ago. Nigel Richards has won 6 times. Thanks to Will for fact checking me. He was fact checked by chat earlier on this fact. Nigel has won 6 world champions between the WESPAC and the World Championship. Will Adam Logan win a second world championship, vaulting him into the category of just two humans, Nigel and David Eldar? Or will Nigel continue his run of downright dominance over the English Scrabble players scene? 7 games, I hope, is what we're going to see today. It is a best of 7. We might get 4, we might get 5, we might get 6. I hope we get 7, but the tiles will tell in just a few minutes. Let's take a peek at the standings and see how else the dust settled at this tournament. Adam Logan was quote-unquote Gibsonized. That's a word we use in the competitive Scrabble scene. When someone's so far ahead of the pack that they cannot be caught. He got to sit out all afternoon yesterday as Nigel had to fight, win his last 3 games and hold off Wasim Khatri, who finished 3rd on spread differential. Josh, can we scroll down and see the 4 through 10? Will, tell us about some of these players and your thoughts on the rest of the top 10.
Yeah, it's an incredibly deep field, and we're seeing some players on this top 10 list that had late runs to sort of get right up there at the end. And it's a bunch of players that, I wrote a preview post, and Timmy Doko and Abdul Mumin Jimo were on that as my players to watch. And it's funny how that cream eventually rises to the top when you get enough games in, those weren't players that were ever really in contention to be a finalist here. But hey, maybe if we had 32 more games in the main event for them to work their way even higher in the standings, or if we were to run this event from scratch, there would be any number of players that could make it in the finals. But like I said, Adam's certainly an incredibly deserving recipient of that second final spot alongside Nigel. Just want to shout out Sam Crispin there from England, one of those players with a late run, I believe of just 18 years of age. Matt, I think it's amazing the young talent that we got to see on that top board over the course of the main event. The future of Scrabble is very bright right now.
Indeed, it is. As someone who is a youth player myself, it is so exciting to see the next youth movement. Being a teenager or in your 20s is a fantastic time to start playing Scrabble. You tend to have a little bit more free time, you can study a few more words, and you can build up a treasure trove of experience. I called Scrabble a young man's game earlier on in the stream. Nigel and Adam have corrected me. Both of them grizzled veterans of the scene, and both of them seated at the board. So we are ready to go, Will. Best of 7, Adam Logan and Nigel Richards. We will crown a world champion in the coming hours. Let's do it. Let's cut over to the board. Nigel literally wearing a Scrabble board on his shirt. I wonder how much Adam Logan's shirt is going to get chewed up today. How complex will these positions be? The tiles will tell. Let's play Scrabble.
Yeah, we talk about so many nail biters on the stream yesterday. I'm sure we are going to get some shirt biters here today. That is Adam's go-to to vent that nervous energy, as there we go. The first draw of the finals underway. An underwhelming one, Matt, but one that I think Adam should be able to navigate quickly without losing too much time.
Yeah, he's going to play Bunyan. Bunyan is easily the top option for him. And there it is, 22.
As weird as it is to say, that's not the rack that you want to draw to start the finals. But in a way, it's nice just to have an easy decision to get your sort of feet wet in the finals match, as opposed to one of those racks where you could go any of a number of directions with that move. So there's definitely going to be some nerves from Adam. From Nigel, though, Matt, there's really no discernible change in his demeanor depending on the size of the moment. That's a huge advantage for him when he's on the live streaming board or when he's in finals like this. He really just kind of loves to play Scrabble under any circumstances, and the moment doesn't seem to affect him much at all.
Yeah. Composure between these two players is so high. The pressure of these high intensity matches can really get in your head, but I think we're going to see both players stay composed here. Nigel, with the blank on his first rack and the strong Z tile, can't do much with it. Wiz for 29, his option. WUZ stacking atop the ON of Bunyan, maybe a backup option, but Wiz looks to be Nigel's top play by about 3 points. This is the precise Scrabble we have come to expect from him. Adam now on turn, EKORRTT. With kind of a tricky turn here, my gut would be to play the K somewhere, try to cash some points, and stay in bingo range. But Adam has a sneaky play here, a double-double for 28 points, holding back the K. I think this might be his best play too, but it's a little bit tricky to spot. What do you think, Will? Double-double, or is it important to shed the K here?
Yeah, it's so interesting that Trouter has a good chance to be the best play here. As you say, the K, definitely the focal point of the rack, but it looks like Adam has set up Trouter now. You can see the way his tiles are ordered that he has quickly come to that realization that there's not likely to be a good K play. Very impressive, 28 points. That's somewhat of a below average score, but this board has really few good opportunities, and getting 28 here is pretty solid, in fact, keeping your best scoring tile for next turn. So very impressed that Adam didn't spend any longer than necessary to figure out the K is just not going to be that helpful to play, and he's made another good play.
One could say Adam's play was quite punctual. He did not waste a lot of time. And now that T in space gives Nigel a bingo. That bingo is indeed punctual. I'll be making these poor dad jokes all stream. You are stuck with me. A one playable bingo for Nigel. He had nothing before the T was hung out in space. Punctual is 61. The highest scoring available non-bingo is uncap, and the UR for 26. Will, it's bingo time, yeah?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's just a question of whenever you're bingoing for only 60 on a closed board, you have to be thinking to yourself, well, what is my second best play behind this if I was going to somehow try not to bingo and open these triples back up to Adam? And there really isn't a standout play that does that. The other thing you're looking at when you're deciding, well, do I want to throw up in the triple lane or not, was your opponent's previous play. Adam playing 6 tiles as opposed to a shorter play that could have swayed Nigel away from bingoing now. So to me, definitely correct decision by Nigel. Get those 2 U's off the rack, score 60 points, and move on with the first bingo of the finals. But Matt, Adam has the second blank on his rack, so he might be poised to strike back soon.
Indeed. No available bingos to Adam on this turn. That FKOU combination, so nasty. I think Adam is about to teach a lot of you watching at home a new word. He has a neat 6-letter word, a type of African or Asian tree that plays down from the P for 39. And here it is.
Mm, so precise, so crisp, missing seemingly nothing. That's what we've come to expect from Adam. I've mentioned it a lot commentating on Adam's games in recent years that maybe a decade or more ago, Adam was known as one of the fastest players in the game, capable of playing at these crazy speeds. One of the best blitz Scrabble players we've ever seen. He has slowed down a little bit in recent years, but I still see evidence that when he needs to, he can play at that incredibly rapid pace. That's the thing I'm looking at, Matt. The clocks here. We know Nigel always putting pressure on his opponents. I do think Adam is well positioned to handle that pressure.
Oh my goodness. Nigel has set up a huge play here. The 5-letter Yclad, YCLAD, plays with KY for 55. Nigel's
Oof.
already seen it. The only reason holding back a bit is the MV leave, but 55. A big punch from Nigel as Adam evened the score last turn. He's now got a deficit again. Adam was hoping to find a bingo with the blank he held back. Did not find one. EFHIIO blank. No bingos for Adam here, but he can score 42 and keep the blank for next turn if he's able to find a nice stacking play in the middle of this board.
Yeah, he's got a spot. He has the 3 letters on the rack set aside, so maybe he's already thinking about the play of knife right here for 42. If you don't have a bingo on your rack, which Adam doesn't, and he's going to do a little bit of searching, but I think his instincts are probably telling him, probably don't have anything on this rack. And he's going to pivot and very likely find this spot, scoring 42, leaving the blank, something you love to do, Matt.
Yeah, it's such a strong play. It looks like Adam is re-alphabetizing his rack. Maybe going to spend one more round here trying to find a bingo. Anything from the D or the L through the N and Bunyan, but there are no bingos there. And honestly, even if there were like a cheap 62-point bingo, this play might be stronger than it anyway. 42, keep the blank, which is generally valued between about 25 and 30 points. We have not seen a mistake from either of these players so far. Instead, we got a great game on our hands. Nigel up 14, Nigel on turn, Nigel to decide between 2 options through the U in punctual. The shorter vellum is what he's got set up right now. VELUM is 42, Valium is 44. Vellum holds 3 vowels, AEI. Valium holds 2 vowels, EE. Will, do you have a preference for one play over the other?
It is the classic scenario where one of the plays that you mentioned there between, and just to write them on the board, you're either playing vellum right here through this U, or extra letters in Valium, but placing a V out in the triple lane. So it's the classic, you know, choice between grooming the tiles that you have to be a little better for the next turn, or playing better defense and offering less opportunities back to your opponent. I feel like, again, as I mentioned, you want to think about your opponent's previous play. Does that signal strength in terms of, could they have an S? Could they have a blank? And I'm not sure I get that vibe from Adam's previous play. A 42-point play using the F, that could come from a variety of racks, not just really good 4-tile leaves. I think that would influence me in favor of playing Valium here. That V in the triple lane is also not the easiest to use. It did turn out, though, Matt, that Adam left an O on his previous play, and had he drawn maybe another E and an R, we could see over words come down through that V, but that's not going to happen here.
Yeah, indeed, it's not. Adam could have punished Valium hard, 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 but you're right, Will. I don't think Nigel can make any kind of blank inference after Adam's previous plays. Nigel gonna err from the engine, or deviate from the engine, I should say. He's gonna play Vellum here. The engine preferred Valium by a couple of points. If you're gonna put a V in a triple triple line, that especially in the second placement, that's really to the advantage of a person with vowels, and Nigel would keep vowels. But maybe Nigel's saying, I don't want to get knocked out in one fell triple triple swoop. I'm not going to take that risk. A big draw for Nigel into AEI. He needed consonants. He's found two and two vowels. Nigel will have a slow turn next turn. Adam has been sitting on this blank now for quite a while and still does not have a playable bingo. The BHO combination now slowing him down. He can still score. The H allows him to unlock many different plays alongside the right side of Ye-Clad. I think we're going to see HOB. I just don't know where we're going to see HOB. He's got it for 33 on the right side of Ye-Clad, got it for 32 on the left side. Will, how long do you think Adam spends on this turn looking for bingos, and then which hob do you think he's going to play?
I don't think he's going to spend that long. There is this feeling like, if you look at these letters, that this looks a little bit more like it scratches that itch of, man, I might have one of those low probability 7s or 8s here. And you have to sort of make sure that you've thought about that for enough time that you don't miss something. But I do think Adam is going to realize also that if nothing is occurring to him really quickly with these letters, that he can pivot to non-bingo plays. The question is, there are a number of similar plays that you can make here. You want to be thinking about overlaps. So you can play hob here. That seems reasonable. You can play those same letters here. Want to figure out which of those gives the least back to Nigel. And I think the standard BOH down in that lower left corner, it looks solid. And just want to point out too, Matt, nary an S to be seen on the board or on either player's racks. We're going to see some good tiles spilling out of the bag at some point soon.
Yeah, the blanks have come out, but a lot of the other goodies still lurking in there. And an S so valuable in this game to backhook Bunyan, to backhook NIFE as well. So big S spots available. Someone's just got to draw them. Adam has spent quite a while on this turn. You see the expressive player he is. He's got his hands on his neck, running his fingers through his hair, scratch his beard a little bit. This is a tricky turn. Lots of options that are all roughly equivalent to one another. HOB, BOH, HOM. What do I want to do? Where do I want to play it? Adam thinking through several iterations of what could happen next. What if Nigel's got a bingo? How do I feel? What if I draw a bingo? How do I feel? How often do I draw a bingo? This is a tough turn. It's just percentage points, decimal points on percentages here, but Adam wants to optimize every single move. And as you said, Will, he can go very, very fast if he needs to, so he's able to buckle down and take 4 or 5 minutes on these trickier turns.
Yeah, that's where that word knowledge comes in, right? That turn, a couple of these earlier turns, Bunyan, Trouter, Paduke for Adam, especially Paduke. That's a play where if you know that word, which admittedly is very obscure, and you can see the words you know very quickly thanks to your training, which there's no question these two players are as strong as it gets word knowledge wise. If anybody's going to compare favorably to Nigel, Adam would be a great candidate. They're seeing those plays so quickly, and that allows you to spend more time on these more nuanced decisions where the right play in this position is going to be a three-letter word, almost certainly. It's not going to be a difficult play to generate as a choice. The difficulty is in sifting through the little nuances, as you said, Matt, which that to me, as a player that's a little stronger on the words in the dictionary than on that play picking process, picking between plays that you see kind of feels like the soul of this game. Finding the words is what gets the headlines, but these two guys are incredible at picking between the plays they see.
Scrabble on its face looks to be a game of knowing a lot of words. The people who read the books the most often or like vocabulary, like studying linguistics, you expect maybe at face value that they're going to be the best players. But at its core, Scrabble is a math game. Yeah, you do have to know the words, but it's more important to figure out where to put them. Scrabble is a tactics game. It is a board positioning game. Do I open or close? Do I play offense or defense? How many points do I score now versus how many do I score later? That's why you see the very best players are not typically the English professors, but as Adam Logan shows us, it's the math professors. Adam, a PhD in higher math, one of the most brilliant mathematicians out there. In fact, we can't get him on stream without a random person saying, I recognize the name Adam Logan. Has he published 100 papers about math? Yeah, that's Adam Logan. That's his background. Scrabble is a math game, and the math telling Adam to play HOB right here. This checks out according to my engine. Actually, BOH, same spot, even though it's one less point, simming a little bit ahead, maybe because of that unseen J. This sets up possibilities for Nigel to hit Hodge next turn, but HOB or BOH was the right play there for Adam. ADEEIOV, the rack for Nigel. He kept 3 vowels, drew 2 more. He can score pretty well out of this rack. Adam's play of Hob now allows Nigel to play 3 vowels and 1 consonant for 30 points as a stack. How do you like Odea next to Eclad, Will?
Yeah, this is a normal looking play, but Nigel has another option in mind, and it is voice instead, Matt. Much better bingo leave after this play, but he sacrificed a bunch of points to get there. I wonder if he's also thinking, I have got a good chance of drawing those R's and S's and E's. A lot of the clunkier tiles are on the board already. Nigel's draw, though, is not going to be friendly for him. And Adam, meanwhile, has drawn that first S of the game. So we are about to see Adam potentially take a lead, but then that J for oh, look at this. Incredible, Matt.
Yep. Adam's highest and second highest scoring bingos were both 9-letter bingos. This is his highest scoring option, 80. He also had 78 at the top of this board as a 9. But Adam wasting absolutely no time. 9 alert here in game 1 of the WESPAC finals. Well spotted by Adam Logan.
Incredible spot, not only because it is the highest scoring option, but it uses up that overlapping spot, which is after Nigel's play of voice. That stands out as by far the easiest place to stack with plays that, like you mentioned, Odea would have gone down on the voice play. In this particular instance, it is so timely because now instead of the beautiful J bomb that Nigel was going to get with Hodge, he has incredibly weak options available here, Matt. So a very, very timely find by Adam, and Nigel is in a bit of a bind.
Yeah, what? Oh, Nigel's going to set up the JAA for just 6 points. Nigel is known for doing this, setting himself up. And if you're Adam, you're now on the test. Nigel could have played those same two tiles, AA with VAV, in the top left of this board for 11. That he's chosen to take a 5-point sacrifice has to raise a red flag in Adam's head. Is this just Nigel trying to open the board, or is there something else here? To me, this smells like a setup. You've got to suspect Nigel's got the J on his rack. It's not a Z setup because that's been played. What will Adam do to correct, to adjust, to block? We'll find out.
Yeah, this is definitely a detectable setup. You could be in a situation sometimes where, if you're in Adam's shoes, where you just have such better plays elsewhere on the board that it becomes a difficult decision whether you want to block it or not. For example, if you have a bingo somewhere else and you know Nigel probably has the J, you probably just got to let him have it. In this case, though, Adam, to me, is a lock. I think he has his tiles for Prig set aside, leaving the X left over. And wow, the X, Matt, is particularly strong. If Adam is able to draw an A, it's going to play for a fantastic score right here. So keeping it has a lot of value. I definitely expect Prig to come down for those reasons for Adam, but maybe he'll surprise us. I would love to see a 1-2 punch here from Adam of keep that X, draw an A, and then hammer it again.
One other fun option for Adam, if you want to play along on Telestrator, Will, is through that disconnected EO, play the 6-letter pierogi, Perogi. That sets up the X in an even stronger way. Now in A, it's going to give you Vax from the V, devastatingly defensive. If you draw an I or a U, you've got XI or XU that way as well. But I think the X already strong enough on the board, plus the spidey senses of the setup. Prig is Adam's best play here, even without making an inference about the J. Nigel's setup thwarted, but at least Nigel able to get tiles out in space and keep this board open as a result. Adam Logan on top by 51. Nigel on AADEJOS will cut into that deficit, but can't make it go away completely. Looks like the best play here for Nigel now plays down to the L in punctual. Jodel. He's setting it up now. Will, is there any reason not to play this word?
Yeah, it looks to be by far the best play using the J that also retains your S. You could play other plays here. For example, if you want to not leave two A's, you could play Janes down through this N, but the S just got a little more valuable than it was previously thanks to Prigs. You do want to keep it. This does. You do have the two A's to deal with. And now a third for Nigel. Some tough draws here for Nigel. He is still very, very close on the scoreboard, but Adam is about to hammer that X and jump out further ahead. This could leave Nigel in a position where he needs a bingo very soon, Matt.
Facts coming down so quickly for Adam. Sometimes Scrabble plays itself, and that is one of those turns. Adam now leading by a bingo score, 321 to 254 here in Game 1 of the Best-of-7 World Scrabble Championship Finals. Adam has found the dreaded triple-double in Scrabble. 2 I's, 2 R's, 2 T's. Boy, those racks are so difficult to deal with. But Nigel's got a full house of his own. 3 A's, 2 S's, and no tiles that score any points at all. Nigel looking at ASAR. This is going to stack alongside the first 4 letters of Jodel. 23 or 22 points. Does block off some bingo lines, but keeps quite well given the circumstances. Do you like this play of ASAR, Will?
He could also be thinking about ANSA here. I'm not sure what. Okay, he is going for that. That's a curious play. I wonder what he has in mind with this. There are other options that look kind of nice. He could have just played ANOA right here as well, keeping his S's and trying to draw into a bingo with Prigs. I think he's just opting to score a little bit better here. And there comes the Q on his rack. So, oh man, the brutal draw there for Nigel as well. But Adam's letters have run into a little bit of trouble as well. So whichever player can extricate themselves from this situation, Adam, of course, with the lead already, so he's in a much more favorable position. When you have a bad rack, you can weather it a little bit better. Nigel needs to solve this problem ASAP, and I'm not sure how that's going to happen, Matt, without potentially an exchange.
Yeah, brutal, brutal draw again for Nigel Richards, who has had several brutal draws, but he's still in this game. The S to backhook Prigs gives him some light. There are still bingo lines on this board as well. It's not done for him yet, especially as Adam looking at a very slow turn here. Right now, Adam considering the option of Tiriti, Tiriti, through the I in Prig. That seems pretty strong. Just get rid of as many of these letters as you can. One thing Adam wants to start thinking about as we reach this later juncture of the game is what is unseen. And I'm seeing two very notable things about the pool. One, there are a ton of E's. I'm almost certainly going to draw one, maybe two, no matter what I do. Two, there is a Q with no U's remaining at all, just two I's. So that Q could be very, very clunky if there's not an I to go with it. That drives my thinking here. The E's mean I'm likely to draw a bingo, and if I can stay close to bingo range, that feels pretty good. But the Q scary means I don't want to play a ton of tiles here if I can avoid it. Adam's saying I'm going to play tiring. No, he's going to play trig instead, keeping some tiles back. Will, what are your thoughts on this?
It's a turn where the options were incredibly uninspiring. You were mentioning Matt, tiring for 14 being a good option. So taking 10 points for Trig isn't a horrible sacrifice. It's not like there was a 20-point play available here, even with such weak tiles. You did mention the Q lurking, so perhaps rather than tiring opening up a triple, but more importantly using both of your two eyes on the rack, maybe Adam was hedging his bets a little bit, trying to keep one of those two eyes. At least then you would have something like Chi here for a palatable score. If you draw the Q and that spot stays open, you do have another spot to dump it now if you draw it. So maybe a hedge against Q draws, but I think primarily Adam liking that board shape and how next to impossible it is to use this Prigs hook after Trig compared to before. It was a lot more flexible. So the walls are closing in a little bit here on Nigel, and he has a brutal rack here at a bad time.
Brutal indeed. Looking at the unseen pool to Nigel now, he's got the final A, he's got the final O. There are a lot of E's still to come. This feels like a forced exchange for Nigel, and I would actually exchange down to AS, not ES, which would be the standard decision, or maybe AES, but with so many E's to come, I don't want another one. Nigel could consider just playing the Q here. QI and QI is 22 points, which is way better than 0, but will that leave? AEEOOS is so brutal. You can't exchange here, or you can't play the Q here if you're Nigel, right?
Yeah, it is really surprising, though, to see him exchange that A, like you said, Matt. That was the last A in the game. There was no chance of duplication. I would have definitely wanted to keep that A on the rack, either with just the S by itself, or as you were laying out, either just AS or AES. That surprises me, but normally keeping ES is certainly reasonable. And wow, oh my God, the karmic punishment is intense, Matt.
5 E's? I was gonna say I don't think I agree with this, and I never disagree with Nigel, but I would have kept an A over an E. Now that draw would sink me whatever I kept. Nigel exchanging 4 vowels and a Q, and drawing IEEEE out of the bag. Brutal, brutal, brutal draw for Nigel. And now looking at the situation, it is going to be hard for Adam Logan to lose this game. That being said, this is Scrabble, baby. Anything can happen. Will, what do you think Adam should do on this turn?
Yeah, he has his LLY set off to the side. I wonder if he is thinking about playing something like Lily. I'm not sure if there's a really compelling argument though, not to just play something through this end. It's the only reasonable open triple. You can play Linty or Linny through that end, scoring well. Adam is at that point here where his lead is to a level where taking 27 points playing through that end would put him in a good position to weather the storm if Nigel bingos. And there would be a couple emergency spots for the queue after a play like that. If you just imagine it on the board, Linty right here. Now you've got a couple places to dump the queue if you need it. So I think I'm looking at those plays as sort of standard and best. But Matt, maybe you see concerns with them that I don't.
I don't know. I just take the 27 points and start running here. After your opponent exchanges late in a game, you can usually figure out what it was by looking at the unseen pool. If you're Adam, you look at the unseen pool, 11 vowels, 10 consonants. I know what Nigel put back in the bag. It's a lot of vowels. So you have to assume there are like infinite vowels to be drawn. But playing for 27, holding LRT or LNR, all right, give me those vowels. I'd happily take them. And I have some extra solace in the fact that if I do draw the Q, it will play between the I's in prig and trig, or after Linny or Linty. I'm going to have a second spot to drop it for 22. I'm not scared of the Q. I can go up by nearly 100. I can weather a bingo from Nigel if that's what he's drawn out of the bag. I can handle the worst case scenario draws, and the vowels that I know are in the bag are going to help me. Seems no reason not to do this here.
Yeah, it seems like he's maybe considering even more defensive options. He has Tilly set up. That would go down right here. Maybe he's just thinking, I'm going to do my absolute best to block more bingo lines here. It seems like I would be a little bit worried that I'm sacrificing points to block this line when there are other perfectly usable bingo lines available. So we'll see. I definitely trust Adam's instinct, and he is going to go back and play the more standard and our original suggestion, Matt. I think this is perfectly fine. He's going to fill up with vowels here. The question is, will he also draw the Q that could slow him down?
We'll see a big draw for Adam. Nigel's about to blow this board open, I think. Instead of exchanging, I think Erie, E-E-R-I-E, coming. Adam does not want the Q, and he's drawn very, very well. Game one,
Erie
almost now
will
to
be
go to
hit by a
Adam.
triple. Erie's going to get hit by a triple, Matt.
Yeah, one of two for Adam. He can play Literos, Literose, or Trolleys, Troelies. Nigel's almost forced to play Erie here. His situation's so bad, but maybe he can't. Look at the unseen pool now, 12 consonants to just 5 vowels, and most of those vowels are the letters you just put back in the bag, so they're less likely to be on Adam's rack. If you play Erie, you are almost certainly going to get punched in the face if you're Nigel. It can't feel good, but man, is Adam going to punch him hard. He's going to go in a different direction. Lee dodging a huge bullet.
Dodging bullets here. That is crazy. I can't believe that he has sort of taken the more defensive tack here, playing it safe, playing it patient, and hoping to draw a couple consonants, which he does, but maybe not the right ones here. But as much as we've just seen Nigel dodge the bullet here, Adam is still in a great position with playable bingos, Matt.
I actually think Adam should not bingo on this turn. Adam has 2 playable bingos, both of them backhook the AN in Bunyan. Both of them string out to the triple word. He can play S trial and put an L in the second spot of a triple triple, or he can play Toilers and put an S in the second spot of that triple triple. With this game score, that is not what you want to do if you can find another high-scoring play, and Adam has a sneaky option, a 48-point non-bingo available to him that is far more defensive. I don't know that anybody... Oh, chat has now found it. Ye ante, well done. Gerosite from the JA might be a better option here, but I'm not sure if there's even a mathematical triple-triple that could be hit through an S in the second spot. Adam's going to play Toilers. Nigel can't respond well, and Adam's going to go on to win game one for Team Canada.
Yeah, great point with Jarosite potentially being enough points that you still get the outrunning benefits of Toilers without the risk of triple triples or bingos into the S, which would, again, normally in a normal tournament circumstance, you would be saying to yourself, I don't want to give up easy bingos to Nigel. That would, even if I'm still going to win, that would lower my margin of victory. But important nuance, that tiebreaker that is so important that actually decided Nigel being in the finals, he had a better tiebreaker than Wasim Khatri of Pakistan. That spread, cumulative margin of victory, no longer important, not nearly as important unless the players tie in one of these games, which is very rare in Scrabble. So you're going to see potentially some plays that might not make as much sense in the normal main event format that make much more sense in a match play format here. But kudos to Adam. He plays Toilers. Nothing for Nigel, as you said, Matt. And it's going to be Adam Logan in game one.
All right, Adam Logan jumping out to a 1-0 lead. I suspect Nigel was a small favorite to win this thing, given that he literally doesn't air ever, whereas Adam has very few and far between, but moments of humanity. But now with the 1-0 lead, perhaps Adam Logan now the favorite to be the 2025 Scrabble World Champion. Nigel's going to make his top play here. WEISES is the best he can do. If Nigel draws the Q, he'll be rather sad, but we see it over on Adam's rack. Nigel haunted by horrific draws almost the entire game. Feels like there's very little he could have done in this one. Adam playing it well, he's going to take it.
It's funny to think that if we look back at this game for Nigel, potentially his biggest mistake was not keeping an A on his exchange from an absolutely horrendous rack with a Q on it, Matt. If you're looking back and post-morteming a game and that's your biggest mistake, if it is one at all, I would normally definitely call that a mistake. But with Nigel, we always hesitate that maybe there's something where the rest of us aren't seeing. But that's bodes well for you when that's your biggest mistake.
Yeah. Bodes very well indeed. And again, like Nigel all tournament has made plays that look weird on their face, but anytime we punch them in an engine or try to run through the logic, like they always end up coming out ahead anyway. So exchanging down to ES over AS felt very weird. I'm sure there was a reason for it. Nigel going out, his top scoring option of Jen. Let's cut to overhead mic and see if we hear from the players.
For 375 at the end?
375.
Yeah.
Do you know if we need to submit results?
I don't know. Task.
Oh, right.
The player's asking, do we need to submit results? During the main event, results were submitted electronically via smartphone, but neither of them has a smartphone. They were unable to submit them. In the best-of-7 finals, they don't even know if they have to punch them in, but if they do, they're going to need some technological assistance to do so. Adam Logan winning game one, 450 to 375. No post-mortem whatsoever, no discussion. Just put in the results, square the tiles up, and move on to the next one is the plan here. It looks like there are going to be some reasonable delays between games. We would love to just get the guys back over the board for the second game, but with another tournament happening behind them, there will be some noise in between the rounds over there. So we're going to make sure the players get to play in silence or as close to silence as you can get as a Scrabble tournament. As soon as they're back, we'll be back. I promise we don't take these delays on stream so I can show off my hairline or hear myself talk as soon as there is more Scrabble, we'll have it back. But Will, game one in the books. How are you feeling so far?
Yeah, it was pretty just so crisp. But I don't want to take it for granted that we just saw a nearly flawlessly played Scrabble game. It didn't feel like Nigel had much of a chance to show off some of that tactical brilliance. He did find that beautiful bingo of punctual, but this is why we play a best-of-7, Matt. It'll give both players ample time to show all the tricks in their set trick bag. How do you keep your tricks? Whatever that implement is. But yeah, so in any case, I did just also want to call out that if you're a fan of Scrabble post-morteming and vibrant, lively discussions of games that were completed, you're not going to get that with this finals. These are two of the quietest players. They are all business when those games complete. So that's up to us, I guess, Matt, to do the talking for them.
We will do our very best to do the talking. I've been talking all tournament, and if you're just now tuning into the World Scrabble Championship, this is the grand finals, a best-of-7, but 32 games were played over the last 4 days to determine who's going to have a seat at this table. If you missed that, all of it has been live streamed right here on the Let's Play Scrabble channel. You can go back and watch historic archives to see why it's these two players and not other players and the paths they took to get here. Or if that sounds like too much work, watching 32 whole games of Scrabble, Will, tell us where else people can watch a little bite-sized breakdown of the action.
Yeah, that was my sort of role, that I felt like it would be exciting in the same vein as some of the big chess creators that we all know and love, like Gotham Chess. During the World Chess Championship, he's putting out videos every day. So I decided to try my hand at that. You can find recaps of all 4 of the previous main event live streams on my channel. And I have to say, I got a lot of respect for any other creators that are doing that, but I had a lot of fun just watching the stream, not only as a Scrabble fan, but also with an eye towards condensing that action. But man, I have to say, yesterday's stream, Matt, was insane by my normal standard of trying to include all the really relevant highlights. I almost basically said, you know what? I'm not even going to make a recap. Just go watch the whole thing. You owe it to yourself as a Scrabble fan. The games we saw on the stream yesterday were mind-blowing from start to finish. Truly the best stream I've ever seen in Scrabble. And I was so excited to see the viewership that went along with that to get that incredible experience. So yeah, good times right now in Scrabble content land. Huge kudos to you and Josh for making that action so compelling, and to all of you out there for watching and hopefully following the LPS channel as well.
Yeah, if you have not yet followed the LPS channel or subscribed to them, you ought to do that. All they do is put out live Scrabble streams all the time. They've got several more coming out in the year 2025 and some big events in 2026 as well. We may tease some of that. And then if you haven't yet, make sure you also subscribe to Will Anderson's channel. Right down there, Wanderer 15 or Will Anderson. He's got so many Scrabble videos out there, action of this tournament, but also just all the cool stuff that happens all around the world in competitive Scrabble. I see over 1,000 people watching this stream, which is really awesome. One thing that would make it even more awesome is if those 1,000 people click the like button underneath this video. We have at least 3 more games of Scrabble coming your way. 4, 5, even 6 is what we're hoping for. I want to see 2,000. It's Sunday, so people have nothing else to be doing. They're going to get home from church or whatever they do on Sunday and watch Scrabble. Your thumbs up can help bump us up YouTube's algorithm. I want to break 2,000 viewers for this World Championship Finals. Please help us out. Click that thumbs up button. Hit the subscribe button if you like what you're seeing. Thank you so much to all of our viewers for being here. We are going to cut to a little break while the players stretch their legs, while the dust settles in the playing room. But I promise, as soon as there's more Scrabble to be played between Nigel and Adam, we will be back here. Will, send us home.
Yeah, can't wait. Let's see. Nigel has to respond to that opening round win by Adam, but if there was anyone in the world who is unfazed by that result, it is the GOAT, Nigel Richards. So I can't wait to see how he responds in game two and moving forward. And yeah, like you said, Matt, little break right now, but coming back shortly.
All right, one game down from the World Scrabble Championship Finals. Adam Logan of Canada leads 1-0 over six-time World Scrabble champion Nigel Richards. Matt Canik and Will Anderson brought you game one, but game two is going to be even sicker. We are bringing in an awesome co-commentator. Will, tell us who we've got and what a treat the viewers have.
Yeah, it's only right that in this WESPA Championship, our World Championship here in Ghana on the African continent, that we bring in our African Scrabble champion, our Nigerian Scrabble champion, Wellington Jigare. Welcome, Wellington. We are thrilled to have you on the broadcast today.
I'm thrilled to be here, my brother. It's been a very, very interesting tournament so far, and I couldn't be more thrilled. The next best thing to participating is commentating.
We are so excited to have Wellington. Wellington has won this event himself, the first African world champion, but I am certain he will not be the last. A bit of a coming out party for the African contingent here. I just felt like over and over a 1900 player from Nigeria or Ghana who I had never heard of came on stream and played such a strong game. Wellington, I know we've harped on this a little bit. Will's got a great video breaking it down, but can you tell us a little bit about how huge Scrabble is in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Western Africa in general?
Oh, okay. So I would start by saying that it is almost entirely correct to say that Africa is one of the places where Scrabble has actually been institutionalized and recognized as an actual sport. Whereas for most of the rest of the world, it is still being viewed as a pastime, to say the least, and a leisure game for people to play at their leisure time. In Nigeria, for example, we've had the Nigerian Scrabble Federation, which is under the National Sports Commission for more than 2 decades now. And it has been one of the foundation for fueling most of the improvements you've seen in Nigerian Scrabble and a whole lot of that. And like I have always said, Nigeria boasts of the widest array of let's not even say very good players. We have the widest array of average players. We have the widest array of good players. So there are the very good players. Then there are like 50 good players. There is like another 50 almost that is close to that top. And the next 50 after that can actually still compete with anyone above all these rungs that we've mentioned. So Nigeria can actually boast of about 200 players who are almost world-class players. So it's a
Wow.
question of, most of the times when you go for these international championships, it's a question of who has the funds to be able to attend or who is able to qualify. Remember, we have just 15 slots in a world championship, for example. So it's a very, very stiff competition to be able to make that cut to start with. Then for those who do not have cuts, you now have a situation whereby you have to really now talk about whether you are able to secure sponsorship or find a way to get there and also qualify.
All right, well, we were able to see so many strong players here, but the two strongest players in the field back over the board, Adam Logan and Nigel Richards, off to the races. Nigel gets to play first in this one. EEINP blank, but a J to go with the seventh tile. This gives Nigel a mammoth bingo to start game two. The scoring was slow for him in round one, but 96. Will, what is Nigel about to play?
Yeah, he has it set up as he always does in that very repeatable cadence from him where he draws his tiles, he looks at them for a few seconds, then he arranges the letters into his favorite play. And no matter how difficult it is, no matter what word it is, he is able to find that word quickly, and jeeping is no exception, which, yeah, that's the only bingo. Great start for Nigel to rebound in game two.
Wow. 96 points on the start for Nigel. I think the most shocking thing about that is it took him a minute and 5 seconds to make that play, which seems pretty straightforward and apparent. Adam with an uphill climb, but do not count out Adam Logan. All right, AABENTW, the rack. Wellington, what options are you seeing here for Adam Logan?
It's a pretty interesting turn, but I think the first thing that jumps out to me is a move like Jawan. That looks like a very good way to go about it, because considering that your opponent just started with a bingo, you don't want to be playing a parallel the to the existing floats. It is usually good to throw the board open by spreading the board in another direction. So Jawan will be the move for me.
Jawan is what Wellington's opting to do. A bit of a philosophical decision here. Adam can play a little bit shorter BAW stacks along the J and the E of Jeeping, or Jawan plays a bit longer. Adam opting to keep that AENT nucleus together and play BA. The weakness of this play is it can get stacked hard on the right side. The strength is the leave is so solid. So BA, the decision from Adam Logan. A brutal post bingo draw for Nigel, AINNOOU, a bit of a toll being paid for scoring 96 on his first move. Nothing stands out as awesome. Will, how would you navigate this rack if you were in Nigel's chair?
Yeah, it is tough because, as you said, the stacking potential of Baw is real. You can definitely, if you have a letter that goes after Ya on the board in this spot right here, you're going to be able to get some overlaps. Nigel only has one letter that goes there, and it's the I. It's actually quite difficult for him to stack productively without opening the triple lane with something like Unai or Neoi. He has Neoi set up here, which, it seems kind of crazy to open a triple when you were the one that just drew first blood with that bingo. You'd like to keep things a little more closed. Maybe we're going to see Bunyan be played for the second straight game, Wellington, if you watch the first one.
Yeah, I did watch the first one. I was hanging in the background, and it was a very, very interesting one. But if I'm to choose between Bunyan and Now uh, is a pretty difficult choice to make, but I think I might go with Now. The game is too early to be too cautious. That is my thought, basically.
Mm.
Look at this. Nigel set up ONO. This would be very strange if we see him make that play instead. NAOI or UNAI play alongside Baw. I thought it would be one of those or Bunyan for sure. I'm not seeing what Nigel is thinking here. Now shifting the U out into space. Will, what is Nigel thinking about on this turn?
Well, it's, the play that's we're thinking he's considering of ONO right here. It does have some merit to, oh, okay. I did not see that one as an option at all upon what is this one? Anyone with thoughts chime in here, because that is a surprise to me.
Yeah, Wellington, let us know your thoughts because I can't wrap my head around this.
And I actually
It
didn't see
sims
that
really
coming,
well.
so
It sims pretty well.
I don't think anybody saw that coming. So that is why he is the greatest player of all time.
Classic Nigel Richards. A weird 8-point play on a position where nothing makes a lot of sense. As Will said, this jumps up on a sim, if not the top play, then among the top plays. Just absurdly defensive, limits Adam's options. But Adam has found a good draw, ILO into AENT. Legation, his top play. He's wasting no time doing it. Nigel's still on top, 104 to 86, but that leave has evaporated quickly. He's found another rough rack, AAAINOY. Wellington, do you think Nigel needs to open the board up a little bit here? Do you think he needs to play defense? Do you see a way for him to get rid of these vowels? Walk us through your thoughts.
This is actually a very difficult rock to navigate, but I think if I have this kind of rack with, especially considering that I'm still leading marginally, the first thing I'll think of is an exchange. And because the thing with Scrabble is that it's not good to catch yourself in a series of struggles earlier on in the game, especially if you still have that cushion of an early lead. So for me, the first thing I'll consider is an exchange before I'll think of any other candidate moves.
So Wellington thinking exchange here. That's how bad this rack is. Nigel looking at an 18-point play. NAOI, a quadruple stack below legation. This does hold pretty poorly. AAY can lead to trouble often next turn, but Nigel says, I'm going to fight through, put some points on the board, and that Y may score him some points alongside the JA at the top of the board. So NAOI, the line we see from Nigel out of a rack of too many vowels. Adam now too many consonants, but he's just been given a strong play here through the OI. Will, there is ZOOID through the OI, but it puts a Z in dangerous territory. Is that Adam's play here, or should he move elsewhere?
Yeah, play you're suggesting here of Zuid for 50 points. And as I love to say, if you've listened to me commentate before, I will do a lot of things for 50 points, including putting a Z in readily accessible range of a triple. And I think Adam, let me clear my chicken scratch off the board so you can see he is doing exactly that. I think in these cases, you have to think to yourself, what's the second best play? And if the answer is something like DZHO right here, placing the Z in an incredibly dangerous spot for overlaps, then yeah, you just want to take the extra points. If there's no way to avoid giving your opponent something back, I might as well get 14 extra points for doing so.
I will do a lot of things for 50 points, says both Will Anderson and Adam Logan. 50 points puts Adam in the lead in a game where he was just facing a 96-0 deficit. And looks like he's going to stay in the lead. He's got a good pull. Nigel, yet again, has found a completely atrocious rack. AAAALRY. He can play through this. Two different four-letter words play at the top of the board alongside the BA in BA, either YAAR or ALAY. Wellington, are you okay opening this triple as Nigel's doing here?
Yeah, I'm totally okay opening it, especially since it helps him go ahead a little. But I probably might have preferred playing Alley simply because I feel the ARA leaf seems to be stronger than the ALA leaf for one, and simply because also Alley scores a whole lot more.
All right, so Wellington gives it the thumbs up. Nigel also opening the board in a tournament where he's played quite a bit of defense. Nigel takes the lead by 9, 145, 136. Adam has two very strong plays that do two very different things. DAYCH through the Y is 54. ZARF from the Z is 48. Will, between those options, which do you like and why?
Yeah, really interesting choice for Adam. The game is very even. Despite Nigel's struggles, you can see he's still actually ahead in this game after his previous move. And maybe part of the rationale behind Yar was just expecting that Adam is very likely to play here. So maybe by putting a good tile in the top of the board, I'm going to get to hit that. And Nigel did leave an L on his rack, which pairs nicely with the Y. So if I'm Adam, basically you've got the choice now, and he has set it up, of Dach right here, this very obscure word. And then you can also play Zarf, and there you go. He spotted that too. So Adam has spotted his two options. When in doubt, blocking the, first of all, you get 6 more points for playing through the Y. And the downside of this Y is maybe a little bit higher than the Z. The Z is more stable. You're going to be giving up plays in the 40s to 50s in this spot, but the Y could be a bingo. It could be a triple-triple. The downside risk of that spot is higher, and you get 6 extra points for playing there. So my instinct is to play Dach here, but I think there's a great argument to be made for Zarf as well, keeping CHED in general, that's a nice combination, and it even would play if you draw a word ending in ed right here. Curious to know what Wellington thinks about Daich versus Zarf.
I personally prefer the rack leave after Dage because it leaves a FE arrow, and moreover, you're playing Dage to lead by some sizable amount, and FE arrow seems to be like a good, uh, very good rack leaf that can produce a bingo nest. And also, another good thing is that leaving the Z there for a possible uh, comeback play if your opponent happens to have a bingo after you play Dage is a very, very good strategy to go forward, because playing Dage you lead by close to 40 points. And if your opponent scores the Z, yeah, he's scoring to catch up. But if he plays a bingo, probably somewhere else, you have at least the Z to take the lead again. And if the bag smiles on you, you can actually come back with it and follow up with a bingo of yours. So my favorite, I think I'll favor Dage over Zarf.
These are some of the most fascinating positions here. Two options, very different things to think about, do different things to the board, different things to your rack. And I love seeing the nuance between different top experts. Will saying he would play Dage, Wellington saying he would play Dage. Adam looks like he's set to play Zarf here, and it's really tough to say which of these is actually truly correct. Computer analysis suggests Dage about 3 points stronger, and if I've got a former world champion in Wellington and an extremely strong player in Will telling me Dage is better, then perhaps Dage is better. But we'll see what Adam Logan opts to do here. He has taken over 4 minutes on this position, showing you just how complex it is and how much there is to think about here. I wonder how much more time he can afford to spend on this turn. 2 strong plays. We see on Nigel's rack, it doesn't really matter what Adam opts to do. Nigel has found a 7-letter word, saltate, and this is going to play in multiple areas of the board. Nigel on cue to bingo, no matter what Adam does here.
Yeah, for sure. And he is going to be in the lead, which feels crazy to say. He's had a bunch of turns like Upon, Naoi, Yar have all seemed kind of suboptimal from his POV. Not, let me just be clear, not so much because they're mistakes, but just because the draws were really weak. But the equalizing factor is he opened the game with a 90-point bingo, let's not forget, of jeeping there. So it makes it a little bit more easy to tolerate that. As we see, Zarf is the play. So I think I would hesitate to call Zarf a mistake. I really feel like Zarf and Dage are stylistic differences.
Yeah, that CHED can do some massive, massive damage with the right pull, but EEI is what Adam has opted to reach in and grab out of the bag. Not what he was looking for, but you can see the strength of those consonants. He can still score well. Nigel's saltate plays now in just 2 places. He can play it here or slide it all 1 square over to the left. This is 3 additional points. This is the slam dunk right play for Nigel. I'm not even going to let our analysts weigh in because that's so obvious. We're back now on Adam Logan, who's threatening plays through the Y at the top. HEYED is 42. Wellington, is there any reason you would not play Hade at the top of this board?
There's no reason at all. I'll definitely just grab Hade without thinking much and forge ahead.
All right. Well, there you have it. Will, do you concur?
I do, yeah. There's just nothing else that's really even close on the score. The anagram of Heedy just scores 6 fewer points and doesn't really offer any positional benefit that I can see. I guess if you really needed a bingo line, potentially Heedy here would be better to allow for common suffixes, as opposed to Hade just allows vowels to go down here for 7-letter words ending in a vowel, I should say. But the game is way too close for Adam to give up 6 points to create a new bingo line. There's more than enough options on the board. This S is wide open. So yeah, definitely.
Oh my God, Nigel's about to be brilliant. Not to cut you off, Will, but XED above the SA in saltate looks crazy. This takes a front A, but Nigel has the last A. No, he's going to play it elsewhere instead.
Mm.
AX for 36. Whoa.
That would have been crazy. I mean, I think the fact that the E is also a hook to this, if it was just an A hook to worry about, then I think Nigel's playing this all day. But with the E also as a viable hook, I think he's realizing that there's more risk with that setup than reward. So, yeah, I think his play of Axed seems pretty reasonable. I don't know. Wellington, what do you think about XED here? It looks a little crazy, but maybe kind of fun.
Well, in championship final, I don't think the objective is to have fun. So I think that answers it all. XED just makes life easy for the opponent if they have something to do. They can just, moreover, your opponent, the Adam was leading before that move, so it just gives them an easy way to hammer something down there and increase the lead. And before you know what is happening, you are needing a bingo to get back into the game. But I like this. It keeps things in perspective, and it gives you the lead, and then game on.
All right, so 6 extra points for AXED, and as you said, yeah, not the objective to have fun, but to win the game. So this is the game state now. Adam Logan trailing by 27, 226, 253. Adam with a rough draw, CEILPUU. Adam's got points lined up though. PIU and JARP is 23. PLUE and Jarl is 30. Do those plays look good to you, Will, or are you looking to play more of the tiles, more of the U's on this turn?
Yeah, it's an interesting idea to play JARP. The first thing that comes to mind is that it makes a very, very easy spot to plop an S down. But then I look at that and I think to myself, well, how much would that score, depending on the letters that you're connecting the D to the S with? And it's not great to give up 40 plus points in that spot, but it's not horrible, and you do balance your rack quite nicely with this play. That being said, there are other options, all of which have sort of warts that need to be addressed. You could play Clue in this spot, which makes it way tougher to access the S hook, hooking your jar extension. But of course, you use your E up, which is your best bingo vowel by far. And then another option that could be worth thinking about is Cup right here, which it just uses at least one of your 2 U's and your 2 3-point consonants, but it does set up an S hook, which you do not have. So this is a tough one. Adam clearly wishing that he had an M available here, Wellington. Unfortunately, no such luck.
Yeah. An N would have been a very nice thing to have at this point in time. And also, I think if the arrow was free to roam, I think he would have also liked that also.
I think Adam fixated on the play of Peculia, the plural of Peculium, down to the A in Zarf. Plays 6 tiles off, scores just 24, keeps a U back and only a U back. Wellington, do you like the play of Peculia, or would you keep things a little tighter here?
Well, I think the bag has a lot of very interesting tiles still missing, and I would like to make any move that gives me access to the bag would be something that I would seriously consider. So those who know my style of play a lot would actually tell you that if I'm to choose between peculiar disposing 6 ties and something else, I would probably go with that.
All right, so Adam opting to get into the bag, but wants to shed both U's at once. Cupula. This looks very strong, i.e. at face value doesn't look like the strongest leave, but factor in that there are a lot of consonants to draw out of the bag and a lot of goodies. Cupula, a play for Adam that makes a lot of sense. We're back on Nigel Richards, who is but a couple tiles away from spelling my name, Matt Canik. Instead, ACIIKTT, the rack for Nigel. He is up by 5, and he gets to choose if he wants to start closing this board off or if he just wants to keep scoring points. Kit and Jark, the decision we see pretty quickly from Will You like this? There's from Nigel. Will you like this?
I do like it, especially now that Cupula obstructs the S hook on your hooking play. This time, Jark. There's no worry getting snapped back with a Jark's extension. It looked like Nigel was already considering that, but wow, okay, we've got some fireworks coming here. Adam is about to hammer a bingo. I'm pretty sure he's going to play Dribbled for a huge score, but Nigel has also a bingo. All I can see right now is Factuses, but maybe he's got something else. So we're going to see bingos being traded here in the mid game, and it's going to end up being an even game because Adam's bingo was over 100 points, Matt.
Dribbled 101, an insane draw for Adam. Remember, he held IE, picked up DLVRE to go with it, hammered 101 points. And Will spotting Factuses for Nigel. That is his only bingo. Factus is just 64. So after the bingo exchange, Adam will be on top by 3 points. Adam's post bingo draw looked very promising, save that clunky Q tile. I have no idea who's going to win this game right now. 3 points separate them. As Nigel plays Factuses, Adam's got a tough turn on his hands. Should he get rid of the Q right now? QI for 21 just made available after Factuses, or should he hold it back and try to take more points elsewhere on the board? Wellington, let's test your gut first. Is QI the right line here for Adam?
I think QI disposing just one tile doesn't seem like the right way to go right now. I would rather play something else like a move like Very, for example, although it sets up an easy E hook, but it makes it possible that you are playing 4 tiles and there's a high likelihood that you might draw an I from the back to score fat with the Q next turn. And it also has the added advantage of distracting your opponent from where you would like to be made available by the next turn. So I'll probably not do QI right now. I'll go with Very.
Yeah, Very does set up that big front E hook, but only one E left in the bag. Will, do you concur? Is Very how you would approach this turn?
Yeah, it looks really solid for the reasons that Wellington described. You are, of course, Nigel has that E, so Very is going to be hit with something like Biome or Bogey or whatever Nigel chooses in that spot there. I was also thinking that if I'm looking around the board, I'm not really seeing a great S hook. So if you're worried about playing Very, setting up every on the top row, you could even play something like Cyver here, which doesn't get hit nearly as hard. Of course, Nigel also has the last S, but this play scores similarly and doesn't expose you to those hooks. And again, when you're playing Very or Cyver, your goal is to try to draw one of these I's and pump up the value of your eventual Q play quite a bit in the process. So another candidate play, which we could see being identified at some point by Adam. I feel like in his games on the stream that we saw in the main event, Matt, Adam was definitely drawing a lot of cues and dumping them proactively to try not to get bogged down by them. I do feel I agree with Wellington that there are probably better ways to go than just Chi right now here.
Yeah, I think because the Q can be hit much harder next turn, Very is a very good play here for Adam. He's going to agree with all of us. So 3 for 3 top experts saying play Very, and I just shake my head, smile, and nod. This looks good, but the weakness of this play is the one remaining E hook. It's on Nigel's rack. Biome for 47, likely coming. Maybe Bogey for 38 instead. The G is so nasty, but I think Wellington, a 9-point delta, you're going to play Biome over Bogey, right?
Definitely, definitely. At least when you are approaching the end game, you need as much point as possible to surge into some kind of comfortable lead as possible, because whatever you are leading by approaching the end game, it has a way of pressurizing your opponent For your opponent to have plans of winning the game, he has to find a way to overcome the lead first of all, and then surge into the lead. So the very good thing with Biome and having that extra point is that it really serves that purpose, and it makes things very, very much more comfortable for you heading into the pre-end game.
Yeah, Biome looks so solid. 9 extra points is just so much. And look at the draw for Adam. He was hoping to draw one of the 3 unseen eyes. Instead, he got absolutely pulverized by the tile bag. H, N, N, W. All of a sudden, it's looking like advantage Nigel. That blank still unseen is probably Adam's biggest way back into the game. If Nigel plays Biome and pulls the blank on his next draw, this one feels like it's Nigel's game. Will, I'm going to put you on the spot as well. Biome over Bogey, right?
Yeah, I got to be Biome for the extra points, but man, I am worried about the G here, given that no Gs have been played. I just think the price is right, all those extra points to get those to play Biome here, but could Nigel pivot and say, I really don't want to deal with multiple Gs? But I would caution you, Matt, even though Adam did not draw well for his Q, he has a very good score, not a bingo, but horns playing here for over 40 points. Yes, it leaves QW, which could really go wrong a lot of the time, but he'll still be up by quite a bit. Once Nigel plays Biome, Adam can respond with a 40-pointer that somewhat requires Nigel to draw that blank or something really good, given that he's still going to be down by 30 or 40 points.
All right, Nigel might blow our brains up again. He's settling on Smog as a play right now. I think he knows he has the final E, and so he's opting to knock out nightmare scenarios instead. Nigel's going to be patient and cash every later. Nobody had this on their bingo cards. Nigel making us once again just guffaw. Wellington, how do you feel about Smog from Nigel Richards here?
It looks good, but I honestly feel that it's not the best move at the moment. It's just my feeling, but then, of course, Nigel is Nigel, and he has his reasons.
Nigel's just drawn Tuberoid down to the D and Driveled. He's gone in and found UO blank. A huge draw for Nigel. It really does look like he's going to hang on. Blowing all of our brains up. Not Biome, not Bogey, Smog. And now he's going to win. Will, how do you feel about that?
That is a shock. I just can't, he drew a great draw. Of course, the second blank is going to smooth over a lot of issues when you make a play that's suboptimal. If you just draw that blank, it's going to feel a little bit better. But I am astonished by that. Of course, as you suggest, he's keeping that E, thinking to himself, I don't want to use it now. But I feel like Biome for 47 was easily enough to cash here and keep that S, which, there isn't a great S hook on the board, but it's still a great tile to have in your arsenal, even on boards without a really obvious hook. So we'll have to look at that more closely and see if this is somehow, based in an inference that he's making, but that looked weird to me. I would not have played Smog. I would have hammered Biome down quickly, and that's why I'm me and Nigel's Nigel, I suppose.
Incredible. Smog looks so strong, but of course any play is going to look strong if you're going to go in and draw the second blank. Maybe Nigel wanted to hold the B back in case QI did come down from Adam. He could smack back with a BIS play down to the R for 40. He gets to hold the E in reserve to cash every if he needs to do that. Just gives him a lot of plays that make a ton of sense. But wow. Nigel gonna Nigel here in the World Scrabble Championship Finals. Adam now in a big bind. Looking at the unseen pool for him, things are looking quite dire, especially given, the clunky tiles he has. I almost wonder if the only way back in this game for Adam is to play horns and pray. Wellington, do you see anything else? Are you going to play horns here? Are you going to think about exchanging or dumping the Q?
No, I'm not going to be exchanging at this point in time. Playing horns is a very, very good way to go forward. For the something points is in most cases it would trump most plays that the opponent can come with. And we shouldn't forget that just an eye draw from the bag would also mean that he's following up with around that 47 points after horns. So I would definitely think of uh, horns and go for it. I wouldn't waste much time before playing horns, actually.
And Will, are you playing horns quickly on this move as well?
Well, my instinct, of course, now that Nigel has played an S, this is the last one. So there is some value in keeping it potentially down the line if you want to somehow make a setup play that uses the S. And it looks like Adam is maybe considering NOH right here, which if he plays that and then finally gets one of the I's that he wants, now he could play QINS if he wants it to the triple if this spot gets blocked or obstructed in some way. Sorry for my chicken scratch, but hopefully that makes sense that it does give even more upside to the eye draw. Of course, we know that not only does Nigel have an eye, he also has the blank and is poised to hit a crushing bingo to Adam's winning chances. But I feel like there is some merit to this play that Adam is considering. I agree with the two of you, though, that I just feel like horns gives you 10 extra points and another pick towards one of those eyes, which is really, really important here. That being said, I don't consider this to be a huge mistake.
And so NOH, Adam trying to draw an A, or excuse me, an I. He's pulled an M, a G, and another G. And that double G draw plus Nigel's rack makes this feel like GG indeed. Tuberoid is the only bingo Nigel has down to the D. You see Adam just shaking his head there. Oh my God, how did that happen? Nigel's going to bingo to go up 459 to 418. And Adam, unable to exchange, is going to get absolutely destroyed at the end of this one. Game, Nigel.
Yeah, he's going to even it at one game apiece. And Wellington, as the only one of the three of us that's actually been in a WESPAC finals at the World Championship. How are the players feeling right now? What is the fatigue level like after having already played 32 high-level games in the main event?
Oh, wow, that is a whole different conversation altogether. If you're talking about the fatigue level right now, and that is where also their level of physical fitness also comes in. In most other sports, we have a situation whereby fitness is most likely linked to a good a muscular frame for a man and all that. But I can assure you that these two guys up here are some of the fittest Scrabble players we have out there. There might not be a couple much muscles to show, but I can assure you that they actually have a lot of fitness there, and that fitness is going to come true for them. But if you are someone who didn't pay attention to that, trust me, that is going to be a huge factor. A case in point was yesterday when Tue was playing the last game with Niger. I am very, very sure that somewhere down the line, Tue knows that Allah doesn't take an S. But I seem to believe that it is because of the level of fatigue that made him to make that error. So fitness actually is a very, very good thing here. Fatigue is a whole lot of thing to be considered, and but I'm sure that these great players have that taken care of.
Yeah, fatigue such a factor. Again, 32 games were played against the best of the world coming into this. Adam going to play QIN, Nigel threatening TORII out at the top right of this board, but Adam can't do anything about it. Nigel's going to play out for 27 and win this game 510 to 440 once he puts Torii down. I don't want to start another lengthy conversation about fatigue right now, but Wellington, I really do want to pick your brain about this because I know you have done some interesting things to try to deal with that and train your brain and your body to deal with the extreme circumstances of playing this much Scrabble this fast. We're going to cut to overhead mic. I doubt we'll catch anything, but I'd be a poor commentator if I didn't try.
And thank you.
That 505.
I have you at 510. You had 346 after 376, 459, 486, 22. That's 27 there. Yep. Good game. Well, at least this decision didn't cost me the game.
Well, that's it. Nothing but silence from our players. Nigel tying the series up 1-1. He bingos 4 times, drops 510 points on Adam Logan. Game 2 now in the books. We're guaranteed at least a 5th game in this World Scrabble Championship Finals, which means everybody at home wins. Wellington, do you have final thoughts on that game and how it was played by either player?
I think both players played an almost perfect game, especially Nigel doing his best to wade through those early bad post bingo draws and, of course, getting rewarded at the end of the day. And I really, there's something I wanted to draw attention to, the move of Kipula. You know, discussing move options, seems to have tested that. And that is what I always keep saying about great players. When you are watching great players play, you see their rack and you have an opinion of what their move should be, and then boom, they come with something that is even better than everything that you have considered. And of course, you saw how the move was rewarded with 101, and it's so unfortunate that he didn't go on to win the game. But that was very, very masterly on his part, and it was an excellently played game. And anything that you would say is basically philosophical differences, but basically it was a classic match and well executed by both players.
A former world champion saying a nearly perfect game played by both players seems to check out from our analysis. And yeah, we love the off script. Adam Logan going a bit off script with the play of Cupula, rewarded with a 101-point bingo. Nigel going way off script twice in that game. His early game play of a pawn, his late game play of Smog, both kind of blowing our brains up. Will, how are you chewing on that one?
Yeah, I totally agree with Wellington that it's such a pleasurable sensation as a Scrabble fan to be watching an expert game and then see a move be played that you just were not thinking about whatsoever. And I'm sure seeing myself frozen, hopefully you all can hear me. But yeah, it's a great feeling. We had it a bunch of times in that game, and I'm sure we're going to have it in a couple more games here.
All right. Before we cut to the break, there's going to be one more game and then a little lunch break between the players. I want to go back to the point we were talking about, fatigue, and how the fatigue factor sets in. Wellington and Will, you guys have both played these massive tournaments, had a great deal of success. Wellington in particular, you've closed the door. What are some things you do, Wellington, to deal with or train your body and your mind to deal with fatigue in these long events?
Yeah, you're actually very, very important when it comes to how you deal with fatigue in this kind of tournaments. For one, I have this situation that has been with me for more than 2 decades of tournament Scrabble play where I hardly can sleep during tournaments. So in most cases, if a tournament is going to be for stretch for almost a week, like we've seen here, that means I'm going to be having almost a week of sometimes 2 hours sleep, 24 hours and all that. So one of the key things I do in preparing for big tournaments is to sleep a whole lot and rest a whole lot in advance, so that my body is better prepared to handle the stress that comes along. Then another thing that I learned over the years is that when you can't get sleep, you make do with rest. Sometimes you just lie down in your bed and try to do the best that you can to rest as much as possible, even if sleep doesn't come. That's on the angle of sleep. Then another critical angle of preparing to handle fatigue during tournaments is to make sure that you do some drills also. There are a lot of drills that you can subject yourself to that will give you a whole lot of staying power in terms of how you are able to make the most of circumstances when you are fatigued. I, for one, for example, I like putting a whole lot of stress and strain on myself physically, and that has always paid off in over the years.
All right, I gotta ask more questions on that. How do you put stress physically on yourself? What factors, what parameters do you put on your body?
Oh, okay. For one, I'm sure almost everyone knows that I'm also an avid chess player. So one of the key things I do in preparing for some of these big tournaments is to play a lot of chess and then switch to playing Scrabble. I played lots of chess to weary myself out mentally, and then I switched to playing Scrabble to deepen the stress on the brain. And also, I now watch my decision making process during that state of heightened fatigue, heightened mental fatigue. It gives me a lot of feedback on how to respond to game situations, and gives how to a lot of information on how to navigate several game scenarios if I find myself in such situations. And of course, then you can also do the best that you just can give your best, and that's hope for the that things turn out well in the long run.
Here you go, taking lessons from some of the greatest Scrabble players out there. Uh, how to improve your Scrabble game? Well, play some chess and then go back and play some Scrabble. Tax your brain as much as possible so that when you aren't having to play chess and Scrabble at the same time, you can think a little bit more clearly. I'm getting word that there will be no break. The players are already bagging the tiles, I guess, with a lunch break. So I'm going to get the score bug updated real quick. And as soon as we've got that, round 3 is coming your way right now. Stay tuned, everybody. This one's going to be sick. 1-1 Nigel Richards versus Adam Logan thus far.
Yeah, I just want to add how crazy it is what Wellington just said and how wise it is. If you can play really good Scrabble when you're super fatigued, you sure can.
Indeed, score bug updated, players seated, tiles bagged. So let's cut over to the board. Game 3 of the World Scrabble Championship Finals coming your way right now. So far, 1-1 back and forwards games. Adam Logan taking game 1, Nigel Richards taking game 2. As Adam draws his 7 tiles out of the bag, that is enough time for you at home to click the thumbs up button underneath this video. Let's push these grand finals up YouTube's algorithm. Let's get the likes aflowing. Thank you so much for being here. You're watching Let's Play Scrabble, and Adam Logan and Nigel Richards going to play another game right now.
Yeah, Adam going first here. Doesn't look like a bingo is coming, but maybe a good scoring play. Oh, man. I'm wondering, is he going to be able to use the K and the Y productively with this opening rack? It seemed like when you draw KY to start, you're thinking, oh, this is good. I'm going to have a 30-point opening play for sure. But he actually doesn't have a way to use the K, Y, and other letters to reach a 5-letter word there. So he'll have to pivot, and it looks like he's already here.
I had two different fives here for Adam. Truly or Rutty, Rutti. In general, the T is a better consonant than the L, but I kind of feel like, Will, with the K, maybe the L synergizes a little bit better. I think I'd play Ruddy here over the more standard feeling Truly. What do you feel about that?
Yeah, I agree. I just like KL a little bit better than KT as a combination. Whenever you're trying to evaluate a two-tile combination against another two-tile combination, something that's good to think about is, do those letters ever appear side by side in words, right? That can often be a nice little way. This is why the combination LN among those low point bingo tiles is often seen as slightly inferior. Those letters just never really go alongside each other in words the same way NT, RT, combinations like that do. And in this case, KT just doesn't feel as good as KL in a vacuum, but certainly putting a Y on the board to maybe be able to play into that Y. And Adam, though, the one thing about playing Ruddy over this is, if you just envision it on the board, it does put a vowel right here. So it does have some defensive issues. If Nigel has the X, you might regret playing Ruddy instead of Truly. So Truly does have some advantages, and it's very close. I think I'm playing Ruddy here, just like, as you said, Matt, but really hair splitting. But over to Nigel, he's not going to have any such issues.
No such issues as all. Nigel finding a blank and a bingo on his first rack for the second consecutive game. Nigel will first look for double-double opportunities through the L. Nothing is there. He can score 77 with exactly one play, and every other bingo is 62 or less. So Nigel showing us how it's done. Tannage is easily his top option here. And Nigel off the race. Adam at 4, Nigel at 77. Now Adam with an awkward rack, EEKLTTY. Wellington, how are you navigating this turn if you're Adam Logan?
First of all, you have to think of finding a way to either score good points or find a way to keep the rack as balanced as possible. A move like if you can ideally get something like a KYTE out of your rack, that would be nice, but I don't seem to see a good way to do that without exposing too much for your opponent. So you just find a way, but any move that removes the KY and possibly something else from the rack is a good way to go.
It doesn't look like there's a strong way to get the K and the Y off your rack together. Same conundrum as the opening move for Adam Logan, a K and a Y that you can't play at the same time. Simulation throwing out one option is KYTE and KY. That looks downright insane, throwing an E out in a triple line, but this is the only way to shed KY together. Adam has a much more conservative play in KEET to the side of Tannage. And oh my goodness, Kite would get punished so hard by Nigel's post bingo draw. Will, is there any universe where you're playing Kite, or are you going to keep things tight as Adam Logan?
I mean, that is hilarious that Kite, as I just drew on the board there, is actually the top simming play. And the thing about that is, when you're using a computer engine to analyze the game, one of the biggest pitfalls is that unless you're very careful with your input of how you're simulating the position, your opponent usually has better holding than the computer engine thinks. When they make a one tile play or something like that, right? You know, their other 6 tiles were good enough that they wanted to keep them. They're not random. Well, after Nigel's previous play, his tiles are exactly as random as the simulation thinks. He just played a bingo. All 7 of his tiles are fresh from the bag. That is exactly how the simulation selects its tiles for your opponent to hold. But still, I just do not, I do not think that is a reasonable play. I don't think any human is playing kite here. And in fact, in this particular instance, as you said, Matt, it gets punished by X-humor or a huge score. But Nigel is going to be happy with this spot for that word anyway. So it doesn't seem like Adam can avoid punishment here. If we were discounting kite as an option, I'm wondering about maybe something like keat right here. This feels like it gives overlaps back. Something like try here as well. Wellington, do you like either of these two options that I just put on the board?
They are both great options, and I think the good side to try is that it sets up the K for any K next move to score well, and it also gives possibility of playing bingos with the next rack, because the next rack is actually a KELT rack leave is actually a pretty much a balanced rack. But if you look at Keats, Keats gives it scores a lot more, but also it also gives you a way uh, to possibly respond with the Y next turn. And also, there's also if you draw well from the back, you can also respond with the bingo. So any of those two moves would actually do. But also, we can't still totally discount kites because, like I always say, when the game is early, it might not be too good to be too defensive. So anyone works for me. It's a matter of philosophical differences.
Yeah, Keat is, I think, what I'd be opting to do here. Just, I like how it opens up the left side of the board a little bit more. It keeps the bottom of the board alive, the E and the S floaters. It keeps the L in the double-double line alive as well. If you're Adam, you're not a huge underdog in this game yet, but you are the underdog. And so anything that increases volatility, variance, or opportunity on the board is probably your friend. Both of these plays, try or keat, set each other up. Keat will set up the Y to be stronger. Try will set up the K to be stronger. So they both synergize in that way. I don't know. I think there are actually some players who will say, screw it, I'm going to play KYTE and blow the board 100% wide open. But to me, that feels like the kind of play you should only make in a game where the tournament circumstances require you to like win by 100 plus. That is not the circumstance here. It is just win, baby, in the best-of-7 final. So a really interesting turn. Adam Logan has spent over 5 minutes. Finally, he shrugs his shoulders and says, all right, this is all I got. And the drawback to this play is it can get stacked hard, AKA or OKA, and a big consonant could come down for Nigel. But we see Nigel's got his sights elsewhere. X-humor, probably the decision we're going to see from Nigel. He's already up by 23. X-humor scores another 54. Wellington, is there any reason not to play X-humor here?
And no reason whatsoever. Because it just scores so well, and it gives you access to the bag, and it does all the things that you want to do when you are leading in the game. So Exima straight up. And I think Nigel agrees.
Nigel agrees, playing it super, super fast. The one weakness of X-humor is it does take the S back hook, and Adam does have an S, but he doesn't have any good plays to hit that spot. He's also got the Z to stack on top and make ZE, but doesn't have the vowel to execute a stacking play. A frustrating break for Adam, close but no cigar to 50-plus point punishes here. I don't know what he's supposed to do now. I think he needs to hold the S back. The play of Yuts through the U looks pretty good to me initially, Will. Is that what you like here, or do you want to do something else?
Yeah, you mentioned the Z potentially. There's just so many things that Adam almost drew. He almost drew something like Zest and X-humors, and I think you mentioned the Z here, but it also could have played here if there were so many things that he could have drawn. Imagine an A on his rack, lazy going down with Aka and Zen. It's just unfortunately none of those have materialized. It's definitely worth considering keeping the Z because of the huge upside. If there was a reasonable play that got that accomplished, you really might consider it because the Z is so powerful here. But Yuts with the upside of leaving maybe the best bingo leave with that S, which is very, very important given the massive ex-humors hook available. So yeah, a lot of ways that one could go here. Curious for Wellington's instinct on this position.
Well, is I think the V is a very powerful tile to have on your rack at this point in time. The first thing I would want to be considering is how to play a move that leaves the Z on my rack. Something I might have considered would be a move like TV down behind kites. For me, TENITA. That would have been a candidate choice for a candidate move for me. But then you never can fault yachts for all the things that does. It gives you a rack that is close to a bingo, and you can actually do a whole lot from there.
All right. Well, Adam opting to play Yuts there. Engine suggesting this was his strongest option. He'll keep that S, try to draw a bingo next turn, and it doesn't look like he's hit one. Nigel with a big play coming. DOWF stacks alongside Keat. This was the weakness of this play. It can get hit very hard. Nigel hitting for 46 points on the dump. Nigel leads by 87 now. While Adam has not found the bingo that he was looking for, the S is going to give him huge scores on this board as well. The 5-letter Aviso, as he's got set up, looks to be a slam dunk option. Do you agree, Will?
Yeah, 56 points. We were talking about, 50 points for Zuid in the previous game being enough to, risk opening a Z. But here, the only downside is, you got to use your S up, but there's still other good tiles to draw, including the other S's. And you're getting 56 points in the bargain. Definitely the correct option for Adam. Love that idea. And unbeknownst to him, it's maybe a relief to know, if you could just tell him what Nigel had, he might consider it a relief to know that he was able to use that big S hook before Nigel was able to do so. So a lot of good things there with that play. Seems great to me.
All right, Nigel now with a very, very interesting turn. We've seen him, when he takes the advantage early in a game, try to play some defense, but I was wondering if he'd play Comb or opt in a different direction. Comb, a very standard play. ENST, such a strong leave, but the board not super tight for bingos, save the S down at the bottom. Wellington, do you like this idea of Comb from Nigel?
Yeah, it's a very, very lovely idea, especially considering that it keeps the board the way it is without exposing any new factors, and gives you the lead, scores well, and you have a very, very fantastic rack to go with. I think I'll probably go with comb almost 100% of the time.
All right, Will, your thoughts on Comb? Do you agree? You like this play?
Yeah, I think it's pretty standard. I'm not even sure what else, like obtend or something to the D, but you can see Nigel keeping the good bingo leave with the S in it, even without a great S hook on the board, and he is going to reap the benefits of that with antitheses down low, hitting the H in just the right spot. Adam playing Unfold, which looks like a very reasonable play from his perspective. Nice job by him to get some of his clunkier tiles off the rack, but Nigel about to pounce here and really increase his lead by quite a bit in this game.
Yeah, that bottom triple word line has been hit hard and perfectly in each of the last two games. Last time it was Adam playing Driveled to a D, slotting the V on that double letter square. Now antitheses. Adam shaking his head. Man, how can this be happening? How do you have 92 on this move? But after a play of COMB, Nigel's keeping pretty well. Nigel up big now, a 120-point lead for him. And Adam with another bad draw. He's pulled 3 eyes as he watched his opponent bingo for 92. It is feeling uphill for Adam Logan. He's going to have to grasp at straws. It's desperation time. Wellington, if you're in this situation, down a bunch, How are you going to try to catch back up in this game?
The first thing I try to do when I'm off by this, down by this much, and having this kind of terrible rack is the first thing I'll consider is an exchange, because you can't hope to play through this kind of racks, no matter how much the score difference is. You have to find a way to throw some of those ties back into the bag. Exchanging at this point in time has two benefits. Number one, it gives you a way of making sure that the game gets to be longer. It gives you more ties to be able to rally into the game, rather than using those same ties to score little right now. It's better to just throw them into the bag and hope for a good draws afterwards, and then have a prolonged game that you can possibly come back and steal at the end of the day.
Yeah, 3 eyes on my rack and 5 more in the bag. If I can throw these all back in the bag and make Nigel draw them 2 or 3 at a time, I could really slow his progress in this game. Exchanging makes sense. The best option I'm seeing to open the board, just WIN to the N and unfold for 14. Sets up your T, but scores very little. IIMST, still not a solid leave at all. Will, are you playing win? Are you exchanging? Do you see anything clever here?
It's we saw Nigel play lose for 4 points in the main event in a situation where it seemed hilarious, but actually wound up being an incredible play. And now Adam, maybe he's going to play win in a game where his winning chances are incredibly low. Scrabble words don't have to be self-descriptive. Yeah, this is a classic situation where whatever you're going to do, it's going to feel really, really rough. You're down by a huge margin. Either you're going to score not that well and not do great things to a board that's already not that good, or you're going to take a 0 score and allow Nigel to increase his lead even further. And that is why Adam looking gravely concerned, as we do see the time edge is pretty striking. Look at Nigel, 21 minutes on his clock, just to add that to the list of issues that Adam is dealing with right now. As to your question, I do think I would play win here and just try to grab some points. I just hate scoring nothing, even though 14 isn't very good to get you back in. You're going to need those big chunk plays to get back in this. I hate to make my decisions on gut feelings as opposed to logic and calculation, but my gut is that I just don't want to take a 0 here.
All right, Adam's going to play WITH here. I kind of like this play. It scores better than WIN. It doesn't open much space, but it does leave the floaters in unfold available. If you're Adam, you have to get really lucky on this draw. You have to draw perfectly. AEN is nearly that draw for him. I don't see any bingos yet, but we'll check back on him. Nigel with what looks to be a turn with 2 compelling options. QIN, 32 points down to the N, but holds BLLTR, or Kibla, QIBLA, down to the A in antitheses, 17. It's a 15-point delta between the plays. Wellington, which one you got? Chin or something else?
If I'm to choose between Chain and Kibla at this point in time, and considering that I'm leading by almost 100 points, I think I'll definitely go with Kibla. The thing with the Kibla is that it gives you more access to the bag, and one thing that you have to be conscious about in a game like this where you're leading by this much is that you have to be very, very you have to try to mitigate against a situation whereby you struggle with keeping up with the game. If you catch yourself in a struggling situation, playing chain, for example, gives you access to just 2 tiles. You can come with all-round consonants, and then the struggle begins. But if you play Kibla, you give yourself more access to the bag, and a whole lot of things can go on from there.
Oh my goodness, Will just saw this happen. Adam's going to throw it down immediately. Adam already had infamies. Chin does not block it. This is 103 points for Adam Logan, and Nigel's drawing into 5 awful consonants. An absolutely ridiculous swing of events. Adam shook his head. How is this possible after antitheses? Nigel, completely stoic, but what a draw after the bad beat there. Nigel has pulled a bingo into BLLRT. Sometimes Scrabble's not fair. Nigel threatening down to the Y now. Holy crap.
Unbelievable. Absolutely insane series of events here. If Nigel had drawn just a little bit worse, but oh my God, look at this. Look what's going to happen. Oh my God, Nigel has to play his bingo here. Tribally, the only bingo available for Nigel, and it is going to be hit by a triple in response by Adam Logan. I cannot believe this. We're about to see Adam storm his way back into the lead. Wellington, I am shocked.
I am more shocked than you are. This is so interesting. This is one of the things that really make this game so entertaining. This is just beyond imagining. Uh, I couldn't have asked for more.
Unbelievable. So I said after Adam plays with, you have to get insanely lucky. Adam scoring 103, and now he's going to triple for 149. Oh my goodness. This game is not over. Adam trails by 101. He'll score 149. Diopter's coming down. You can spell it ER or RE. Oh my goodness. A huge draw for both of these players now. Adam up 48 points. What will Nigel draw? He'll need a big play here to keep his odds alive. My goodness. I did not think I'd be saying Adam Logan is up by 48 just 2 moves ago. Nigel's draw was looking so promising until that V hit the last tile out. Nigel Richards can score 30 but can't take the lead back. Adam Logan, oh my goodness, don't count him out.
Ooh. Wow. Not even close to over. As you said, Matt, that V, it sure looked like Nigel was headed towards a bingo coming back until he drew that tile. But you can see Nigel way closer to bingoing than Adam. So this game is far from over. He's got the NG combination with an open eye and tribally right here. You could see him try to keep those together. A lot of ways Nigel could go here. Certainly Adam the favorite by a solid amount after the incredible back-to-back infamies and diopters, but plenty of Scrabble yet in this game.
Will, you've got your homework cut out for you. This game alone is probably fuel enough for a video on your channel. Look at the unseen pool for Nigel. This is nuts. 12 vowels, 6 consonants. So Nigel,
and look at his play. Look at that play. Brilliant.
Brilliant indeed. He's going to keep 4 consonants knowing vowels are almost certainly coming. And if they're not, if he happens to draw more consonants, Adam Logan's dead in the water. Great decision by Nigel. AER, the draw. I think he's going to play averring through the eye. Oh my goodness. I have no idea who's going to win this game now. Nigel trails by 20. Adam on turn with a bunch of vowels. Wellington, if you're Adam, are you trying to fight through the vowels, play ZOEAE? Are you exchanging right now? Are you blocking? What are you thinking about?
Exchanging is not in the cards for me if I have this kind of situation. The first thing you need to do is to the kind of move that just flashed on board. Like agile is a good way to go. Any move that obstructs the board as much as possible is a good way to go. You cannot leave the board the way it is when you are leading by this margin and hope to win the game. You cannot exchange. You just have to find a way to trudge on and do the best that you can to constrain the board as little as much as possible. A move like agile, for example, constraints it does a whole lot of things to the board and makes it difficult for your opponents to respond, and it also sets up possibilities of you scoring well in your next turn if you draw well. And moreover, if your opponent scores in that way, it still doesn't change much. So I would probably consider agile. Number one, it release, it gives you access to the bag, it gives you an opportunity to draw good ties if you're lucky. and but exchanging is not in the cards for me.
All right, so Wellington saying he won't exchange. Both players looking at Agio, both Will and Wellington. AGIO is probably the only play for Adam that keeps him alive in this game. If he does anything else, Nigel's going to bingo with averring and likely coast to a victory. Adam has grabbed AGE instead. I'm initially not seeing where this is going to fit. Maybe the MIE of infamies is what he's looking at. Oh my goodness, a huge, huge turn in this game. Adam's got to play Agio. Of course, he can't know the bingo's lying in wait on Nigel's rack. Oh, he's got 7.5 minutes. I don't even know what to say. Will, what do you have to say here?
Yeah, I just want to make it clear that we have the omniscient view of the game from the commentary booth. So we all are probably now wanting Agio for Adam's sake. Anyone rooting for Adam, that's what you want to see him play right now. But it is very, very scary to make this play, leaving 3 E's. You block a little bit of stuff here, but this looks like the more salient stuff to worry about. You could easily see wanting to block these areas more urgently than the through tiles, right? You might be thinking, geez, I got to block one or the other of those plays. Or if I can't block anything, I want to leave myself as flexible as possible and use as many vowels as I can here. So there are a number of different ways to go, a lot of threats. Yes, the open letters of tribally are threatening enough, and I really do like the idea of taking as many floaters away as possible here. But I could see Adam thinking about way more stuff than just the I, B, and A of tribally here.
Oh man, Adams grabbed EE and set them aside now. I wonder if he's making any kind of inference about Nigel's remaining tiles. DOUX with this unseen pool to me might suggest Nigel's in vowel trouble. I wonder if he thinks consonants are coming his way. My goodness, what a moment here in a crazy back and forwards game. Wellington, how much more time do you think we're going to see Adam spend on this turn?
Well, any amount of time you spend on a turn like this is well worth it, because these are the turns that determine whether you scrape out a win or you just lose that way. So you can spend as much time as possible here, especially if you trust yourself to be someone who can play fast enough when the time when the time comes. You can actually afford to spend as much time as this. Another move that I'm actually been considering is a move like GOE. Oh, he just drew it there. So a move like that, for example, still does scores a little, but I think if I'm to choose between GOE and Agio, I'll probably go with Agio for the reasons I already enumerated earlier on.
Okay, he's pulled the trigger on GOE. He's going to take out averring and keep his odds alive in this game. Adam Logan pulls ahead 468 to 431. It is not over. Adam with an abysmal leave, AEEI. He'll need to find some consonants. Ideally, he wants the J to score some points. An A, a P, and there she is, the J. This is looking good for Adam, but Nigel has a great play, Graven, right now, making QIN as 36. Nigel can't pull the trigger on this immediately. He's got to think about pacing first. 5 tiles in the bag. If he plays Graven, he empties, and he's probably going to lose that end game. So I think we might not see the obvious Graven come down for Nigel. We might see something weird, a 2 or 3 tile play to shift pacing in his favor. Will, walk us through your initial thoughts on a tricky pre-end game for Nigel.
Yeah, 5 tiles in the bag. Of course, you are looking Nigel is still looking at a huge imbalance of vowels and consonants, and he has more consonants than vowels on his rack, so that's a good thing. He can often expect to keep a consonant-heavy leave and fill up with good bingo vowels, so his chances of getting a bingo are quite solid here. A really interesting play from my perspective could be something like Ravel, The thing that I like about this play, if you strike the letters off of the rack, he keeps his G and he's going to fill up with vowels. And if he draws an I, he could easily draw an ing bingo off of this S, and he still retains some threats to maybe draw into gravel. So he would then also leave one tile in the bag, which increases a little bit of the fog of war from Adam's perspective. Maybe he won't know which of the two spots to block. Maybe there will be threats that play in both spots that he can draw. So that's my, simple-brained approach here. And now all we can do is wait for the big brain that we're watching in Nigel to make a move.
Ravel looks so good here, but we'll see Nigel's explosive brain on display. Wellington, do you like Ravel? Is there something else you're seeing?
I like Ravel in that, but the thing with Ravel is that it scores. It doesn't score that well, and
Look
it
at
doesn't.
this.
Although it gives a lot of options, but it doesn't score that well, and you have to really find a way to not condemn yourself to just having to respond with a bingo to get into the game. So,
Look
but
at
I
Vera for 11. I think not anything we expected to see. He's going to reach in and draw Co-Rain out of the bag, which doesn't look like it fits on the board. 3 bingos with Co-Rain plus an S, but none start with an S. Nigel, oh, he does have the one line right there, Will pointing it out. Nigel's drawn a bingo. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Vara for 11 might win Nigel this game. Absurd.
Yeah. The thing about taking a really low score on this play is that the game was close enough that if Nigel bingos even by a small amount, it's likely to be enough. The objective that he ascertained as being paramount there is I need to bingo at all costs. I need to use exactly the letters that optimize my bingo chances and not even worry about the score of those plays. And in fact, I'm going to do it in a spot that's totally obstructed and doesn't block any of the open areas already on the board. So that's probably the thinking there. Just the score of the game is perfect to execute a play like that. And now Adam with 3 minutes to analyze an extremely complicated. Oh my God.
He's
Did
done
he
it.
just
He
pull
blocked.
it off?
Unreal. What a ridiculous game of Scrabble. This, according to the engine, is Adam's winningest move. Wins half the time through preliminary analysis. He's going to take away Co-Rain from Nigel Richards. He's going to go up by just enough that I think Adam has won the game with that crazy timely block as he sees Nigel's last rack. He knows he's done it. What a ridiculous comeback from Adam Logan in a game he was probably less than 2% to win. He draws infamies for 103, triple triples with diopters on the next move for 149. Adam Logan has stolen a game, maybe the greatest comeback I've ever seen, and on such a huge stage, no less. Nigel plays Grice, his best in-game to pull within 13. But as long as Adam makes a valid move here, he will win. Oh my goodness. Wellington, have you ever seen a comeback quite like this on a stage so large?
To answer you, I think I have, but let's not distract from what just happened because it is okay to want to dwell on the fact that uh, uh, Adam was lucky with infamies and then diopters. But if you really look at the master class after the diopters, how he navigated that terrible draw and made sure that he obstructed scoring opportunities and bingoing opportunities as much as possible. A move like GOE, for example, did a whole lot, and then the masterclass came with Raja. You cannot but give him his flowers. He has done a whole lot more than being lucky with the infamies and diopters. He has really played very well. This is just mind-blowing.
Just mind-blowing indeed. Yes, Adam has made some insanely awesome plays, some insanely awesome reads. Yeah, he's drawn some good stuff, but so has Nigel. Nigel draws both blanks. Adam says, I don't care. I'm going to hang on and win. Oh my goodness. LEAP coming down, bringing Adam up to 515. Nigel can score 14 and out. So that's going to be it for this one. 515 to 499 will be the final once Nigel plays out. Will, how you feeling after this roller coaster?
That was incredible. This was just a total master class by Adam Logan to walk that tightrope where we saw a couple of turns where if he did not make the absolute correct turn down the stretch of the game, he would lose. Instead, he nailed several incredibly difficult positions and won a critical game on the literal biggest stage in the game of Scrabble. I am in awe. I'm also in awe of Nigel Richards playing his correct endgame, knowing with 12 minutes left on his clock, he didn't spend any time looking or thinking about his, do I have a bingo somewhere? He just played his correct endgame instantly as we see what the players have to say.
Nice goal. Sorry? Oh, yes. Adam's 515. Nigel 499.
That's it. You see a rare showing of emotion from Nigel. He put his hand on his chest, perhaps indicating, wow, what a roller coaster. Even I felt some adrenaline there. Adam sitting in stunned silence after he's pulled off the ridiculous, insane comeback. Adam Logan now pulls ahead 2-1. After winning a game he looked almost completely dead in early on. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it is a great time for these players to go have a lunch break. They're going to need some time to reset their adrenaline, their cortisol, their biorhythms. Oh my goodness. Lunch break will end in 75 minutes. So 9 o'clock Eastern time if you're on the East Coast of the US, 2 o'clock Ghana time if that's what you're basing things around. Oh my goodness. It's been such a treat watching these two players and some great games. It's been such a treat having two incredibly awesome Scrabble minds in the booth with us as well. This is where we're going to say goodbye to Wellington. But Wellington, we really, truly appreciate the insight and the wisdom having you in the booth. How are you feeling after this roller coaster this morning?
Wow, I feel very, 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 very fantastic. I think words cannot actually describe how I'm feeling right now because, like I said earlier on, the next best thing to being able to execute this kind of masterclass is being able to be on the front line and commentate on these things and it's just exhilarating to see, to say the least. And I really it is more than clear that these are actually the top two players on the planet right now, considering what they have been able to pull off and all that. So kudos to both of them, and thank you all for bringing me on board. And I really, really hope that we're able to bring you for our viewers back home. I really, really hope that you stay on and share the word out there. Subscribe if you haven't already done that. Do the best that you can to promote Scrabble as we are doing uh, over here. And Scrabble is we are blowing up. We are blowing up. That is just what I can say.
Yeah, this has been, I think, maybe the best week in Scrabble history that I can remember. Huge games on stream, huge viewership on stream, insane talent commentating the stream. We had Josh Sokol, Will Anderson, and Wellington, who have won about a gazillion titles between the three of them. Such a treat. So yeah, Wellington, 2015 World Scrabble Champion, asking you please like and subscribe. We're all grinning ear to ear after a ridiculous, awesome morning. Hopefully there is more content coming your way soon. Will, I'm going to let you have this last word. I've got to go eat some breakfast. We've got to go touch some grass. What do you have to say for our viewers so far?
It's a good time to be a Scrabble content creator. That's all I'll say. I'm going to be fed for months with this World Championship. And yeah, all I can say is hopefully we go 7 games in this series, because watching these two players, as Wellington said, is a true delight. It's almost indescribable as a Scrabble player and fan how fun it is to watch players at this level compete. So we hope you all out there watching right now, and we thank you for being here, but we definitely hope you come back after the break to watch some more of what I call Scrabble Nirvana.
Scrabble Nirvana, indeed. We're going to see what Adam Logan uses to feed his brain really quickly. Josh Greenway on the ground thought it was hilarious what belongings Adam keeps with him. So, Josh, let's cut over to Adam's brain food. He's got several water bottles and a bag of carrots to go with some hand sanitizer in there. This is the fuel that world champions run on. I asked Josh Greenway what Nigel has with him, and Josh said, I don't believe Nigel has in this world. So there's Adam Logan's brain food, a whole bunch of carrots. Don't forget to eat your carrots, kids. I'm going to go eat some carrots so I grow up one day to be as smart and strong as Adam Logan. We'll be back in 72 minutes with rounds 4 and 5, maybe 6 and 7 of the World Scrabble Championship. See y'all soon.
And welcome back to round 12 of the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship, brought to you by NASPA and live from Maryland. I am Nitz Shakti. I am going to be your host this evening, and I am joined by the lovely Elise Bickford as we watch Ben Schoenbrunn and Alex Ehom go neck and neck in this, what I'm sure is going to be an explosive game. Elise, how are you feeling about this?
Hi, Nitz. It's great to be here. I'm really excited to see this matchup. Yeah, I think both Ben and Alex have been, or Alec, sorry, have been on the top of the standings this tournament, and it should be really exciting.
Have you ever seen Ben and Alec play each other before?
I actually haven't. Yeah, I saw both of them play separately yesterday, but I'm really excited to see them face off.
I think both of them are incredible, fierce players, and I mean, they both have their own, I'd say, advantages that they bring to the game. They have their strengths. Ben Schoenbrunn, of course, notably having his tiles always upside down and in weird positions. I wonder if that brings him some sort of luck as we go into the standings, see how he's been doing. Clearly, Alec and Ben up there, they are fighting their way through this really stacked Dennis Ikikaragor also up there. Elise, have you played Dennis or Alec or Ben or any of these players before?
I think I've played Ben just in some smaller online tournaments, but never in an in-person game. But I've definitely watched a lot of them play on stream. Yeah, Ben is a bit lower down on the standings, but it's still super early, and I think he has a lot of great opportunities to kind of claw his way back. A lot of times in these long tournaments, players will pick up momentum towards the end, so we could definitely see that here.
I completely agree. I'm really excited to see what will come of this matchup. I mean, Ben and Alec, both of them have played long tournaments this summer already, and they're bringing their best to this. I'm sure it's going to be, I mean, a battle of the words.
Absolutely.
All right, let's see these players. I believe they are seated and they're ready to go. They're already laughing, which is always a good sign.
Yeah, we like to see people having fun. You know, that's what Scrabble really is all about.
And I wonder if this is going to be one of those close games. They've been really killing it this tournament. I mean, look at some of those scores: 556 for Ben and in the 400s for Alec. They are no strangers to high level games and really going all out on this board.
Definitely. Okay,
All
and
right,
it looks like the players are ready, so we can
let's
dive
get
right
started.
in.
May the tiles be with both of them, I guess. I would hate for just one of them to draw everything and for it to be a complete blowout.
Yeah, me too. We've seen a lot of close games this tournament, so hopefully that will continue.
Heidi in the chat says she's rooting for a tie. I mean, I think if there's anything that would just drive this chat insane, that would be a tie.
I would love to see it.
All right, an S already for Ben, but 2 C's and 2 S's. Oh boy. Hi, hi, hi. I mean, I think Ben is a strong enough player to know that once you've got those 2 S's, there's no reason to hang on to one of them. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes in and plays, you know, he plays off those C's, gets rid of the S, maybe something like COCEC, COSEC on that board.
Yeah, he has COSAC. He also has just the more common word comes or SECO. He has a few, good options here. But I think COSAC seems to make the most sense, just getting that C right on the double letter score.
I agree. And I mean, the C is such a great bingo tile, but if you're choosing between comes and COSAC, I think COSAC is a little bit more defensive, and it's just a really good idea to just get that down on the board and move on. I mean, Alec is no stranger to playing fast, so I wouldn't be surprised if this game moves along very quickly as these players make, you know, their top optimal moves.
Yeah, it is an interesting choice, I guess, whether to put COSAC here or with the C on the more rightward double letter score. I think maybe he didn't want to put the E in the double lane, but I could see kind of drawbacks and benefits to both positionings here, but tough choice.
That's a good point. I mean, I think I'd struggle with that too, but I wonder if there's also just a point to, like as you said, you know, not wanting to put the E in the double. I think Alex's play of Zex is really nice here, 37 even points, but he could have also gone with something a little bit more longer, Roselle, ROZELLE through the O of Cosec that was just floated. Not a bad idea keeping that X for scoring power next time.
Yeah, and unduplicating those L's.
I agree.
They can sometimes go south if you keep them together. They have a little bit of synergy. There are some words that have double L's, but yeah, I'd maybe like to see him take a little more time on that turn.
Nothing, can't really hold it against Alec for wanting to keep the game moving. And Ben would have loved to see an E or an A for overarms or removers, but he's just got to go ahead with Vroom, keeping ERS. Beautiful leave, really lovely play. I think you got to take those 20 points and move on. There's really not much to consider here, I'd say. I think Vroom is a totally defensible play.
Yeah, it looks really solid to me. Just doing exactly what you want to do, scoring a bit, keeping a great leave, taking out a dangerous double-double line. Good stuff.
Yeah. And on to Alec, he's got all these 1-point tiles that do not make a bingo. He would have needed 2 tiles. He would have needed a G or an F to get himself a bingo, and he doesn't have either of those. So now he's got to struggle with this rack that's not really going to score him very much. And what are you supposed to even do here? Do you get rid of as many tiles as you possibly can? Do you fish? I don't know if this board is conducive to fishing right now.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. I think I would prioritize maybe getting rid of 1 or 2 of my L's here. He has a few options kind of playing through M and X, so you can pick up a few points there, putting your A for something like Sal. He also, yeah, could play down from the C and Kosek with something like caller or seller. I think those are all kind of solid options. They all score around 18, 20 points and just balance the rack a bit.
I really like that. I really like that. I'd be surprised if he played just Sella, which is also a word, keeping that R back, because I think if he had sniffed out that Ben had an R, which he probably did, keeping room makes a lot of sense if you're keeping back an R, because otherwise Ben would have played Omov. So seller instead of just Sella makes a lot of sense here, because he can probably sniff out that Ben has an R ready to go.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, Macondo likes Sella better than Seller, but I think if you add that inference, like you said, of Ben holding on to the R, putting that R onto Sella really makes a lot of sense here.
Ben's got himself a hard set of tiles to deal with here. You don't really want to see that U. You don't really want to see that B when you're not going to get a bingo down on this board. I mean, I think Ben is in the same position that Alec was last time, where he's got these tiles that are close to a bingo, but they're not a bingo. And now you got to think, do I just blow through this rack, or do I just play off 2 tiles?
Yeah, this is pretty tough. Let's see.
I mean, what do you usually do in a situation like this, Elise?
Well, first I assess the board and kind of the openness of it. So I have some good bingo tiles, like ALERS is always kind of reassuring to be holding on to. And there is a lot of space here. So that would kind of lead me towards maybe wanting to fish. In which case, yeah, I'd want to be fishing off my B and my U, and a play like Cub, which Ben just put down, seems to be a good option here.
I agree. I think this is a really nice play by him. Again, he's only taken 1 minute and 40 seconds of his time. He knows that he needs to get rid of the worst tiles on his rack that aren't going to be beneficial for bingoing. And Cub, it sets up his S, sets up his E. I think he's in a good position playing this. I like your idea.
Yeah, and Alec has a bit of a tough rack here, but he finds a good play of Olean to offload the superfluous vowels that he has. So yeah, I like this play.
Oh, really lovely that he's been able to get those down so fast. But on to Ben, and he's wasting no time at all. Wow, look at him.
Yeah, geez.
I guess when you see a baby bingo, you just got to go with it, And what do I mean by baby bingo? I just mean that when Scrabble players, they start studying for Scrabble and they start memorizing the dictionary, they go with the high probability words first. And Orleans is right up there. It's one of the first words you learn when you're learning your 7-letter words. And it comes down for 78 points very quickly. Really impressive. Fantastic recognition by Ben to see that Cuber hook.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is by far the best bingo. He had a few other options, but this scores the most. And yeah, there's no need to waste any time here. You just want to slap it down and move on and save yourself precious time for the end game.
Makes Alec pretty happy though, as we see him rearranging his tiles. He's eventually, I imagine, going to find a bingo that's available to him through that N of Orleans that's been made available to him. He's going to be very happy to get that down once he sees it. I'm noticing something really interesting with these players is that they're not always alphabetizing their rack, which is one of the things that people will do when they're studying, so that they're always able to recognize the patterns in game. Adini coming down, fantastic, but I wonder if that says something for their ability to anagram even without seeing those tiles in the same order as they're used to.
Yeah, it's really impressive to me to see that. I know I study on Aerolith and Zizava using alphagrams, so having my tiles alphabetized, but I think these players are just so experienced, they're so good at finding patterns that they could even anagram these words with their eyes closed. So it's very cool to see.
And on to Ben. This game is moving so fast. Oh my gosh, look at this. There's only 56 tiles unseen right now, and they've used collectively hardly any time at all. And Ben now to decide what to do with that Q on his rack. There's no great place for him to dump his Q and his I. I mean, I wonder if this is a turn where he just puts the Q down on top of the I of Olaine and gets 31 points, keeps DEIIKO, or maybe he does something like irked the through the R of seller.
Yeah, this is a tough turn. I always find myself wondering on turns like this. Do I just slap down QI and move on? Or do I maybe hold on to the Q and see if it can improve a bit? Makondo's actually kind of liking a play down next to a deeming of Dike, D-I-K-E, keeping QI together with the O.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe hoping to then draw some good Q plays in the L column. I'm not exactly sure of the reasoning of that, but I think there might be some justification for holding on to the Q until next turn.
That's fair. I mean, that spot on top of Olaine, it's really not going anywhere. The X has been used up. The Q is the only thing that's going to fit very neatly there. I mean, Alec might want to block it eventually, but he's really not going to have any reason to. It's 31 points.
Yeah, you can always have that in your back pocket as a kind of insurance, but I think, yeah, Ben decides to just take the 31 points now, which makes sense too.
I definitely don't fault him that. It's a pretty even game, and if you want to get ahead, go ahead and get ahead right now.
Mm-hmm.
What is Alec to do here, though? I mean, he has a pretty clear play that he set up to the side of his rack. He's been looking at it for a hot second, and I wonder if he is going to reconsider this play of Jeton Jeton, thinking about how long Ben took to play QI, what would appear to be a pretty simple play. He can imagine that perhaps Ben is holding on to bingo prone tiles. Maybe that's why, or maybe he isn't, and that's why it took him so much time to play off that cue.
Yeah, I mean, Jeton, I think, is by far the best play, just scoring 10 more points than anything else. But yeah, it does open more space on this board, which might be a bit of a concern if you think that Ben is holding on to good tiles. But yeah, I like this play a lot. I think it's good.
Tough turn for Ben though, because he doesn't have a very clear play. There's not a lot of space on this board to do something fantastic at the moment. I mean, at best, I can see that play of Irked again through Cellar making Nod, and that's what Ben has decided with. He could also probably play Oik, O-I-K, to the side of Ademing making K-A, but I think that's just giving back a little too much to your opponent.
I agree. Yeah, I like keeping it a little bit tighter and working through some more tiles here with Irked. I think this was a nice choice.
And Alex drawn that very first blank out of the bag. He's going to be happy to have put that N out in space for himself, because now he's got himself a very nice bingo that will take up that spot, and he will be scoring ahead into the lead.
Yeah, we're seeing some beautiful ing words that don't always come up so often. He's got a lot of options here. Maybe people in the chat can find a few of them.
I see one of them has been found. You guys are definitely on the right track. These are the types of words that you're going to have to end up playing, TW words. Alex definitely seen them, but I imagine he's just scanning the board to make sure that he's not missing anything. Perhaps there's some fantastic underlaps that have been made available to him. I definitely admire him for doing his due diligence, but I do not think that he has missed a bingo here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and I imagine this is whiting. We'll see the blank cam here, but I think it's going to be an H. This is, yeah, one of his two options that scores 64 points, so I think this is a great choice.
And for all of us out there who are struggling to read Ben Schönbrun's rack, it is AFI NORT. He is not going to have a bingo, but he's going to have a fantastic play available here once he remembers that whiting takes a front T for twiting.
Yeah, this is wild. I mean, he's going to be able to get close to a bingo score, actually a bingo score, if he can spot this hook here. He has a lot of great words that end in the T, hooking this triple, and then the triple goes both ways. So I really hope he's able to spot this here.
And this, I mean, I guess this really makes me think about Alec's decision to play whiting, because Alec is no stranger to playing 9-letter words or longer. So I imagine that he knew that this took a T. Was he, in your opinion, do you think he was banking on Ben not knowing that T hook with those 3 T's unseen to Alec?
I don't know. I mean, Ben knows a lot of words, so I wouldn't be surprised if he was familiar with this 9. It could have just been an oversight. I know that I've kind of played bingos thinking that, we might have a challenge here, actually, which maybe changes what I would say, but yeah. If he's not sure of the word, he might not be sure of the hook, so this should be interesting.
And thank you to Artmore for the wordjudge.me website and this cam that brought us our live recreation of the challenge, as Ben found out that whiting is in fact good. Gives Alec plus 5 points, and moving on to his play now. I wonder if this was a 5-head move by Alec, deciding to, oh my gosh, and he's picked up the second blank.
Wow, this is exciting.
All right, so Ben has not seen the twiting hook, and this is exactly what Alec may have been relying on.
Yeah. This is, but he's picking it up.
Oh,
let's see.
All right.
Okay.
We're gonna find out soon if this is something that that Alec was counting on for Ben not to see twiting. I mean, it is a 9-letter word, and Scrabble players famously are unlikely to study 9-letter words because it's just better to know 7s and 8s. That's what comes up more often. That's what gets you the points. 32 points is nothing to sniff at, but leaving behind a frit, A-F-R-I-T, and twiting, that was 75 points. That's a little rough.
Yeah, and that makes this board even more volatile too. Now we have the bottom triple open, we have this aggressive spot above whiting, there's also a lane next to a deeming, so yeah, I think we're going to see some fireworks here.
Absolutely. And Alec can't know that Ben doesn't know the twiting hook, right? So is it the case that he plays rain out for 107 right now, as has been suggested in the chat, or should he block the triple lane underneath, like row 15? Is it a better idea to take away Ben's chances of playing something underneath and save that T hook for yourself for when you draw it, or just to get those points for rain out?
I don't know. I think if the 2 plays were maybe a little bit closer on the score, I would want to play arousing instead of rain out, but rain out here was 107 points, so that just is 40 points you're leaving on the table, and you're leaving this hook open.
Absolutely.
I would have gone with rain out.
I think what this has confirmed for us is that perhaps Alec also did not see twiting. I think he would have seen rain out, and I don't know if he would have played whiting if he had been aware of that T hook. I think it's a little too much. Perhaps it's a little too much to barter on, to hope that your opponent doesn't see twiting. And Unitary is going to come down like a ton of bricks. This is 96 points. Really beautifully found by Ben Schoenbrunn. He puts it on immediately. These players are going fast.
I know. I feel like I'm driving in a race car right now or something. Getting flash with all these bingos. It's really exciting. Yeah. Great spot by Ben, taking out that triple on the bottom and bringing the score back to almost even. We have Alec a little bit behind, but on turn here.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Okay, time for Alec, who is, wow, he's only down by 14 points. He has to see that T hook, and if he doesn't, what does he do? What play could he possibly have that is relatively high scoring, or is a good play here? As long, when you're not seeing twiting, he's not in a good position to block this board. He has to keep his chances alive. He's got that S, which probably isn't. It doesn't seem super useful on this board right now. Where are you looking for points on this board?
Yeah, this is a tough one. I mean, it's just so distracting to look at this hook, but let's see. Outside of that, I mean, he could maybe play something around this hotspot in column 11 or row 11.
Oh,
He
he's
could
his
just
out.
maybe. Oh, bout. Okay, where does that?
Sorry
go?
for interrupting you, but yeah, he's
No, you're
out
good.
on top of a rising.
Yeah, that looks like a solid option. Just getting rid of that U and doesn't score a crazy amount, but
I mean, it's definitely something. What do you think about something like VUM, VUM, to the M of a D name? Getting rid of the V, the U, and keeping BIOST.
yeah, I don't hate it. I think you might still be thinking about bingoing at this point, and that would certainly help you in that direction. It scores a pretty good amount for getting rid of those two tiles that you really don't want to have together. But I think maybe I would like to see something that scored a little bit more, just given how tight things are right now.
I agree. I feel like Bout might be his highest scoring options as long as he doesn't see twiting. That T is now on that board. There are only 2 T's left to draw for either of the players. And I'm pretty sure I'm feeling like we're not going to see twiting come down on this board. I mean, I'm willing to put $5 on it.
Yeah, I'll put $100 on it, I think.
Oh my gosh. Big spender.
Yeah, I think they would have played it if they had seen it. But also sometimes you're playing a game of Scrabble and you don't notice a hook until the very end, and then suddenly it just hits you in the face. So maybe they'll have a moment of insight later on.
Fair. And Ben coming down with a nigh very, very quickly, 37 points for him. I almost wonder if a high, AHIGH, would have been a better version of it. It is more points. It is 9 more points to play the H instead of the N. I wonder if he's just looking to keep that H for scoring potential later.
Yeah, I wonder. I do think the P and the H have a little bit of synergy together, so usually you don't want to keep 2 consonants, but they almost sometimes work as 1 consonant, so I can see a bit of a justification for maybe wanting to keep those, but yeah, I would maybe just take the points here with.
That's really well reasoned. Alec, though, I mean, what's he to do with that V? They did pause that clock momentarily. I believe they were just kind of a score, and I think Alec is just in a position where he's going to have to give himself more chances on this board as long as he doesn't see that T, the twiting play. So maybe if he does something like viral through the A of arousing for 24 points and gives himself more space on this board, or maybe rival, putting that R so that he can bingo to it.
Yeah, I like that. I think just making more space for yourself, I think that's a nice play. I also don't mind a play like Pale down hooking AI and setting up your S. I mean, that's always a little scary, but if you're playing from behind, that might be maybe a little bit too desperate of an option, but another option.
That's a really good point. I definitely like that. Setting up your S. There is 1 S still out, so you just have to hope that your opponent doesn't have it. I don't know if Ben's play of Anai telegraphs anything about him having an S or not. So I think, I mean, Pale could definitely be defensible. There's 16 tiles unseen to Alec, which means there's 7 of them on Ben's rack. So I don't know, I don't know. He's definitely looking at rival. I think he's thinking about giving himself some space on this board. I kind of like it.
I like it too. Yeah, I would also be thinking about pacing here. There's only 16 tiles left, so a play like Rival is going to kind of rush you into the end game a little bit more, which might be what you want. I'm not exactly sure. What do you think, Nitz?
That's a really good point. I know the old adage is, do not play too many tiles when you're coming up from behind. You want to slow the game down. You're absolutely right. I think Rival is such a good play in, as long as you're not seeing twiting, of course, it's such a good play in opening up that board and giving yourself some space that it's definitely worth, I think it's worth thinking through. And, afterwards, you can still do the PAI something. You can still get some points there later. So it's just up to Ben now to decide if he wants to do anything about that floating R or I. I guess that I is not as scary, but that floating R. But I think he's probably just going to try and find himself something that scores well, and that's not going to be super hard. He could, as long as he's not seeing twiting again. Sorry, this is just. Sorry, this is just like the underscore, the highlight that we're gonna give for the coming commentary. As long as he's not seeing that, I think maybe something making yerked, like YIRKED, and maybe PYA would not be terrible. There's no O's out, there's no U's out, there's no blanks out.
Yeah, I mean, that's also a bit of a tough hook to spot. Yerked is maybe a little bit more of a gettable hook, but it's also an obscure word. But yeah, I like something like HYP or PYA there. I don't know, are there any other scoring options on this board that don't rely on finding that hook?
Ooh, I'm glad that you asked, because Kosek not only takes an S, but it also takes an H, which Ben has now. So he could possibly, if he sees that, he could play to the interior of the board if he doesn't want to obstruct that R, if he doesn't find a good way to obstruct it. He could just play Raya, RAYAH. But I wonder if Ben is in a position where he's only 4 points ahead, so this is basically an even game. If there's a way for him to keep scoring so that he's not holding the bag at the end if Alec ends up bingoing. So if Alec's only real chance of bingoing is through that R of Rival, I imagine Ben's entire energy is going to be completely diverted towards stopping that or scoring so well that he can withstand a bingo at this point.
Yeah, that's a great point. There are kind of two different strategies you can take here. You can go for a bit more defense, just hoping that you can prevent your opponent from scoring a bunch, or you could just try to outrun your opponent and look for some of these higher scoring plays. So I'll be very curious to see kind of which approach he decides to take here.
Absolutely. I mean, it's difficult to figure out how to use that R or obstruct that R in a way that's also scoring you points, and to have to think about what does your opponent's moves really telegraph to you. I mean, he's played off 4 tiles, so he's kept 3 tiles that he's happy with, and to Ben there are 12 unseen tiles, which means 5 are in the bag. He could try and play as many tiles as he wanted, but he would also have to score enough, so again, that he's not ending up holding the bag. So I think it's important to obstruct that R or to find twiting, because those are the only really great ways that he's either going to be able to score or to withstand a bingo.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I've just taken a look at Alec's rack, and it looks like he has a few choices of bingos through this R here. So it's going to be pretty crucial that he blocks it. I mean, obviously, Ben can't know what Alec has, but yeah, he's going to get hit back pretty hard if he doesn't play a little bit of defense here.
Absolutely. Is there anything to be said for Ben himself trying to go for a bingo? So if he does not obstruct that R, say he does HYP and yerked instead, is it the case that his league of AAST bingos enough with this pool? I mean, the pool doesn't look great. I mean, it looks fine. I mean, there's the F and the W that you really don't want, but I don't know if it looks incredibly fantastic. It's got a few too many vowels at the end of it. Maybe it's not that great of an idea. HYP would be 36 points. If I were Ben, I'd be tunnel visioning on that R, though.
Yeah, true. I mean, he could draw into something like spades or heptads, or, but I don't know if those would fit with that new lane that he's making if he played
Right.
your or hip or pia.
Right.
Yeah, so you definitely want to be looking at the pool and seeing, like, specifically what can I draw into, if I'm going to try to make a lane and maybe hit a bingo.
I agree. So he's holding on to that P. He's definitely got the Y8 in his hand. I wonder where he's looking. Is he thinking of? He can't possibly be thinking of AW and YA. I don't think that's that. Um, he's looking at PYA. I wonder if he's looking at Yerked there. He knows that there's nothing that would hook onto that P. It's 30 points. It's tempting. It's tempting.
Yeah, it is tempting. Yeah, all the O's are gone. I just realized. So, like you said, yeah, that actually doesn't open anything if you played PYA there. His
Okay.
OP being the only two-letter word
right.
with the P. Okay, so he's going to block.
All right. And he's going to be happy that he did.
Yeah, this will pay off.
9 points for Prey, and it keeps him safe from the bingo that Alec would have come down with. Maybe it would have been, I mean, maybe knowing what we know about twiting, it would have been a mistake to play that. And now on to Alec. He doesn't have a lot of, I mean, what is he to do here? I don't know if he has a lot of great options that aren't seeing twiting. So he really needs to see, perhaps he can do something with cosex, right? Like maybe he can do, or maybe he could do paid, PAID, where you would seem pale.
He also has a cool play underneath arousing of plead, slotting that D under OU.
Oh,
so
nice.
Nice underlap there. That has a little bit of scoring potential. I would maybe be looking in that spot. That gets 31 points.
That's beautiful. I really like that. That's great. I don't know if I feel great about Alec's chances here though. Well, actually, maybe if there's a way to leave Ben hanging on to a lot of those clunky tiles so that he can't get rid of them, and if Alec is able to go out with his low-scoring 1-point tiles, he might be okay as long as he's getting a lot of points off of Ben's rack. Plead is so nice. It's 31, keeps EST, and draws 2 tiles out of the bag. Maybe that could be it. Maybe that gives him enough of flexibility to do something with this board.
Yeah, I like the idea of going into this endgame with EST, because you really do want to be prioritizing going out quickly, looking at the pool, seeing that this W and this H and this F are still out there. You would hope to maybe stick Ben with those. So I like that option of plead, or an option that, yeah, plays off a good number of tiles. Nice.
That's a really good find. That's a really good find by Alec.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder what Ben is to do here. I mean, we know he's got the clear plays with the T. Both of the players hanging on to these final T's going into this end game. This is really, really interesting. But in this scenario where they're not seeing twiting, what is Ben to do? I mean, I guess he could play through the R of Vroom. I guess he could just play Wharf.
Yeah, Wharf, or I guess Dwarf is a slightly worse version of that. That gets rid of the clunk, which is definitely something you want to do. It scores 30, which brings these scores really pretty close again.
Absolutely.
I guess the question is, can Alec go out with what he has on his rack now? Which I don't think he's going to be able to go out in one. So this might actually do it.
I think you might be right. I think you are right. Alec needs, yeah, he has to see twiting. That's his only win. That's the only
shot.
Score enough.
Oh, it would be amazing if he saw it in the last moment, but I put a lot of money on the line in the other direction.
Yeah, I mean, $100 is a lot to lose. I was just gonna lose 5.
Yeah.
I mean, I think this moment is, I mean, I'm actually really excited that this game has come down to the end game where both of them are holding on to that T, and it's just come down to this where it's just, you have to make you have to guess. You just have to make that leap. He's got ET to the side. I think he'd be looking at SET set if he was going to play there. Um, 45 for ET if he does fighting in ET, but maybe he could be thinking of maybe he could be looking at JEE. You know, maybe that's 16 points. It's not gonna win him the game, but it's. I mean, what else is he to do?
Yeah, he could actually dump all three of his E's with the word ew to the W in dwarf. Not the best play, but maybe expressing his disgust at not being able to win this game potentially.
Gosh, this would be a historic moment if that T, if that comes down with Twiting. I mean, is Alec thinking of it? He's got ET off to the side. What is he thinking about? I really want to be in his head right now.
Yeah, I don't know. Do SEE? Does that go anywhere? I guess you could play seed, but that doesn't score anything. So I do wonder if he's thinking about trying ET in that top right corner.
He could be. He could be. Oh man. I mean, right now he just has to do his calculations. He just has to do this slow and steady. And oh man, I can't believe this all banks on the players seeing Twiting. I mean, this entire time.
Yeah, I guess he could be thinking about playing Spray and SEE down from Prey. That's another option here.
That's really interesting. That's really interesting. Oh man. If we were to see JEE come down, what would Ben's response be? I think he has one win, clear one win of finding the Twiting hook and holding onto that H. But if he doesn't, then is it really the case that he comes down with Spray and SH? I mean, what does he do?
Yeah, true. I guess I thought he had more flexibility here, but there really aren't that many open vowels. So maybe it is paramount to block that Prey hook, because he is going to play SH there for a lot of points, if not. And that seems like by far his best endgame play if he's not going to see Twiting.
Oh, sorry. Also SH to the side of JEEG, as has been pointed out in the chat. My apologies, chat. Thank you for keeping us honest. If
Yes,
JEE does come down, yes,
find.
that would make C and hem. I think this game is one for the books. Just that Twiting hook. Oh wow. Okay, JEE.
Oh wow. Oh my gosh, this is so close.
Oh my god. If I was
also, they both have so much time on their clocks too.
I know.
It feels like a blitz game.
This is exactly the kind of game where you want to have, a bajillion minutes on your clock. You're glad that you've played the entire rest of the game so quickly. Maybe not too quickly, but just quickly enough that you have this time that you can think through. Ben is shaking his head, and I wonder what is going through his mind. He's probably seen that he does not want JEE to go there. This might be a tie. Oh my gosh. I think Alec
said we wanted a tie and we might get what we want.
Oh my gosh, I think Heidi completely jinxed us. Well, not even jinxed us. I think she has completely seen the future, and because of this, we are seeing this tie play out in front of us.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. Is this actually going to be a tie? I mean, if SH comes down.
Do the math here. Let's see.
I'm trying to see. I see Ben winning by 3 points after SH comes down. I wonder if as long as Twiting is not found and Ben plays SH, I think Alec's best move is TETS for 17. And I think Ben wins this.
Wow. Yeah. That is wild.
Which is crazy to me. This is actually. Oh my god! Oh my god!
He's
Oh my
gonna do
god!
it! Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
Wow.
Oh my gosh! He didn't even need it.
He didn't even need it. He was gonna win anyway. And I bet this will get the 5 points too.
Oh my god!
Wow. What a find. He pulled it out.
Holy. He did it! Oh my gosh, guys, he did it!
That's incredible.
45 points. And is Alec going to challenge?
Yeah, that's
He has
a
to.
good question. He has to. I mean,
He has to.
he has no chance if this
He
is
has
a
to.
word. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Content play.
Amazing.
Come on, Alec. Wow. Wow.
I guess I just lost $100.
He's challenging it. Oh my gosh.
Challenging,
Oh,
yeah. Totally understandable.
I take Zelle, Venmo, and PayPal. I will take that money any second. Oh my gosh. Guys, just watch this. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Wow. And the pain of knowing that that was open the whole game, too.
The whole time.
It would just be heartbroken.
What a game. What a turn.
What a game.
To hang on to that T for so long. We absolutely have to cut to overhead cam the second this game is done.
I want to hear their thoughts after this.
Wow.
Wow. Okay, so it looks like Alec is gonna play off his last 3 tiles here. It'll bring the game still pretty close. I mean,
both of them laughing. I mean, it's good to see them, still jovial, and set comes down for 25. And I think it'd be great to skip immediately to the overhead cam, see what they're saying. Elise, do you agree?
I agree. Yeah, let's cut to overhead.
Right, let's do it.
Good game, Alec. That was crazy. I saw this immediately.
Okay, even whiting was a mistake. I'm supposed to play twigging, I
Twiggins,
guess,
yeah.
or just wig.
Yeah, that's also probably fine. Yeah, I saw this immediately. I just wasn't sure, and I didn't want to try it until I needed to, because I didn't like it a lot.
I didn't think there would be a hook either. Okay, so obviously this is supposed to be rain out. This is supposed to be here.
Were the commentators talking about twighting the entire game? Oh, it's just the last mistake wins or loses, I guess. My God.
Does set outrun Taish and all that?
Probably. Is heist good?
Not Haist.
Okay, Scythe is what I was thinking of.
Scythe and Taish.
I wasn't going to try it unless I needed to.
This is twighting. You are free to twite me.
What is this game?
We missed this football game.
Yeah, I had to try. I didn't try until I needed to. Thanks, I guess.
This is a game.
All right, folks. Wow.
In this,
Incredible. So it sounds like Ben saw the hook the whole game, but maybe wasn't so sure and tried it when he needed to. It just really goes to show that you can study words as much as you want at home, but in the actual high stakes moment of a Scrabble game, it's really hard to pull.
I agree. And in Ben's own words, what a game. What a game. And thank you all for sticking around with us and watching this because I really don't. I mean, this is the one place that you can come to for more games like this. This is why you have to like, this is why you have to subscribe. We're going to keep bringing you more content like this because this is what Scrabble games are. They are neck and neck where you end up missing this one hook until the end of the game. You pull the trigger and you still only win by 7 points. Oh boy. I mean, my heart was in my throat the whole time.
Mine too, yeah.
I think we could all really use a little break and then come back for another round of games. Thank you guys for sticking around. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this very short break.
And just like that, the lunch break is done at the World Scrabble Championship. We've seen 3 games from the grand finals thus far. In those 3 games, Adam Logan has won 2 of them. Adam Logan of Canada leading Nigel Richards of New Zealand 2 games to 1 in our best-of-7 finals. Veritable bangers thus far this morning, right, Will?
Yeah, completely insane. Didn't know how we were going to top the 4th day of the main event there when everything was decided. But we found a way with game 3 just now before the lunch break. An absolutely incredible comeback by Adam Logan against Nigel, up by 100 plus at some point in the game. And Adam found a way to win this game. Multiple blocks that saved him at critical junctures. An absolute classic. And where do we go from here, Matt?
Where do we go from here? I don't know how you possibly follow that insane game 3 that we saw. If you missed that action, be sure to go back and watch it at some point, but do not watch it right now. Adam Logan is heading back to the table. We're just about to start round 4 to set the stage. $10,000 at stakes here at this World Championship, as well as a title. Players are now at the board. Adam Logan and Nigel Richards will face off in game 4. We're guaranteed at least a game 5. This guy is hoping for 6 games, maybe even 7. Nigel's going to shake the bag up and draw his tiles. Nigel to play first in this game.
Yeah, if ever there was a player who could simply shake off the crushing Game 3 loss, it would be Nigel, who really lives by his avowed statement that he really doesn't care that much whether he wins or loses. And you really see that in his manner and his behavior, accepting every loss incredibly gracefully and never getting too high after a win either, as he draws the Q and the Z on the opening rack. Seems like a pretty clear-cut chi to open, Matt.
Yeah, chi is the most common opening play in Scrabble, and you and Nigel Richards likely would have played this turn the same if you're sitting watching this at home. So well done. You're probably 1 for 1 on holding serve with Nigel Richards. Adam to respond, DEFIOTU. 2 different lines of attack here. Cash the U and play from the Q, QUOIF, looking solid, or hold back. And play some defense. IF next to QI is a devastating counter. Will, you stacking IF here or playing long?
Yeah, if comes down for Adam, and I like it just because you've got a couple of options here after this. The board is incredibly constricted. That's one of the nice things about Chi as an opener is that, yeah, of course it sheds that Q, which is going to be an albatross a lot of the time, but it's also quite defensive, especially if your opponent does not have an I. Adam did have an I. Rather than play long and give a triple word score back to Nigel, he is keeping it cagier. I like it especially because of the D on his rack, making diff in multiple directions if he were to have drawn well. Looks like he has drawn pretty well. Not sure exactly what he's going to have to work with after Nigel's next move, but seems like there is a chance Adam could be the one bingoing first here.
Yeah, well, what a big swing in this one. Nigel with the 7-letter word on his rack after pulling this game's first blank. Touzier, Touzier, no longer plays. An 8-letter bingo also blocked by Adam's block of if. 14, Quatorze, was an option for Nigel. He now has no bingos at all and a complete brain bender of a turn now. We might see Nigel just exchange the U. This is why IF is such a good play after an opening of QI. Just devastatingly defensive. Limits your opponent's options immensely if they don't have a D or an R or an S. So Nigel is indeed going to throw back 1 tile, the U. And if you're Adam, Nigel has exchanged 1. The last thing you possibly want to do is open this board. Will, is it possible that Adam hits back with an exchange, or should he make a play on this move?
Great question. I mean, basically, that is Nigel saying, Here, I don't like having to deal with this tricky board. You deal with it, Adam. And Adam could do the exact same thing right back to Nigel, with both players feeling like they're in a position to pounce on any opening that the other makes in this incredibly tight, locked, not quite locked, but very, very tight opening board position. Could we see Adam exchange and do the exact same thing Nigel just did to him? It's very possible. Especially after exchange 1 from Nigel, signaling incredible strength with your other 6 tiles. Adam might look to exchange, and if Nigel has a bingo, Adam will be able to respond to it that way. So very cagey early going here. I could easily also see Adam make a play here, but I'd be sorely tempted to exchange maybe OU if I'm Adam.
Exchanging is how I would also hit this turn. You don't want to play duo or do-I, making diff in either spot of the board, because you know you're going to get hit frequently. So I think I'd exchange back, but I don't know that I'd change OU. It looks pretty strong to exchange 1 back to Nigel's exchange 1. If Nigel plays any bingo at all, you're bound to get at least 4, maybe even 5 floaters out in space. You want to stay as strong as possible and avoid some of the landmine draws like the J or another U. So I think maybe exchange 1, just throw back a U, or maybe throw back an I to keep that OUT combination together. Makes sense here for Adam. But this, definitely a toughie, not a play you're making in a vacuum. You have to adjust so much after the exchange 1 from Nigel Richards. And I feel like Nigel doesn't exchange 1 often without an S on his rack. But we know that was indeed the case because we are the eye in the sky. Tough turn for Adam. I'd expect to see another 4 or 5 minute think from him here, perhaps even the shirt in the mouth on cue for Adam.
Yeah, that is the telltale sign that he's grappling with something, and we all have little ticks. I have, unfortunately for me, Adam with the shirt in the mouth is more elegant than I do some kind of weird like troll face, which whenever I see it, it disturbs me so much that I'm even capable of making such a face. Adam looking a little more dignified during his think, and Nigel always stoic, cool, calm, collected, and not a lot of emoting going on that side of the table, Matt.
Yeah, man, a lot of thinking to do. Shirt in mouth seems appropriate, though. If Adam ate a lot of carrots over the lunch break, maybe he doesn't need anything else to chomp on right now. Tough turn. Adam Logan, though, the mathematician he is, can probably parse out all the iterations here better than almost anybody. I am so curious to see what he does here.
Yeah, me too. And I think to your point, Matt, I think you're so right that Nigel, from Adam's perspective, has an S in hand so often here. Exchange 1, making no attempt to open the board at all, suggests a level of comfort with your other 6 tiles that if you do draw something good, it's probably going to play. And it's very difficult, of course, to block both of the chi hooking spots. You would have to play through the IF somehow with something really specific in order to block both. So Adam is probably thinking, man, he's very likely to bingo here. I could exchange and counter bingo, but is there some way that I can, something like rifted? This isn't a good play, but something like this that obstructs both S hooks. He would love to do something like that if he feels that an S is in Nigel's range that often, but there just isn't anything worth playing that does that. And I'm sure Adam is coming to grips with that. If he does make a play, though, Matt, what would you expect to see? Are we going to see duo or something like that with one of the, diff spots?
God, I'd be shocked if we see him make a play. Duo or do-I open double opportunities, and with Nigel showing such strength on his rack, exchange 1. If he is going to bingo, I want that bingo to be as weak as possible. If he's got the S, I expect I want him to bingo down with QIS. I want him to give me the opportunity to double or stack. And you see duo will get punished insanely hard. The double Zoolater will score about 100 points. I'd be shocked if Adam makes any play at all. And you can see, yeah, everything Adam can do here, either placement of duo, going to get hit very, very hard. But he's going to play it.
Wow, there we go. Okay, so duo in potentially the quote-unquote less dangerous spot, but of course, even this this is quite a bit less dangerous because I wonder how often Nigel has the Z after an exchange 1 on the opening. I mean, that might be, I guess he'll have it sometimes, but I feel like in general you would be less apt to have that letter. So Adam's going to be maybe a little surprised when he sees this Z bomb go down, or maybe Nigel. I mean, I just can't imagine Nigel bingoing here when he has 62 points on offer, leaving the blank. And okay, there we see it. Look at Adam's reaction, like, oh God, are you kidding me? But yeah, maybe exchanging the way to go.
Wow, yeah, the Z is in Nigel's range so seldom. Adam's still just shaking his head. What are the odds? That was not supposed to happen. Now he's probably going to be asking himself for the remainder of this game, did he keep the Z, or was that his one-tile draw? He might even ask after the game. Nigel has drawn into the famous high R net. We'll see if he spells that word correctly this time. Adam on his 3-tile pull EEU into EIRT. That is killer, and I think he's looking to exchange these tiles here. It's either this or IURE for 12 with IO. You got to exchange, right, Will?
Yeah, pretty much forced. The words that you are putting on the board here are just kind of do nothing type plays. Adam recognizing that after an exchange 1 and then the Z bomb, he is almost certain to be in more of a pickle than he is now. He can probably expect Nigel to have a bingo a lot of the time. And I wonder what he's set up. I thought he's going to go for Chariot right here, but usually he gives us a bit of a clue with the way he ordered his letters, and the letters are not ordered correctly right now. Look at this.
Have we found Nigel's weakness? Can he just not spell satire and retina bingos? This is going to be a huge
blunder. Oh my God. Oh my God.
You've seen it, folks. Nigel playing a phony on accident, transposing the letters in Chariot, and Nigel just picks it up. What an absolutely devastating blunder. Instead of 102, it will be 0. I've never seen anything like this, and Adam now going to hit back with inertia for a lot. Oh my goodness. I'm at a loss.
So these plays, when Nigel has transposed tiles and done things like that, like the high Arnets play, maybe this rack, Matt, this is the one rack that Nigel's brain breaks with, the hairnets rack. Unbelievable that if he could just shore that up, he would be a perfect player. But once every few years, he draws this rack and seems to misorder the tiles. An insane swing on the biggest possible stage in Scrabble.
Nigel's still threatening bingos on this turn. He's found Hetira, the highest scoring bingo for him, 85 points, stacking alongside inertia. But yeah, there's something about the AEHIRT combination that apparently seems to be Nigel's one kryptonite. I've never seen Nigel play a phony before in my life. Adam Logan now joining a very, very elite fraternity of folks who have successfully challenged Nigel Richards. Adam Logan up 111 to 94. He has to know a bingo's coming back, and a brutal draw for Adam. BDNPRSS post bingo draw means he's not going to be able to punish Nigel hard after Nigel opens the top of this board.
Yeah, unbelievable. So could Nigel escape somehow in this game after making a huge blunder. There's no doubt about it. It's so weird to think of that as being a blunder because it's so different from the norm, right? Like totally missing the word, picking a play badly because of bad strategy. This is just like a bookkeeping error as we see Thawir come down instead of Hatira putting the H in the triple lane. This looks maybe a little more defensive, but Nigel still up in this game despite his error, and he's in actually pretty good shape here, as you said, Matt. Look at this brutal draw for Adam, though he does have 2 S's that could set him up very nicely once he balances his rack. Maybe he's looking at hitting the next bingo.
Yeah, all right. So binds comes down very quickly for Adam, creating a wide open dynamic board. Adam pulling within 31. I think the only thing I've learned from this is anytime I play Nigel, I'm exchanging every H I ever draw. Seems to be his kryptonite for one reason or another. Nigel post bingo draw of BEEGIIP. Beige plays for 30 points at the top of this board, but opens things up. We've seen Nigel pick defense so frequently this tournament. I suspect GIBE 4 overlaps playing alongside inertia here. How's that look to you, Will?
Yeah, that looks pretty good. So either jibe here, or if Nigel wants to get more aggressive, maybe he will think if he plays beige that now is okay to do that, given that let me try to draw that a little better. Given that Adam just signaled he has a lot of consonants, maybe you put the B in the triple lane, knowing Adam would struggle to deal with it. But then again, he just drew 4 tiles, so it's very likely that he's going to be able to hit that. So I do like jibe here as a little bit safer of an option, keeping that E, improving your bingo odds now with a very, very lucrative S to hit, as well as the D of binds lurking too.
A great pull for Adam. He's drawn into dampers, plays in 2 spots right now, diff or cheese, where that word goes. No 8s available for Adam, and Nigel is indeed playing GIBE like he thought, playing some defense here, but the bingo coming for Adam will put him back in the lead. Dampers and cheese, 78. Dampers and diffs, 73. Will, you're taking the points, right?
Yeah, no question. Both of those plays opening triples back, and I do think in general the D in this spot versus the S in this spot is probably a little, just an S in a triple lane in general is something you want to avoid. Not only are you getting 5 extra points to do it here, but it seems like you're not getting hit as hard in general, so I do like just taking the points here. Adam's going to look for a little bit and just see, do I have a way of not opening a triple if I bingo? The answer is no, and he's going to quickly come to terms with that fact. So yeah, I'm just stunned. What we've seen here is the Scrabble equivalent of a lightning strike, or whatever, something insanely rare. Nigel phonying unintentionally. What is left on the bingo card, Matt, for us to see during this tournament?
The only thing left, and I hate to say this out loud because now I know it's going to happen, is a tie. We need to have a tie between these 2 players in a best-of-7 because that would be absolutely hilarious. Nigel, EEIILOP. The D up in space gives him dipole, or its anagram Diplo, DIPLOE. Those look very straightforward. Nigel setting up Diplo here. It's going to be one of those 2, right, Will?
Yeah, I do think that's what he's going to opt to do. The interesting thing is that between dipole and diplo, you're going to have a vowel next to this square or not. Looks like Adam with the X, so he's got plenty of other places to play the X here. But in general, you would think it's quote unquote best practice to avoid placing the vowels next to bonus squares. Maybe in this particular case, there's enough other stuff open that it really doesn't matter. Nigel can play as he chooses. But yeah, one of those 2 plays looks like just what the doctor ordered. And wouldn't you know it, for reasons that evade my notice, Diplo. Oh, okay, he is playing dipole. But for some reason, Diplo is my computer engine liking it a hair better. So I'm not sure what to attribute that to, Matt.
Oh man, I'm hearing that the audience room down the hall from the playing room in Accra absolutely erupted at the play of Sarayat instead of Shariat. Just complete madness. It was so loud that Josh Greenway had to run down and tell them they've got to be quieter. They can influence the outcome of the game. So perhaps, unfortunately, we may have to move this onto a tape delay to stop things like that from happening. But absolutely burning down the Scrabble universe, that blunder by Nigel. Adam Cash's wax looks extremely appropriate for him to do. EEJILST, now the rack for Nigel, a 27-point deficit. This is a pretty fun turn, Will. There's a lot to do. Nothing looks great. Maybe JIBE into the BE. Maybe the play of Jebel, Jebel, that's strong from equity, but it takes a front D with 1D lurking. I don't think you can play that if you're Nigel. And the final option is what he's looking at now, Jet beneath the WA in wax. This gives up some big counter plays, but I don't know. You can't play Jebel, can you, Will?
Yeah, playing Jebel without the D. You know, the funny thing is, if I was Nigel, which we know I clearly am not, I would give some thought to playing Jebel because of my reputation as Nigel. A play like Jebel certainly looks like I have the D in reserve to hook that, and you might be able to get your opponent to try to block it in however way they can, give up some equity in the process. So you could weaponize your reputation and make a play like that. The play of Jet is much more standard, and Nigel has never really shown a willingness to, well, maybe once or twice I can think of a couple cases where he's bluffed a setup where he had to bluff, essentially. But almost always when Nigel makes a setup-looking play, he's got it. So, yeah, not the play that you'd expect. And meanwhile, over to Adam. No bingos for him here. Not 100% sure. He probably wanted to play plow off of this this P, I should say. That gets blocked. Now he's got to improvise, Matt.
Adam was looking at the PHO from the P, making JO 34 points that leave EGLNU can go very north or very south very fast, though. I think a stronger option for him would be up go in the same spot, UPGO. EHLN feels a little bit more stable of a leave to me, but it's about variance here. Do I want to keep the more variable EGLNU leave? If I draw an A or an I or a blank, I'm probably going to bingo, but if I miss, it's going to be a painful miss as all of those letters score rather poorly. Do you have a preference between ba and up go here, Will?
I had not seen up go until you mentioned it, but I definitely like it quite a bit here. Let's think about the U as a tile, right? So you would not be playing the U if you play fa instead. Q's already on the board. 2 V's, a W, and 2 more U's lurking. All of those are death when combined with the U. I definitely like getting rid of this tile here. So if Adam can pivot off of just fa in this spot and play up go, I think he's going to avoid a lot of draws that could be disastrous, that are going to turn out much better if he were to make that play. So nicely spotted by you. And let's hope, for Adam's sake, he can generate that as a choice if he's going to play off of that J.
Yeah, it's a tricky word to spot. It's just strange combination of letters in a strange order, but these are the kinds of plays you've got to find to be a world-class player. Adam's got it in him. I don't know that up-go is necessarily right, but it is a strong candidate play. Fa also strong, and 2 plays down from the J makes sense for Adam here. The shorter Jehu, Jehu, or the longer jungle. Both of those are just other lines for Adam if he wants to dig a little bit deeper into the tile bag. If he wants to change the construction of the board, he can do that. Jungle gives us a wide open board. I wonder if Adam chooses to play a little bit of offense here. He is down by 8, but on tempo. This is about a coin flip situation for him. Offense, defense, synergistic leave, a volatile leave, a lot for Adam to think about here.
Yeah, no question. There is a lot going on. Up go is not the easiest word to generate. Adam is so good and so thorough with generating his candidate options that it would be a surprise if he didn't at least generate that as an option in mind. But it's a weird word, and we're all human. And that fact has been proven emphatically true in this particular game, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, what a turn for Adam. I think so many of even the top 20 or 30 players in the world would play this turn differently. So many plays with merit, so much to think about. Adam's time tick, tick, tick. I don't suspect time will be a factor for either of these players. They can both play so fast. But that is the storyline to watch. Adam has had several tough turns. The turn of duo took about 4 or 5 minutes from him. This one now ticking up to 4 minutes and 30 seconds, still counting. He doesn't look like he's even close to making a play here. But the shirt's not in the mouth. I guess it's not quite challenging enough yet for Adam Logan.
True. I think it's almost time. I feel like we're about to see that collar go up into the thinking position for Adam, and that's how we'll know it's a big deal. But yeah, if you look over, so Adam is 8 points behind. Whatever he scores here, he's going to go up. But Nigel's tiles are pretty terrible. It is an opportunity here for Adam to make a solid play. Nigel's going to struggle on his next move, and depending on what Adam draws, he could seize control of the game right here and now. Just one more good draw away from a very powerful blow potentially to this S again. This is a spot that's just going to sit open for a while because unless you have a really long word that plays into this D, it's going to be difficult to block that S. And there we do see the not up go, but this is still a solid play, Matt. I just hope for Adam's sake he does not draw another U or a V from the bag.
Huge pull for Adam. He wants to see an A or an I or a blank. He wants to threaten bingos at the bottom of the board. He wants to dodge the V's. There's an M and a D. Could have been worse, but I don't think this is going to work out for a bingo for Adam. Nothing at all for him.
No bingos, and Nigel is going to now face a very tricky situation. He probably was really hoping that this spot would stay open. Just dumping a couple of O's in that spot would have been great for him to balance his rack a little bit better. Now he's going to have to improvise and find something else. A lot of the usual words that you're looking to play from this rack look really uninspiring here. Something like Louis feels like a non-starter. No reason to open up a triple with many other options that are probably going to be similar to this. Not sure if you have a favorite play that you're looking at, Matt.
I'm looking at Olio through the E and dampers, EEIS as a leave with a consonant-heavy pool. You can do worse than that. This game feels kind of like a race to a bingo, and if you don't have one, if you're Nigel, you're probably losing that race, but playing defense at the bottom feels too paranoid. You're already facing a deficit, so keep synergistic tiles, EEIS, try to bingo next turn. That seems like a good line here for Nigel. He's setting up ELOO off to the side. I wonder what this could be.
Yeah, not sure what he's setting up with that. I do want to point out that if Nigel does not play in this spot, Adam has an insane play. Not sure if you've seen this already, Matt. Good men through this spot. And there we see Nigel playing Woo at the base of the board. An interesting play, somewhat obstructing the S, but now Adam has a huge test. He has a very, very difficult play available here in Good Men that looks like an absolute crusher, man.
Goodman is going to be tough to spot, but most of Adam's other plays that make sense this turn are also in that line. GEM, GEMEL, LEMED all fit through the E and dampers. So Adam is probably already looking at that spot. That increases the chances that he sees good men, but a very, very hard word to spot. A definitely correct play from Adam if he's able to find it, though.
Yeah, this is for sure an extremely high degree of difficulty play. This is the sort of play that Nigel himself finds with stunning regularity, but most mere mortals are definitely going to struggle with this one. And I wonder, what is it that Adam is showing us with his positioning here of, I just don't know. I'm looking at, of course, Goodman, but also Gemmel in this spot looks very solid. We're not seeing any evidence that he's seen that. That certainly looks like the spot to play. There's nowhere else on this board that you get anywhere near 40 points as you would get by playing up there. So I just think hard to turn down the 40 plus that you are getting in that spot, Matt.
Yeah, he's got to see the spot. That's the challenge. He's looking at Munge right now. This plays 3 overlaps along the side of the INE and inertia, but Munge takes a huge front E hook. 5 unseen E's. Nigel has just fished 2 vowels, and E is in Nigel's range nearly 100% of the time. You cannot play Munge here if you're Adam Logan. Can you find the sneaky options through the E and dampers? Big turn. Mudge is now what he's looking at. That'll play in the same spot as Munge. This is a better option because it doesn't take the front E, but it does take a front S, and Nigel's got both of those as well. Adam needs to keep looking here and find plays in a different section of the board. Munge and Mudge both going to get punished. If not now, then soon, if Adam plays these.
Yeah, Nigel is going to know, if Mudge is the play, that with the last 2 S's, he can afford to be patient. He doesn't have to take the spot immediately. He could balance his rack and score nicely if he wants to play SEI or something of that nature, but he could sit on those 2 S's and try to land a knockout blow on a subsequent turn. So, yeah, very interesting. And I just want to call out the play of just the 2 O's on Nigel's previous turn. I wonder if he's reading into Adam's play of, geez, Adam must be close to this S, and I need to obstruct it a little bit now while I have a decent play that does so, because I don't want to be the one that loses the race to that next bingo in the game. And now we see Golden as, I just wonder, is Adam not even at all considering the overlaps in this spot, or does he have a reason we're not picking up on that?
Yeah, he might just not be seeing it. That HM overlap sometimes just dodges your glance. This would be a huge miss, though, if he doesn't see this. Now he's setting up lunged. Do you see where lunged is even going to play, Will?
No, that's confusing. I'm not seeing it yet. So we won't have that much longer to wait, because Adam's going to look over at his clock and realize, look at how much game is left to play, an insane amount to only have 6 minutes. This is going to be a really, really tough situation. Now, where are we going to see this be played? Whoa! Wow. Okay, so that is a shocker. I think this just, in such a close game, Matt, taking only 13 points when you had 46 on offer, we really can't characterize that as anything but a pretty big mistake.
Yeah, he must have just missed all of the Gemmel, Goodman plays, or maybe he had some insane read on Nigel, but this just feels very, very, very weak for Adam. The only universe where this makes sense is one where Adam's maybe messed up the scores, perhaps so rattled that Nigel played a phony earlier in this game that he thinks he's up by 100 instead of by just a couple dozen. That was weird, and the ultimate punish from the tile gods, now a 6-consonant rack plus a Y. All of a sudden, this is advantage Nigel Richards, who threatens Seelie, Seelie, through the E and dampers that Adam did not block last turn. Seelie does take a back R, so maybe not an insta-play here for Nigel, but he'll score well on this turn. What a weird, weird decision from Adam Logan.
Yeah, and he is going to go with, instead of Seelie, which is a funny word that is defined as, in our word checker, good benevolent fairies. So you can have Seelie and unseelie, and they're both plural. So if Nigel were to have played this, he has an S that he cannot play here, and an R that he doesn't have that does play there. Adam quickly playing Jim, that looks like a great way to score as well as he can with all those consonants, but he's running into serious problems here. Nigel with the opportunity to outdraw from here, and he definitely doesn't get it done, Matt. This is both players slogging. Second blank still lurking. Still no idea how this one's going to turn out.
Yeah, what on earth? The unseen pool, 5 A's, UUVVWY. Nigel has EEEOO on his rack. What is happening with the distribution in this game? The algorithm must be rigged, except there is no algorithm. This is simply tiles coming out of a bag. Nigel with a terrible draw. 6 vowels on his rack, 6 consonants on Adam Logan's rack. We'll see what Nigel opts to do here. Does he need to open the board at this stage? It feels like doing that is going to get you hit so hard. There's a lot of bingo-prone stuff in the pool yet. A lot of A's, E's, N, R's, T's, plus that blank. Opening the board when you don't have anything to do could get you hit hard. Nigel's going to play REE, one of his highest scoring moves here, 20 points, setting up a number of back hooks, but the S on his rack is one of the big ones out there. And Adam's going to be unable to do much about this setup. ACC TTWV on his rack. I don't know what he's going to do. I don't know who's going to win this game, but this is the content we're here for at Let's Play Scrabble at the World Scrabble Championship. Will, do you have initial thoughts on another nutso turn in this game?
Yeah, Adam in a bind, which Nigel probably that much, and we do see a big exchange right here, leaving just the T. Adam needs to play quickly from here on out, so I understand why he would just make that exchange as fast as possible. But Nigel definitely, I think the ratio from his perspective on Re was an unseen 9 vowels and 18 consonants. So Nigel had a great chance of picking 2 consonants. Of course, he's not accomplished that and still has vowel overload. Adam draws better balance, but the big tile here, where is the second blank? That's going to be a big decider in this game, Matt.
Nigel can't feel good. The exchange 6 doesn't often hold the blank back, but it could. But drawing 6 fresh tiles for Adam Logan means there's a good chance now it is lurking on his rack. If you're Nigel, I think you just have to hope that Adam didn't draw it here. If Adam did pull the blank, he's likely going to win the game, and you just need to play some calculated offense. Nigel setting up a very useful 5-letter word, BOOAI, 18 points, ERS to leave, turn over 4 tiles to try to draw the blank, and Buai does take a back S. Nigel with the final S in this game on his rack. This looks rock solid, yeah, Will?
Yeah, it looks good. The only fly in the ointment is if you are worried about this consonant-vowel ratio, then using 4 vowels, you might run into problems. If you suspect that Adam exchanged a whole bunch of consonants, you might be the one that has consonant overload on your next turn after a play like Buai. And look at that. Nigel instead playing Bow to hedge his bets in that regard. Try to keep a little bit more vowel heavy of a leave, and he's going to fill up with 2 consonants. He might be looking at a bingo here, Matt.
Yeah, great decision by Nigel there. As you said, I think Adam almost certainly exchanged consonants last turn, which means a lot of consonants to come. Buai might end poorly. This ends less poorly. But Adam with some big plays now. Both the F and the K stack on top of FOR. He's got to figure out which word he wants to play here. Kenaf, Kenaf, looks to be a strong option until you realize, oh my God, there's one unseen S. And if I play Kenaf one short of a triple word line, I can get hit extremely hard. Adam looking to play a little bit smaller here. Fank, F-A-N-K, is what he's set up. Keef, another option, K-E-E-F or K-E-F. I'd probably play K-E-F here, but Adam looking at 3 unseen A's, just 1 unseen E's, may want to hold his E's back. What do you think, Will? Is there any universe where you play Kenaf, or are you scared?
So yeah, there absolutely are many universes where I play this word that you're pointing out. It scores 47, which is absolutely huge here, and that's way better than a lot of the options he's considering. But Nigel just played BAO, which shows complete disregard of the fact that he's setting up the last S, albeit in kind of a useless spot. But in any case, Nigel playing so short is the thing I'm worried about. It's not so much that he just set up an S hook here, which isn't that big of a threat. The short play worries me a lot that Nigel's remaining tiles are strong, and as a result, I would be very wary about putting too much on this. If I'm Adam, I want to keep putting the pressure and expanding my lead, and there we go. He plays Kef, which might actually, does this somehow block all of Nigel's? Oh, he has another play? Oh, it forces. Yeah.
Yeah, just one bingo
Got
here
it.
for Nigel. Enforces 80 points. This is going to come down, and now I think this game going to come down to that blank tile. Will Adam find it on the 3-tile pull? A, V, N. That is one of the worst pulls he could have had. Maybe 3 vowels would have been a little bit worse, but not what Adam is looking for. Nigel's going to drop Enforces. Enforces will put Nigel up by 28 points. Makes this kind of a backward game again. A huge tile in this game. Also, a lot of garbage Nigel could draw after this bingo. UUVWY still in the bag, plus the 2 C's Adam exchanged earlier. Huge, huge draw for Nigel. Will it be gold? Will it be garbage? Or will it be in the middle? Enforces coming down, going to make this game 383 to 411. We'll see what Nigel draws.
Incredible. So Nigel weathering the storm of the shocking play of Seriat from the legendary Hairnets rack. I can hardly believe my eyes that this is the way this game is unfolding. If Nigel is able to make his Hairnets rack phonies and still win game, just as he did before, although this time Adam actually challenged the word, what hope is there for us? And now we see Nigel with that second blank on the rack, a huge pick for him here. Adam certainly is going to be thinking he's going to struggle to win this game without it, and Nigel just drew it.
Yeah, well, what a draw for Nigel Richards. It looks like he'll survive the blunder and move on. This is about the only play for Adam to make sense. Scored so well. The only way you can take the lead back in this game. Just go digging into the tile bag. Makes a lot of sense for him, but as he draws his 4 tiles and realizes the blank doesn't come out, he's going to realize it's an uphill climb. Just 2 minutes on the clock for Adam as well, so should this game come down to an endgame, he might not have the time to solve all of the strings out. Nigel Richards on turn, AALTTY blank. 3 tiles in the bag, and boy, that bag looks pretty bad. But the question you have to ask yourself, that UUVW, are those the tiles on Adam's rack, or is that what I might draw? Does that spell disaster for me if I do draw that stuff? A really, really tricky turn here for Nigel. He's got to think about pacing, good draws, bad draws, Adam's best plays. He's going to spend some time here. Does anything jump out to you off the nose, Will?
As far as a play, nothing jumps out super much, but in general, I would say that a play like Asila would normally look really good here if I'm Nigel. It scores 33, leaving TT blank. There is another T that you could draw, but if I'm Nigel, I see the unseen tiles. I know that I have the blank, and the Venus hook can only really benefit me. So keeping it open as a potential safeguard, maybe even hitting a bingo if you draw right, is definitely advantageous to him. So I could imagine him potentially playing something shorter with 3 in the bag. Maybe something like TAY isn't advisable, as it gives Adam really good timing in the end game. Potentially, you might want to play fewer tiles than 3 if you're going to do that. But yeah, I just think Asila normally looks great to put some scoring pressure on Adam, but man, it's tough. to make that play when the Venus hook so strongly favors Nigel here?
I thought Nigel was going to do this. Just plunk, leave 2 tiles in the bag. This shifts pacing back in your favor. You're now far more likely than Adam to get the final play in this game, and you put some scoring pressure on. So just a 1-tile plunk from Nigel. A few draws would have been rather bad for him, but pulling the R out of the bag has to make him feel great in this situation. So a 28-point wide dunk for Nigel. This feels like it's his game now. Trying to see if there's anything creative Adam can do to try to create some life for himself. But if you're Adam Logan in this situation, I think the only way you're winning this game is if that blank is in the bag. So he's just going to have to make a play, hope the blank comes out, and see what happens. Will, tell us what you're seeing there. Okay, perhaps we've lost Will. I see him drawing. I don't hear him talking, but Nigel has drawn Tarleton in 2 spots after the 1-tile fish. Maybe this was his plan all along. Maybe he thought he could draw bingos. Nigel is going to win this game.
Yeah, I fixed it. You guys should be able to hear me now, hopefully. Matt? Can you hear me okay? Okay, nice. Yeah, I was just showing that with that draw, he's got... Oops, okay. He's got unblockable bingos. That was all.
Yeah, this game is going to go to Nigel Richards. You saw it here, folks. Nigel playing a phony. Oh, I love this effort from Adam Logan. Try. Open a new line, set up WING. If you draw a bingo, you can cause some trouble in this game. Is there a fish that will hit with this pool? An A works. The V does not. Brutal draw for Adam Logan. This is Nigel's game.
Yeah, now he's got better options than the original Tarleton, which plays in 2 spots. He can now play something like Straddle or Rat Tail or whatever he chooses here. I think he's going to look at these unseen tiles and know that there is just no way that Adam can have a bingo anywhere, as he is guaranteed with just 1 tile in the bag to have 2 of the 3 tiles UUV, and that is not going to get it done here. So... wow, incredible. Nigel making one of the bigger mistakes we've ever seen him make and still winning the game. That's tough if you are Adam Logan sitting across.
Very frustrating. You win the free turn on the mistake. We've seen a small glitch in the matrix, but Nigel drawing both blanks in this game has done what he needs to do to eke it out. Nigel's going to make this series 2-2, and what was a best-of-7 is now going to be a best-of-3 between Adam Logan and Nigel Richards. Adam has no more time to eat carrots. The lunch break has already happened. I think we're just going to keep going straight through. This is a win for competitive Scrabble and all of the viewers at home, as now we're guaranteed at least 6 games in this World Scrabble Championship final. Did Nigel pass? Nigel passed.
Wow. Why? Oh, is he? They're just going to pass. He doesn't want to draw the V. Oh, crazy.
They're going to pass out.
Passing.
Let's cut to Mike. Game's over. The game's over.
383.
Yep.
415.
415. Those are 14.
No. Nigel's clock running again. Did he pass out? I'm trying to hear from our producer on the ground.
23.
Okay. I see what happened. We saw several passes, and then Adam knew that the 6th pass wasn't going to really benefit him. And in fact, maybe it helps him to play VAC and stop Nigel's bingos from going down, right? I think there's some possibility that Adam is taking the wing hook, hoping that Nigel doesn't have a bingo somewhere else, although Nigel probably wouldn't pass if he didn't. So that's an interesting game theory thing going on there, Matt. But yeah, I don't know exactly how many passes we saw there. I think 3 passes. Is that true?
I think it was 3 as well, and this is the address of pushing Adam Logan overtime. You very seldom see that from Adam Logan. We used to say you never see that, but now I think I've seen it 2 or 3 times. Adam overtime, Adam playing Vac, temporarily taking the lead by 7, but Nigel with Tarleton in 2 spots is going to bingo out, assuming he can spell this bingo correctly and win this game. I did not have passes plus a lost Nigel turn on the bingo card. My goodness, once you think you've seen it all, Scrabble delivers yet again.
Yeah, I mean, are you not entertained out there, folks? This is just insane. I mean, I have to admit, even by my standards of having watched Scrabble for years and years and played it for longer, the content here has been just out of this world. So many crazy things happening on a regular basis. I do fear that we're setting a standard that future events will find difficult to live up to just because Scrabble is unpredictable in this way. But man, we are seeing it be unpredictable in the best possible way over the last few days.
All right, the bingo out. We're going to cut to overhead mic now.
509.
Yeah, 436.
436. Is that I was surprised when you passed.
I figured you knew what you were doing. No, I just figured you knew what you were doing. And I was right.
Okay.
I lose by less if we pass it out.
Again?
I lose by less if we pass it out.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why we keep the score. Do we get the scores to you?
Yeah. Sure. Score?
My score 509. 436. Thank you.
Okay, that's it. Adam Logan saying, I just thought you knew what you were doing when Nigel passed. And of course, Nigel didn't know what he was doing. Guaranteed the win no matter what. But Nigel playing a phony in the World Scrabble Championship finals, getting it challenged off, drawing the second blank, and winning the game anyway. Nigel has dropped 500 points on Adam Logan after Adam Logan scored 500 points the round before. Holy Shiza, I have no idea what's going on except that I am insanely entertained. How about you, Will? How are you feeling right now?
Yep, I'm just grinning like a fool. Things are happening that were not on my bingo card and would not have been on the 10th bingo card that I drew up to play along with this event. And I am here for it. And we have at least 2 and maybe 3 more games of it to watch from here on out until we have our next World Scrabble champion, Matt. And I am just thrilled to be on the call here with you, the whole LPS team, Josh Greenway behind the scenes, and of course with all of you in chat watching along, multiple thousands. We've got over 2,000 people watching. Love to have all of you here along with us. It really is fantastic. And while you're all here, let me just remind you, easiest way to show your support, click some buttons, click that like on the stream, click that follow on Let's Play Scrabble. This isn't a channel that's only active just for the World Championship. This is a channel in Let's Play Scrabble that has a constant stream of great Scrabble content. So you definitely would be well served if you're enjoying what you're seeing here today. Clicking those buttons is a very smart decision. Any other thoughts on that, Matt?
Click the like button, click the subscribe button. If you like Scrabble on the internet enough and you have the financial means to do so, you can also become a Let's Play Scrabble super friend. It's a $7 monthly donation to the channel. Josh Greenway having that steady of revenue allows him to build momentum forwards, to make plans, to promise that he's going to stream different events. So if you've got the means, you like watching Scrabble on the internet, becoming a Let's Play Scrabble super friend is the ultimate way you can help out. But likes, thumbs ups on these videos, subscriptions, any of that helps grow Scrabble as well. Thank you all so much for tuning in to the finals of the World Scrabble Championship. We will not delay round 5 at all. As soon as the players are ready to go, we will be back in live. But we're going to cut away a minute. Thanks so much for hanging out in chat. Let's play Scrabble. We'll be back soon. Well, all kinds of Scrabble history being made in Accra, Ghana today. We are 4 games through our best-of-7 finals at the World Scrabble Championship. Adam Logan and Nigel Richards tied up at 2 games apop, which means it is now just a best-of-3 series. Will, it has been such a treat in the booth. For those who are tuning in late or don't know the name Will Anderson, Will is the greatest Scrabble YouTuber out there. Will, how you feeling through 4 games of play?
I'm feeling good. As I said before, I feel like this series and all the games that before are going to nourish me and my family for generations, and I'm very grateful for that. But of course, as a spectator and a fan of great Scrabble, we are all eating good here today, and we got a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 3, I should say. I really hope we get to that decisive Game 7, and I think the players are ready to go in Game 5 right now, Matt.
All right, well, let's do it then. Cutting over to the board, Adam Logan and Nigel Richards will face off once again after 2 straight games where one player scored 500. What are we in store for here? Maybe some defense, maybe some more fireworks, maybe both players going to break 500 this game. That would be absolutely sick. Adam to go first again in round 5. Adam going first in rounds 1, 3, 5, and 7 if necessary because he had the better record in the main event. Adam was Gibsonized with 4 games to go. Nigel had to win each of his last 3 games in succession to qualify and make it here. Strong start. There's Armoire. Turn 1 for Adam. It's coming down right away for 74 points. This is the only 7 in here. Double up the M. Adam's played it in 17 seconds.
Yeah, love to see him get that on the board really, really fast. Oddly, he probably played that faster than Nigel would have. Nigel, so repeatable in his cadence, never making plays too fast, but also never taking too much time. But re-looked is going to come down, Matt, in response, as we can see from this rack. That might have been a really, really nice outcome for Nigel with those letters. No, you don't want to see a bingo for Adam, but you really do want to see that R. So Nigel going to respond with a bingo and keep pace here.
The R is the only letter that could have floated out to allow Nigel a bingo on this turn. Adam's post-bingo draw, the first tile out of the bag, the blank, the second tile out of the bag, the Q, and then sprinkle in the Z to go with it, just to make it extra, extra fun. Here comes relooked Nigel, 78 points for him, a 4-point game. Adam is going to figure out how to untangle this awkward rack. Looks like a straightforward line. Going to be SOZ alongside the OKE of relook. Maybe ZO instead, making ZE to hold that S back. Do you like Saz? Do you like Zoe? Or do you like sneaky third option here?
Yeah, so options you just presented. Saz right here definitely looks standard. It's also the highest scoring option that does not use the blank. So that looks nice. Sneaky other choice, though. If you want to be rid of the Q right now, you could burn your blank and play quad, maybe reasoning that the Z is going to score well enough in a variety of spots on a subsequent turn. I don't think I'm doing that. Maybe I give passing thought to it here, Matt. I do think Saz is the standard choice. Zoe looks a little bit risky in the sense of maybe you get hit with comebacks through here, overlaps alongside, and you use your only vowel on the rack. Oh, but Adam's going to go ahead and do that, Matt.
All right, ZO47, leaving 7 points on the board to hold that S back. 2 consonants, and Adam is going to regret this decision, but as long as he finds at least one vowel, he's going to enjoy having that S on his rack next turn. Let's see if Adam can find a vowel. 2 trial draw. His body language, I think, says it all. J blank. Oh my goodness. All right, all the good stuff coming out early and coming out on the right side of the table. Nigel on ABEEISV, 2 different letters would give him an 8. An L is one of them, but that's not in the right spot. No bingos here for Nigel. He's already clued in on BAE on the right side of relooked, making Ob, Ka, and Z. Looks very straightforward, right, Will?
It does, and I was thinking to myself, man, maybe he avoids this if he plays Saz, but he doesn't, right? It's still coming down. So maybe if Saz is no more defensive against plays like that than Zoe, then maybe you do want to play Zoe and keep the S, that powerful S tile, in reserve. So maybe I should revise some of my criticism of Zoe there. I thought Saz might be a little more defensive against plays like this. Might not be the case. Nice play by Nigel, but look at the draw, Matt. Oh, my God.
Thankfully, the new UWU acceptable in CSW play now is going to bail Nigel the UWU draw. Adam might make one of the weirdest plays I've ever seen in my life. J blank blank S. JAMS plays making MZEE and SOD for 75. He's instead going to burn one blank and play quad here for 36, set up the front S. What a ridiculous turn for Adam Logan.
Yeah, insane. He had a 75 pointer on offer, but I like this path as well, Matt. Quad using one of the two blanks, setting up your S in another spot if you should need it. I think this makes sense. And Nigel, wow, Matt, we've seen a play be made leaving UU. Don't see that every day.
No, but this is 50 points, too hard to pass up. Adam's drawn the M. Oh my goodness. Adam's drawn the M to play jams with a real M now. 88. Yeah. This is coming down quick, yeah?
That's insane. There it is. Incredible. So that is a wild two-turn sequence. Who says you need to bingo with the blank, Matt? Sometimes other situations present themselves, and really what you want to do with those blanks is score points. 88 points, more than enough to satisfy Adam here.
What the heck? All right, back-to-back blank plays, non-bingos is also just never something I ever could have written up on the bingo card. If you had written a script for the finals and told me this is in it, I would have laughed at you and said, that's not real, that's not believable. Give us something that the viewers will actually think might happen in real life. But this is real life. Nigel drawing into UU, a third U, and several more vowels plus a P. Is this a forced exchange, Will, or is Quipu, as Nigel set up here, good enough to fight through?
Yeah, looks like he's considering this. I do feel like it's just good enough for him to play. 18 points. Yeah, the three vowels aren't great, but I think that is just enough to get me to say I would play this over exchanging. That is what Nigel does. He is definitely hoping for consonants to balance that rack out. And he's going to need a lot of help now that Adam has burned through both blanks. None of those waiting to save Nigel. He's going to need something very, very nice, and it looks like he's blocked his own bingo through the R. Can't think like that too much, Matt, and Nigel will press on.
Oh, thiourea would be so nice for Nigel, but it's not there anymore. Adam with an interesting turn here. He gets to choose offense versus defense. He's in good position here and can wall most of this board shut. A play like Danted, D-A-N-T-E-D, is going to really wall off the right side of this board, barring a big adjustment from Nigel Richards. That's not a strong play on paper, but it's a strong play for Adam's long-term chances in the game to protect the lead. There's also the more straightforward Nard, making Uni, A-R, and N-E, but Nard taking a back S-hook. It's more standard, but can lead to some pain in some situations. What do you like here, Will?
Yeah, Nard. The thing about Nard that I really like is that what does this give back that wasn't already available, right? So Nard gives back the S hook. Well, that was already available with armoires. But the key thing that this does do is it blocks the open E of armoire, which is a big threat. The E, one of the best bingo tiles in the game, certainly the best vowel. So many racks that are unuseful turn into bingos with an E available. So I really like blocking that here. Danted also did that, but this does that while also offering a lot more points. As I said, though, Matt, the only blemish, the S hook remains on the board.
S hook remains. Nigel with a very complicated turn and playing it insanely fast, just OU. Adam with a brutal draw, DLLNTTX. This must be an exchange, but what do you exchange? I see a case to be made all 7, go digging for the S's for Nard. I see a case to be made for keeping the X. I see a case to be made for keeping NT to stabilize the leave. Adam has to exchange here, but what would you exchange down to?
I am strongly considering exchanging them all for the reason that I really want to get my hands on those S's here, and I want Nigel not to have them. I don't think it's that worth making a really good rack leave or starting a good rack leave without the X in hand. Sorry, without the S in hand already. I was influenced by Adam putting the X aside. Maybe he's going to exchange leaving TX, which is interesting because I don't know necessarily what he wants to do. Oh, you know what he probably wants to do, Matt? Draw an E and play Tex and lock the board down so nice and tight. That could be a great idea for him here.
Yeah, that looks like a good approach for Adam. Slam a whole bunch of this board shut. Now it's going to be almost impossible to get down to the bottom of the board if you can execute this plan. But the X not doing a whole lot else for you. Adam's going to throw back 6, keep just the X on his rack, and maybe Adam can find a vowel. Since the first turn, Adam has drawn just 2 vowels on the next 4 moves. We'll see some here. Forced exchange from Adam. Nigel with another awkward rack, AEHIITY. He can score a lot. YEAH and HOI is 40. Does hold double I's. You got to do it anyway, right, Will?
Yeah, 40 points is a lot here on an otherwise very, very closed down board. I want to call out that Nigel had, I believe, most of the letters. He had the H, which is the key letter that you need to score well, re-overlapping his previous play. I think he drew the Y to go with it. That really helps him hammer the spot. Of course, he did draw another I, as you said. I think, just going back to Adam's exchange, I think he wanted to keep TX again for the text play, but with so many T's lurking, I don't think he could justify leaving a T on his rack with 5 more unseen, or I guess there were 4 unseen to him on the previous move. So that might have influenced Adam keeping just the X. But yeah, is Nigel pivoting and playing HYE here, Matt? Maybe recognizing some slight consonant overflow in the unseen tiles coming. That would be a surprising changeup.
It would be a surprising changeup. Yeah, looks so straightforward, but HYE keeps the board open longer and wildly wins the simulation. Once again, Nigel better than computers as far as pretty much any top Scrabble expert will tell you. And once again, knocking out a turn, so a little bit non-standard, but makes sense the more you look at it.
Yeah, the thing I like about it is if you see yeah on the board, of course you have 1 fewer vowel on Nigel's rack, but you give a triple back to Adam that could allow him to dump clunky tiles. And in this situation, he would have hit an X play like Nixie up there if he wanted it. Although he has a great play in Fix. This does a lot of great things for the board, Matt.
Yes, it does. Fix crucially takes a back hook, a T, FIXT is valid, but otherwise this slams so much shut. Now, if Nigel does pull a bingo with an S back hooking Nard, it's going to give a lot of space back. If the bingo ends in an S, you get a If it ends in ST or SH, you still get a lot of floaters to work with, and otherwise bingos are unlikely to fit. So fix, it's a great play here from Adam Logan as he's got a big lead, 299 to 234. Nigel Richards still fighting, though. He has the T for fixed. He has ITY if he wants to extend fix out to fixity to keep some of these bingo tiles available to him. Icy and XI looking at here, 23 points, AEIT as the leave. This looks pretty solid.
Yeah, I like this play, and this really goes back to another benefit of HYE. Not only are you denying Adam the ability to get easy points to the triple, but this lane with Nigel at a deficit is very difficult to block productively for Adam and still score a bunch of points. It's just going to sit there for a while and be really, really annoying from Adam's perspective until Nigel eventually, potentially, draws a bingo in that spot. So Nigel playing the waiting game, undoubling his eyes and using his weakest bingo tile in the Y and hoping to draw consonants that are waiting in the bag. Instead, another I and another O, Matt. Not what Nigel wants to see. Players with opposite problems right now.
Adam just cannot buy a vowel, and Nigel is bogged down with all of them. Adam forced to play WYNN here for 20. That is Adam's 8th move of the game, and Adam has only played 7 vowels in this game, 4 of them on the first turn, winning anyway on the back of the JQXZ that he was all able to cash in, and the 2 blanks he drew as well. Nigel now back on turn, ACEIIOT. Lots of different lines here for him that do a lot of different things. If he wants to open the board wide up, he can play Aconite. Oh my God, more consonants for Adam. Nigel can play Aconite through the N. He can extend KAW to KAWAII, but that cedes back huge points to a player who looks bogged down with consonants already. Big turn for Nigel. What are you thinking initially here, Will?
Yeah, so it is a big turn. Nigel's thinking about a tonic potentially. I think this is an interesting variation of Aeonic. He probably has a read to make this play instead of Aeonic leaving a more balanced leave. This is a reaction potentially. Well, I guess no, it wouldn't be a reaction. If Adam played a bunch of vowels, he would be more apt to hold the vowels. So that is an interesting choice to play this over Aeonic in the same spot with a lot of E's coming that Nigel should be able to know are not likely to be on Adam's rack. So I wonder about that, if he has a reason that I'm not appreciating.
What is going on with the distribution? Even more vowels. AEEEIT, AEEEEIT, and Adam still can't buy a vowel. Will he one here? F, finally an O, some relief for Adam. And there's an S and an E, a huge pull for Adam. And he now threatens bingos, and there's very little Nigel can do. But what a bizarre game we have seen. Will, do you think Nigel's going to play through these E's, or do you think he's going to exchange back after Adam exchanged there?
We saw a very similar situation in our previous game where he played re and left 4 vowels and a consonant, and he's doing the same. I was about to say he's going to potentially do the same thing here in full cognizance of this really imbalanced pool and that he's likely to draw 2 consonants to balance his leave out. Adam wasting no time, a huge bingo for him here. A tonic taking the S as a hook, and a bunch of different spots where Adam could have played this. He picks the highest scoring. I like it, Matt, and he is now a big favorite in this game.
He is. Nigel needs a good pull here into AEEIT, and what will he draw? A bingo on this turn could score 100 plus, slotting along front on that triple word. N is great. The 8 S is great as well. Etesian on pull for Nigel Richards. This does not play on the right on the triple word, but it does play for 76 points. Will, you've got to play Artesian, yeah?
Yeah, Artesian going down alongside here, which is not a great outcome if you're Adam, because it creates a lot of volatility and there is still going to be room to do stuff. It's going to be difficult to both play parallel alongside the triple once Artesian hits the board, and there's still going to be an E wide open here. So, tricky situation, maybe something like, oh man, I just don't know. Let's see what happens when this goes down. I guess it's no S's left, so this is not really a threat. So maybe
Right.
Adam can just sew up the board by playing alongside here, and he should still be okay. Is that possible, Matt?
I'm not seeing a good play that knocks everything out for Adam all at once. See, the B is the only consonant he has that will play in front of an E, and with two E's out in space, there doesn't seem to be any kind of just slam dunk block here. He could make a big sacrifice and play something like VALE. He could take a bit of a gamble and play gavel through the top E, but there's not a slam dunk block that jumps out to me on this turn. Wonder what Adam's going to do. He be able to survive a second bingo if he just plays bug, BS, and GIF. That sets up a back tee. You can't do that. This is a tricky turn for Adam. He's played most of this game very fast. This is probably a 4 or 5 minute kind of turn.
Yeah, he has a ton of time, as you suggest, Matt. This is a total stark contrast to the previous game. He probably came out of that game thinking, I have to set it as a goal in rounds 5, 6, and 7 to play with better pace, and he has definitely done that. He is in great position here to analyze this much more difficult situation. And yeah, this is a tough one, right? There are definitely things that jump out. Play like bug looks quite nice, but maybe you don't want to open gift back up to Nigel. Also leaves the E open. Something like vague would normally be very nice to get rid of the V and the U, but you definitely would not want to open more space if you could avoid it. So it's going to be tough to find a play that doesn't have any warts to it here, but nice position for Adam to be in, up 100 already before this turn. He is definitely in the driver's seat here in Game 5.
He is, but it's not done yet. Chat pointing out a really interesting play of Vulgate, VLGATE. This scores just 12, but Adam already up 32, will go up 44 and close every single bingo line on all at once. After the play of Vulgate, you can expect Nigel to play down through the V. That'd be about 30, but you'd be up 12, you'd be on turn, you'd have just one line left to block. I wonder if this is going to work enough for Adam Logan, or if he chooses to keep scoring pressure on. If he wants to ignore bingo opportunities completely, the pool's not looking insanely bingo prone. He can cash 39 points, BEAL, on the right side of this board, holds GUV, but scores so well that maybe after a bingo from Nigel, you just win the game anyway. So Adam's got to choose offense, defense, or insane defense on this turn. He's going to do a lot of thinking. I suspect that shirt may see its collar wet by the end of this one.
Yeah, just acknowledging chat when I said Adam's up 100, that is definitely wrong. I did not realize that the Artesian, so that makes things so different here. Now you have to certainly evaluate Nigel's bingo chances are critical here. You have to figure out how can you block that stuff. It also makes a play like Vulgate a little bit scarier in the sense that you're not up by so much that a parallel play after something like that wouldn't be really damaging. So mea culpa for the both of us on that. But yeah, this is a tough one here. You could just roll the dice and play something like Beal here as well to prevent Nigel from playing in that spot himself. And maybe that scores enough that a bingo from Nigel gives you enough counterplay that you can withstand it. That's another possibility. Of course, that play leaves your worst letters on the rack. So every play seems to have warts, Matt. I'm not really seeing anything that satisfies every goal you want to achieve here.
Now, what a complicated position here for Adam Logan. I'm still shocked at the fact that over a 9-turn sequence, Adam drew just 5 and still in a commanding position in this game, but not all of the vowels. Adam drawing JQXZ blank blank and slamming them all for big points. This has been one of the weirdest games of Scrabble I've ever seen, and if that's any indicator, the ending of this game is going to be just as weird.
Yeah, and Nigel, we know, is so good at navigating these positions. I definitely also put Adam in that class. He's already shown us a couple of absolute master classes in the pre-end game. So this is going to be so fun to see 2 true super grandmasters of the game do battle in a very complicated pre-end game here. I am not only commentating, I'm sitting in the front of the class trying to learn something here, Matt.
I mean, that's a nice thing about teaching, being at the class. You learn more from your students than your students learn from you. Not that Nigel or Adam would ever be a student of mine. I would love to be a student of theirs instead. But yeah, fascinating position. Thanks to those of you in chat keeping us accountable, keeping our scores updated as well, throwing out options. This is so complicated. And we appreciate you and your hints dropping out there as well. I still have no idea what Adam's going to do. He's ticked over 5 minutes on this turn, and here comes BUG. That does set up the huge back GIFT hook. 3 unseen T's. Nigel has none of them. Was this a soul read, a calculated gamble, or something else completely? I have no idea, but bug the decision from Adam Logan now. Nigel can't cash in the hook. How will Nigel react?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what he does. I mean, he has 45 points on offer right here in Har, but does that do enough for him? He might want to pick something a little bit more active on this turn that threatens bingo chances for himself, knowing that 45 points, while good, isn't seemingly going to close the gap enough. If Adam makes a defensive enough play, and ironically, we hate the V normally, Matt, but this V is a great draw for Adam here. If he plays something with the V out in space in that spot right here after a parallel play by Nigel, the board is going to be so locked down. Could be exactly what Adam wants here.
I wonder, Nigel setting GP off to the side of his rack. Is he going to do something totally brain-breaking yet again? We'll find out. What jumps out to me on this turn for Nigel is AGHA, down from the A in Atonics. All right, I've got an uphill climb, Adam. If you're not going to block the E at the top of the board, and if you're going to make a new line at on the side of the board, I'm going to make even more lines at the bottom. Aga makes sense on paper, but with Adam's rack, it seeds validate through the A and an immediate game over. So big for Nigel, who has plenty of time to do it. Aga makes sense to me. I'd lose the game on the spot. Will, what are you looking at here?
Yeah, love that idea to open up another quadrant of the board. Right now, this area of the board is totally inaccessible for bingos. Nigel needs a bingo, so playing something like Aga to open the bottom makes a ton of sense to me thematically. But again, these are the positions where brains get broken by the GOAT. We hear the bleeding starting here, BLEATING. Yeah, is he going to make a move that just leaves us all agape here? It's always a possibility with him. He definitely could be considering playing something through this E that maybe sets up another A, like with Gauger or something like that. Gaper, any of those options seem potentially decent, especially if you catch Adam without an A. It could be very annoying to deal with that. So that's definitely on my radar as a decent option for him. But yeah, this is tough. I wonder, He's got AGG lined up there. Usually he gives us a little glimpse into what he's thinking, but I'm not 100% sure where he's going with this yet.
I think it's going to be Agar, AGER, 3E, and Fusion, but this just doesn't look like it makes sense to me. You block the gift back hook spot, and you do create one bingo on the top, but Adam's bound to just block it or bingo in it, and you lose. Nigel must see something I don't. Agar, he's committed to it with over 2 minutes on his clock. Will, you got any thoughts on why this makes sense?
Could it be trying to draw a T and hitting some kind of massive play here? So you're distracting here, but maybe there's something he has in mind that hits super, super hard if you get that T. And there he is, pretty close, actually, to a few 7s and a bunch of 8s. But yeah, Adam is definitely, he has every incentive. He's got to be careful, though, about playing valid. There are only 5 tiles in the bag, so he needs to make 1,000,000% sure that he's not going to get hit with something scary if he empties the bag here. Then again, if you don't empty the bag, you could give Nigel a chance to do something crazy and fish for a bingo in another spot on the board. So tough turn. Again, Adam with plenty of time to navigate it, but I'm very I didn't see that one coming for Nigel for sure.
What Nigel fishing for? There are lots of bingos he could have drawn that play on the top, but Adam is just a lock to block it. There must be something specific he was looking for that sneaks in behind GIF to make gift. And had he drawn it, he would have caught Adam completely unaware. It doesn't look like he's drawn it here. I'm running through and I'm trying to figure out what he might have been fishing for as well, but I'm not seeing it immediately. What could fit there?
Yeah, probably drawing the E is something that Nigel really would have wanted to do, potentially, just because the E fits in a couple different spots. That would have been really nice. T, O, N, E, or something like that, playing the E here as well. So the E was going to maybe be a really helpful tile for him to draw. But yeah, other than that, not sure if he had a particular set of fishes in mind, but doesn't look like he's drawn anything here. So I think Adam is in really good shape.
One thing I see is Haptene, Haptene. He kept HA to the perfect TEEN draw, but I think there is only one unseen E from his perspective. I know that it was something like that. I just don't know what it was specifically. I'm going to keep playing with it and see if I can figure this out. Chat, if you've got it, let me know as well.
Yeah, what was the leave on that play of Agar? It was PAH. Yeah, that's the tricky thing. I'm trying to just check and see, was there any really cool stuff that he can hit with that? I'm not even seeing anything with those letters that plays here. So maybe just an attempt to open a lane at the top of the board. Man, got to try to puzzle this one out, because when there's no feeling like it, Matt, when you try to puzzle out what the heck did Nigel just do there, and when you hit on the answer and figure it out, it's just an amazing feeling, which I've tried to share with the world as often as possible. So
we know that this play of Agar is going to get broken down. Somebody's figure out the galaxy brain that Nigel was going for. We in the moment are struggling to figure it out, but I'm sure this will be discussed after in the Woogles Discord, in the various Scrabble fora that exist out there, in your little chat rooms and backroom conversations as well. What was Nigel doing? But Adam now seems to have dodged whatever bullet Nigel was fishing for. I've punched in the entire unseen pool to Adam from his perspective, and it doesn't look like anything at all fits on the right side of this board. He has a lot of time to think through this, but all of the threats play on the top. Nigel can score as much as 102 if he has top, or 100 if he has Haplant, so Adam must block on the top. the V, the best blocker in the game. The real question now for Adam is play 4 tiles, leave 1 in the bag, and keep myself a little cushion should Nigel do something weird, or do I play longer, play 5 or 6 tiles, empty the bag, and give Nigel no chances to try to bingo out in this game?
Yeah, it looks like Adam has Vild set up here, which would be a way of blocking off the top of the board without emptying the bag. And that may be what he chooses to do if he feels satisfied that this spot is not actually a threat. And let's keep in mind how difficult that is for a human being over the board. I would be looking at these letters and I would not be taking my inability to find an overlap in this spot as proof that there isn't anything. So it takes a huge amount of confidence and courage to make a play like this and just say, geez, I really hope I'm not missing an 100-point play in that spot, especially with the guy sitting across the board from you, knowing that he is very likely to not only have seen it well in advance, but have made the correct fish to try to draw it on the previous turn.
It's possible Nigel was not even fishing for a bingo there. If you force Adam to score in the mid to high 20s with a block on top and you draw HAPTEN or HATED, Hayes scores 62. Maybe that catches you up. Maybe if Adam draws a weird final rack, you can go out in 2 before him. Are there any universes where an Adam block leads to a Nigel win without Nigel bingoing? That, I think, is the next part of the question here. Nigel now, though, unable to win this game. The best he can do is what he set up on his rack, HAAR. There is no tile he can pull out of the bag that will lead to a win here. Adam Logan is going to take game 5. Adam Logan will advance to a 3-2 lead over Nigel Richards. And if Nigel wants to win his 7th World Championship, he's going to have to take 2 straight over Canadian Adam Logan to win.
Well, it's a tough task, but then again, he also had to take 2 straight against Singaporean Grandmaster Tue Bin, and he got that accomplished just in the nick of time. So this would not be the first time his back has been against the wall in this event, and we'll see how he responds to it. There we go. Plot on the rack for Nigel. I feel like he should be able to go out with that in, I see one place. I'm still looking for the other. But yeah, great game by Adam. Played very, very well. A lot of crazy turns at the beginning of the game that I don't think we could have expected.
What a weird opening to this game. If you missed the start, Adam Logan opening with Armoire as a bingo, drawing just vowels across his next 9 turns. Adam back-to-back Q blank AD and then J blank MS. Blank containing non-bingo plays for 36 and then 88. Adam Logan winning this game in just an absolutely weird para-universe Scrabble game we've seen. This is game 5 of the World Scrabble Championship. The entire World Scrabble Championship was streamed right here on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. Greetings to all of you tuning in, whether you're grizzled Scrabble fans, whether you're up-and-coming Scrabble enthusiasts, or whether you're just like, oh, Scrabble World Championship, that sounds cool. Welcome to all of you. You are watching 2 of the greatest players on Earth play in a clash of the Titans, and the plot about to thicken as Nigel goes out. Adam's going to take a 3-2 lead and 1 or 2 games left to determine our champ. This is maximum content.
Yeah, it's been incredible. I just feel like we're almost at the end of an amazing journey. The World Championship this year has been absolutely insane from start to finish. I have no idea how game 6 and or 7 are going to top this, but I feel like just karmically and narratively, we got a good chance to see something really special, and maybe we're going to hear some players having some sentences to say about the game.
Oh, wait, just,
29.
yeah, 429.
And 15.
444.
Yeah.
And 4.
2, 4, 4, 4, 8.
So 467, 448.
19.
Yeah. This was my second rock with more than one vowel.
Say again, you.
This was my second rock with more than one vowel.
Oh, right. You changed 6. What did you keep? Yes, was it?
Okay, so no. I changed 6.
Yeah.
I can change DLL and TT, keeping the X. I figured you were likely to play bingo, so I thought you were going to make an opening card.
Okay.
Then the second time I traded BGG RT and kept RT.
You got me.
So.
Well, that's it. I don't think I've ever seen Nigel even ask a question of the opponent after the game. Breaking the silence there. You exchanged 6. What did you keep? Adam rattling off his rack and saying he kept the X, thinking Nigel's about to bingo. And that was it. I don't think I've ever seen Nigel ask a question like that post-game. Have you, Will?
Yeah, this is another form of Scrabble history that we're all watching here. Of course, we love the plays, the bingos, the unbelievable strategy, but also we love watching Nigel ask a question because it is a pretty rare event. So clearly the stage, the excitement, the caliber of opposition in the form of Adam Logan has Nigel in a unique frame of mind. And yeah, we're just loving every minute of it here, Matt.
We are loving it indeed. As soon as the players are ready for Game 6, we'll cut over, but we're keep things a little bit. Greetings to all of you tuning in to the World Championship. This event happens every other year. Nigel versus Adam is the finals you're watching. Adam Logan has won this event once before, back in 2005. Nigel Richards has won this event 6 times. Nigel is the undisputed greatest of all time. Only one other player has more than one World Championship title. That is David Elgar, who won 2 years ago. Adam Logan could win his second and vault himself into some absolutely elite company. While the World Championship only happens every 2 years, there are other major Scrabble tournaments hosted around the globe, and we're excited to discuss a massive one slated to happen at the end of May. Internet right when running way the brain power behind behind the Let's Play Scrabble operation for rolling with the punches, fixing everything. Got a little bit of spotty internet here and there at the venue in Ghana, but we seem to be back. And as I'm getting word from Josh that we're up and running again, I will go ahead and continue the monologue that I was on. The World Scrabble Championship happens every 2 years. It is one of the biggest and best tournaments of the year, but we're so excited to talk about another major tournament that's happening at the end of May or of June in 2026. It will be the first time I've traveled outside of North America for a Scrabble tournament. Causeway Challenge is back May 29th to June 1st in Bangkok. Total prize pool of over $70,000. We're going to have not one, not two, but 3 unique streams running, or at least that is the dream. Brain power behind this operation wants 100 top experts to fill out Division 1, and he wants all 100 of them annotated every round. The plan at the Causeway Challenge is to bring at least 50 annotators in to annotate 50 rounds at a time, 3 games at once, give out insane amounts of money, play 36 games of Scrabble a piece, and to try to get 500 players at the Causeway Challenge. Have you been to Bangkok? Because if you haven't, you have a perfect hangout with me and many of the other top Scrabble folks out there. Get hype for the Causeway Challenge. Will, have you heard of this tournament before?
I have. It's a legendary tournament in the Scrabble scene, and the organizer, Michael Tang, is back. And I myself was fortunate enough to participate in one of Michael's events back in 2018, and it was an incredible experience, one of the toughest fields ever assembled. This event that you were just talking about, the Causeway Challenge 2026, has a chance to surpass that in difficulty if all the world's elite players are there. It's going to be an absolutely incredible just experience for a player, for a viewer, and for potentially all the commentators as well, Matt.
Yeah, it is going to be so cool. The Causeway Challenge on pace to be maybe the biggest Scrabble tournament ever. So registration will cap at 500 players. Keep an eye on the registrants list. Make sure you get on that list. The Causeway Challenge, brought to you by Michael Tang, set to be utterly the sickest Scrabble event I've ever seen. I can't wait to go to Bangkok, see some Southeast Asia, see some of these international players close and in real life. I can't imagine so close to his home that the great Nigel Richards won't be there. There are other huge Scrabble. Another massive prize purse will be available next summer in Albany, New York. This is an event brought to you by the Let's Play Scrabble team. The Bob Lynn Superstars tournament. Last year, $15,000 were won as a first prize by Canadian Matthew. This year, the prize fund will be even bigger. $15,000 was not. $20,000 is what they're promising now for first place at the Bob Lynn Superstars tournament. That's always hosted over Canada Day week, Canada Day July 4th or July 1st. Of course, July 4th, the big day here in the United States. So if you're more stateside, come out to the Let's Play Scrabble 4th of July Bob Lynn Superstars. If you're overseas, make it to Causeway, or if you really love Scrabble, why not just play both? Now, you don't have to play massive tournaments to play in Scrabble. There are also smaller events, 2-day tournaments, 1-day tournaments all over the place. If you want to learn more about organizing, if you're in North America, cross-table.com lists all upcoming North American tournaments. If you're overseas, WESPA.org, that's WESPA.org, has a whole list of upcoming events as well. If you're just exploring tournament Scrabble for us, there is a competitive scene for this game. It is growing and building momentum. Now is a great time to jump on the wagon. Come to an in-person event, play some games online. Woogles.io, WOOGLES.io is a platform where you can play for totally free against bots or against real humans from all over the world. welcome to Scrabble. It's a great place to be. I promise you'll make some friends, you'll make some memories, have a good time. All right, Will, I'm stepping off the soapbox. Do you want to add about either of the tournaments or anything else Scrabble in general?
No, I'm super psyched. All I need to do is to get my study regimen in order so that I can be my best Scrabble self for those amazing events on the 2026 calendar. And there are going to be a lot of them. So once again, being a Scrabble content creator, it is a growth industry right now. So things looking great. And yeah, so I guess what we're going to do here is take a little break, see if we can shore up the audio a bit. But we're going to be back with round 6 of the finals. Oh my God, could we get 7 games? We'll find out in just a few minutes here at Let's Play Scrabble.
All right, folks, it is getting hot in here. It is getting spicy. We've got the shades engaged. This may be the last game of the Scrabble Championship. Adam Logan leads Nigel Richards 3-2. If Adam wins this game, he's your 2025 World Scrabble Champion. Will, I am so pumped. How you feeling right now?
Not as good as you, or looking as good as you, but I'm still feeling pretty darn good because in a matter of either about an hour or 2 hours, we are going to know who the next World Scrabble Champion is going to be. Is it Nigel Richards adding to his extensive trophy case, or is it Adam Logan, as you mentioned earlier, Matt, joining a class of Scrabble players where the only members are Nigel Richards and David Eldar? That's a good club to be in. Is Adam going to pull it off? He's one game away.
Adam Logan, a player who has long time been talked about as in the top 5 or so Scrabble players on the planet, but I think if he clinches a second world title here, he'll be on the Mount Rushmore. Top 4, top 3, maybe even number 2, depending on who you prefer between Eldar and Canadian Adam Logan. Adam won this event back in 2005 for the first time. Can he win a second title 20 years later? We will find out. Adam seated at the board, Nigel en route back. As soon as he's seated, we're going to get you game 6. So far, Will, the player who's played first has won all 5 of these, right?
Is that so? Yeah, there have been a bunch of opening rack bingos. I remember Nigel playing Jeeping to start a game. We just had Adam play Armoire. So it's definitely, we've seen that first mover advantage, but that's definitely anomalous. The player going second definitely wins their fair share of games. And maybe will this be the game where it happens? If it did, it would mean that Adam Logan has clinched the world championship. So he wants that trend to stop right now. Nigel wants it to continue. And what do Colby and Soren have to say about the proceedings, Matt?
Well, boys, what do you think? Are we picking against Nigel Richards? They're picking against Nigel Richards. The boys say Adam Logan is going to win the world championship. The Huskies have spoken. We'll see if they continue their run of soothsaying here. If Adam Logan wins, Adam will vault Canada to number 2 on the list of countries with the most world championships. Right now, Canada tied in second with both the United States and England. 3 world championships between the countries. Of course, number 1 is New Zealand. 6 champions on all by Nigel Richards. But can Adam Logan vault Canada up to the number 2 spot? Adam has won 1 championship for Canada, as have 2 other Canadians, Joel Wapnick and David Boyes. We'll see if Adam can make Canada proud, or if Nigel can make Nigel proud. That's all coming as soon as Nigel's seated. Game 6 coming your way. World champion will be spoken very, very soon.
Getting word that he is seated at the table, so the game is going to start shortly. Yeah, Nigel, a country unto himself. New Zealand topping the ranks in all meaningful Scrabble titles in the English language worldwide. Nigel truly unique in that regard. Pretty much every other country has a wealth of great players. Not that there aren't many other strong players from New Zealand, but nobody is as strong as Nigel. So we're ready to cut to the board. Let's get this thing underway, Matt.
All right, game 6. Let's play Scrabble. Will this be the final game of the World Series, or will Nigel force game 7? The Huskies say this one will be Adam's. There's the handshake. Nigel will go first. Adam will respond. Get hype, everybody. Let's go.
Yeah, let's do this thing. I feel like we have been so spoiled all tournament long. I think back to the North American Championship where some of the games down the stretch were a bit lopsided. There are no guarantees in this game that we're going to get banger after banger the way we have gotten so far. But if this series holds true to form and to the whole form of the tournament that we've enjoyed so far, it is going to be another fantastic matchup. Nigel with the first blank. Doesn't look like any playable bingos. He has Bice set up to undouble those C's. Seems good enough to me, Matt.
Yeah, no bingos for Nigel. Bice makes a ton of sense here. I feel like we see blanks and J's coming out on the first turn. Like all tournament, no change here. Bice does crucially take not 1, but 2 back hooks. It takes the S you would expect, but also a P. So we'll see if Nigel opts to play this off-center, putting the E on the star, instead of the more traditional placement of an I on the star. Nigel thinking for over a minute on this turn. What do you think, Will? I on the star? E on the star?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I'm not sure that the bicep hook sways me super much, nor does it seem to sway Nigel. This is just a more standard positioning to not give any access to the double word scores unless you have a hook. So you would, if you try to avoid it, you either slot vowels next to double letter scores or put the B in the double lane, which would give... looks like bronzy or something like that back to Adam in this particular case. And Nigel should be able to bingo with that rack. Maybe, depending on what Adam plays. Things looking a little bit better for Nigel. But yeah, back to Adam. He's got the J and the Z. Got to figure out how to deploy those probably in a 1-2 punch here for maximum effect.
We'll see Nigel sitting on 2 7-letter bingos here. Irenic does not fit, but the one he set up now, Ice Wine, blank W, does play on the board as it currently stands. Adam is looking at the option of Joey, Joey. This or Enjoy from the same E are the ways he can score the most points here. They look pretty equivalent plays to me. Do you have any strong preference between Joey or Enjoy on this move?
Well, the play of Joey is a little bit cagier. So if you look at this on the board, then the most salient plays, let me get that off the board for you, are going to be underlaps beneath here. But Enjoy, if you can imagine that, gives much more lucrative underlaps underneath. If you have a vowel that goes underneath the J, it's going to be good. Even if you don't, there's just more scoring options after that play than after this one. So I understand it. That being said, I kind of like getting an extra consonant off the rack, and I don't think Enjoy is that much more dangerous that I wouldn't have opted for that here. But I do appreciate Adam's thinking here as we are now. Are we going to see Irenic instead of Ice Wine? If both plays open a triple, Matt, you might as well grab a few extra points.
Yeah, Irenic scores 6 more points than Ice Wine, so that feels like the move here. The I in the triple line, the C in the triple line, a little bit equivalent to one another. Both are going to string ample floaters out to be bingoed through as well. Irenic should be the play here for Nigel Richards, but this is going to give Adam 50 points back. So we'll see. Irenic coming down puts Nigel up 87-30, but Adam will keep pace here. The N in Irenic giving Adam his strongest play here. Zinnia for 50. Maybe, though, he feels a little bit spooked by the C in space and opts to play ZINC for 45. The leave after that play, AAIR, not ideal. So, Will, are you going for Zinnia here, or are you playing defense with Zinc?
Yeah, tough one. That is a tough one. Just want to throw out another hilarious option, Matt. The weird 6-letter word, asinar. This is kind of a goofy play because you can draw a bunch of nice things. A T would give you ZD, a bunch of other consonants give you the Z bomb there. So that allows you to close up that C and maybe give some upside for the Z remaining on the rack. That being said, I'm playing Zinnia here for sure all the way. 50 points, leaving AR. Nigel has a fresh rack. No reason to be particularly afraid that he has an S or anything scary through the C. Adam is coming to the same conclusion. The AR leave is a great start going into next turn to try to get that next bingo down. I think I'm comfortable with that. I wonder if Adam is what's he thinking about now?
What is he thinking about now? Setting up ZIR on his rack. Izar seems crazy to me, playing down from the I and Irenic. Surely he's not actually considering this. Here comes Zinnia. The one weakness of Zinnia is back S hook is pretty large now, and the S is exactly what Nigel's drawn on his post bingo draw, GEILSUW. He's set to play either Guiles or Uglies here for 40 points. I can't imagine we're going to see anything different. Can you, Will?
I agree for sure. The hook is too big and it's too convenient to allow Nigel to unwind some of the WUG toxic combination that he has. Just want to point out that potentially people in chat saying that Adam had set up Zircania on his rack to show that he was 1-0 away from Zirconia. I think that's what he was showing us there with his previous rack ordering, Matt, which that would be one hell of a way to clinch that series.
That would be the word in every single headline of this tournament all around the globe. Adam just one letter off from a devastating triple-triple. That would have been Adam's second triple-triple finals. I don't want to spoil too much, but you've got to go back and watch the morning games if you haven't seen them yet. Nigel taking quite a bit of time on this, not going to cash the S. He's going to play wig. Whoa.
This is hilarious. So this actually is the merit of this play is somewhat borne out a little bit by the situation where Adam clearly would have wanted to play something like watch here through the C. He's still going to have good plays with CH if he wants them, but I just feel like if you assume that your opponent does not have an S after Zinnia and that you do, maybe the board is just very, very difficult to score on after Wig. And if your opponent doesn't have an S, they'll struggle a little bit. You hit bingos afterwards. It's definitely some upside of this play in terms of defending the open C and bingoing a lot more than if you play Guiles or something or Uglies, leaving just a W. It has backfired a little bit with that second U draw, though, Matt.
Yeah, it has, but this play performing well according to a computer. There was not any one standout option on that turn, but Nigel leaving a lot of points on the board. I wonder if in part he's making a read that it took Adam a long time to play Zinnia. If Adam would play Zinnia so fast, if it reserved an S, it feels so strong. So maybe Nigel reading something into the amount of time it took, or perhaps some body language Adam Logan, but this play working out for him quite strongly. He gets to retain the S for Zinnias. He's blocked some of Adam's biggest threats. Adam has to play chair. This looks like his strongest option. ATW the leave, but 42 points, too much to pass up, right?
Yeah, it is. So definitely whatever Adam plays is going to be a CH word in this spot. Chair looks to be the most balanced option, as opposed to other options are Chara or Chart, both of which keep slightly inferior leaves to this. I don't think at this point you're going to be that worried about this R. The S is really going to obstruct access to it, so it doesn't really matter what tile you put in the lower right corner of the board. It's just not worth even thinking about. You're just looking to get the most balanced leave. Adam has done that and scored 42 points while he's at it and taken a small lead in this game. But Nigel is about to make a solid play here, leaving a really nice S-containing leave. If Nigel wins the race to hit that S hook, which, of course, Adam doesn't even have an S, so Nigel's a huge favorite to do so. That's going to be huge for him in this game, Matt.
Big draw for Nigel. Let's see what he's able to pull out of the bag. EHV. And an O. Okay, so no bingos for Nigel that I'm seeing, and the 5-letter EVHO, EVOA don't take S's. So it'll be an interesting turn for Nigel, but already an interesting turn here for Adam. He's found the X, but also an F and a U to go with it on his turn. He can play Latex right now for 40 points down from the L in Luau, but there are two major warts to that play. One, you're giving Nigel such high opportunity this turn, either stacking alongside this or playing the E or the X. And two, the leave of FUW is horrific. So I don't think Latex is what you want to do despite points, but every other option seems to have some kind of warts. Flux might be what he's thinking about now, FLUX. That's also very weak to stacks alongside it. This is I'd be rocking in my chair. I'd probably already have the shirt in my mouth. What are you thinking here, Will?
Yeah, the saving grace of Flux that I kind of like is that with this U here, it's difficult for Nigel to have a good scoring tile that fits here. It's really down to pretty much just the M that actually scores decently. So he would need just the right letter to play alongside the U. And if he doesn't have that, it's actually difficult to play here that productively. Not only that, basically anytime you do, you keep the W to re-overlap in a way that might not even give Nigel that much back. So I feel like between those nuances and also just imagining the F out in space, you are playing these letters. So the W is not great, but if you happen to draw into a bingo ending in a vowel, it's going to play in two spots on the board as well. So there are a few things to like about Flux. It is not a perfect play by any means, but I think it's good enough for me here, Matt.
One thing working advantage of Flux, if Flux does get overlapped on the right side, your W allows you to overlap back. You can play Wax, Wex, Walks, so you're pretty good at covering his scoring plays with your own scoring play, and you've got a to eject the W from your rack. Flux feels like the strongest play to me here. I could see a case to be made for latex. I could also see a made for wax alongside the BI in Bice. 28 points FTU as a leave could work out. I can see some bingo draws for sure in that. So 3 good options here for Adam, and maybe he even holds the X back. FAULT through the L in luau is 24, holds WEX. You're not going to bingo often next turn, but you're probably going to score well. So 4 good candidate plays. Each does dramatically different things to the board, to the rack. I wonder what Adam opts to do here.
Yeah, that's an interesting one with fault. I feel like if it was just a little bit better of a consonant than the W to go along with EX, I feel like it would be more palatable, but it's still a very solid option that I could see Adam going with here. I just worry in such an even game, I really want to try to win the race to get the next bingo down. So I wouldn't want to completely go too, full bore on either keeping the X or keeping the FUW leave. Those would be the things that bother me about the other candidates. And he has played Flux. I approve. I could appreciate that others would feel differently, though.
Yeah, Flux feels pretty good for a lot of reasons you elegantly described to us. Adam pulling into Swatter now, and it's anagram Tewarts, Tewarts. So looks like Adam has won the race to a bingo at the bottom, barring an inexplicable Nigel block. Doesn't seem to be a good block for Nigel anywhere here. I suspect Adam's about to come down with a 100-point bingo.
Wow, that's huge. So Nigel on the cusp with that S on his rack, a couple turns now. Wig, luau, and now this turn. But Adam is the one that draws the S and the bingo to win the race. To your point, it definitely seems like there is no 6-letter word ending in S that hooks for Nigel here, or else he would almost certainly play it. Looks like he's getting set to play Vex. Adam is going to play Tewarts. I'm going to bet that he will have that down on the board within 15 seconds. Matt, what's your estimate? Clock's ticking.
17. 17's what I guess, and half of that's going to be Adam doing math. Tewarts is 99 points, will surge Adam ahead by nearly 100. How much time was that, Will? Did you nail it?
I looked away. Anybody in chat have that time for us? No lying. You got to be honest. Who won?
It was 11 seconds. I just went back on the YouTube feed and checked since we're on a tiny delay there. 11 seconds, but what a draw for Nigel. R blank out of the bag. Nigel is going to hold serve in this game. He can bingo right now for as high as 71. He may opt not to. He may play OH above Tewarts first, hold EIRS blank together. What a pull from Nigel Richards, who looked like he was pushed up against the brink for a minute. Will, break this one down. Are you looking to bingo here, or are you going to score a lot, keep that blank for next turn?
Oh, such a tough choice. So you can see Nigel already thinking about just playing OH right here. That might be what he elects to do. But now is he considering playing Shrove in this spot to open up the triple? That would be an interesting one. The S is not as good as usual now that the Zinnia's hook has been taken. So Nigel is going to go ahead and play Shrove here. I feel like this is really interesting to use your S and the other good letters here, Matt. I feel like my instinct was O, but maybe this has more merit than I thought at first.
I mean, whenever Nigel Richards makes a play, you just sit there and think, okay, that must have probably been the best. But Nigel did that all in like a minute and a half. Nigel saw every single bingo. Nigel saw OH and ROHE and Shrove, did all the math, the assessment in his head, and pulled the trigger on Shrove, which did jump to the top of a quick little engine simulation for Nigel. I think he's going to bingo a lot next turn, and those bingos now can score quite a bit on the triple word on the left side of this board. So what a decision by Nigel, and so fast for him as well. Shrove, though, does take a back D, and Adam that on on his rack. He now needs to choose whether he wants to block the triple word exposed on the left side of the board or cash in on the triple word score on the bottom of the board. Edge for 35, making Shrove. Sure looks good to me, but it leaves things wide open for a big Nigel Richards bingo next turn. Will, are you thinking of blocking here with something like Geode and ES, or are you taking the points on the bottom?
Well, Adam has a third way set up of nosed right here. So this would be a really interesting play to just fully slam the door on the triple lane. And it looks like that is what he's going to play. Is this because he's not confident in the D hook of Shroved, or is it because this is an active choice that he's making to close up that triple line while he has a good play? We don't know for sure the answer to that question. Edge down low did look pretty solid just to keep the S on the rack, but I really don't quibble with this play. The only blemish is that G on the rack, which you always would want to play if it's not accompanied by IN, Matt, but I like this play by Adam here.
Yeah, what an interesting decision from Adam. Playing defense, defending his lead. He by 94 points, so the line makes a lot of sense. And what a rough draw for Nigel Richards. After the play of Shrove, remember, he held I blank DLMNT, the rack he's pulled in, or the 5 letters he's pulled out of the bag. That is brutal. He was probably set to bingo like 70, 80% of the time on this turn, and he's missed everything. Nothing available to him now. He may cash in Shroved and DIM. He may try to hold the D hook back. He may try to create a new line, but what a defensive response from Adam. This one is looking hard for Nigel Richards to win now. He's going to play Until. This looks great to me, Will.
Yeah, great option by him. I think potentially, repaving is going to come down instantly by Adam. Oh my gosh, what a huge swing in the game. Adam getting the next bingo down despite Nigel drawing the blank. That is huge for him here, going up by well over 100. But I was just going to finish by saying it looks like maybe from Nigel's perspective there, Shrove might have been influenced by the relative lack of I's in the unseen pool, maybe lack of vowels, I'm not sure. But yeah, this is a huge blow for Nigel and a huge strike for Adam, as he is on the cusp of the World Championship, Matt.
Wow, I can feel my heart pounding in my chest. Adam with a little grin on his face. He's got to be feeling good again about his chances. And Nigel, yet again, has missed out on bingos, this time pulling EOUY into D blank. He can score. Moy, M-O-Y, at the bottom of the board is 38, keeps him in bingo range with multiple lines to work with. But he's going to need to draw a bingo, and he's going to need to draw a bingo ASAP to get back into this game.
Yeah, let's see. So Moy is the play. That makes a lot of sense. You're right that Nigel not only probably needs he probably needs 2 bingos here, not just the one that he's very likely to get. He's going to have to get this down and then get something other than that to really come back in this game, because Adam has good tiles. He's going to continue to pour points on in a variety of ways. He can play his K here now. So 1 bingo is not going to do it. Nigel needs more. Let's see if he can pull it off. It would be incredible to watch.
Nigel with a nice draw now, DEEPTU blank. This looks so promising for him, yet this rack does not bingo on this board in its current composition. I do not think we're going to see Adam Logan open things up, not with this kind of lead, not with that pool either. Very bingo prone, lots of vowels, R's, S's, T's, D's, blanks unseen. So Nigel with another tough beat. He's sat on this blank now for 4 turns and is unable to get it on the board. Adam with the big decision. Will he open this board? Will he close the board? Will he try to block some lines? I could see a case to be made for KLAP down to the P and repaving to obstruct that E. I see a case to be made for just stacking on top of the RE or REP of repaving. What do you think? Will clap this board closed, or just stack a bunch of points at the bottom. There are several plays above Moy, like OAK, that score in the 30 range. Points, block, something else. What do you like, Will?
Man, it's tough because at this score, the top objective really is just to deny Nigel bingoing twice. That you can withstand even one. So I really do like the idea of playing something into the letters of repaving to reduce the odds of him doing that. The problem is that Nigel is so good also at finding ways to bingo once in a really huge way that you don't see coming. So I worry about that. I would always be kind of scared that if I don't continue to push my score up on every turn, and if I sacrifice too many points to play defense, he'll get into that position in the pre-end game and figure out that magical winning line that could snatch victory from the jaws of defeat here. So all that being said, I really would be hard-pressed not to address the open letters in repaving. But if I don't find a play that scores enough, I'm just playing Oak down low, going up 130 and moving on with my life here, knowing that bingos that Nigel has to the letters of repaving are going to almost always open a triple unless they are 8-letter words ending in RE. That's it.
Yeah. The bingos available to Nigel are going to be great for Adam. The one thing I'm very worried about is if he does bingo, must be able to counter in a productive way. If you play OAK at the bottom of the board, hold ILNN, and draw some Drek, say something like DRT, all of a sudden you are not going to be able to do very much about all the floaters on the board. So he's going to play WEAK. He's going to keep 2 balls back at once. This makes sense. Now, whatever happens, you can claw back in some way, shape, or form. But we know the bingo's still not on Nigel Richards' rack. It is getting very, very, very hard for Nigel to win this by 130 on a board with very little life. Repaving does not take a back S hook. This board is closed. What kind of opening will Nigel Richards make here?
Yeah, it's just brutal, like the waiting moves and the place that you actually are going to get points on this board is right here, which does absolutely nothing to address the really closed nature of this board that you're talking about, Matt. I just, there's just not that much time left to be patient with a play like that. Could you want to maybe play depth here? And the goal being you actually want to draw the cue, holding you blank. You really might need a bingo that's heavy enough to actually get you back in the game. Not 100% sure what that is yet, but maybe a Q bingo going down into this E is what you're looking to draw here. Just obviously knowing full well that Adam is going to do his very, very best to block that area, but at least on the current board, maybe that's the best plan you can concoct.
That's really all I can think of, too. Now, 2 bingos seems unlikely. It needs to happen immediately. If it does, maybe 1 high-scoring bingo, the right line for Nigel. Is there a way for him to set up more high-scoring bingo options? That's the next question for him. We see that Adam's draw makes this game rather interesting. He has not pulled well at all. 0-0, so he's got a bunch of 1-pointers, will not be able to score well. But Nigel, without a bingo here, what is he going to do? It looks like it is depth that he's thinking about above. Put some points on the board now and just see what happens. This makes sense from Nigel.
Yeah, it does. It does make a good amount of sense. I'm just curious, I feel like, is he hoping to get that cue? I probably would be in his shoes. Either that or, well, here we go. Exactly what the doctor ordered here. This is just such a lockdown play here by Adam, and you had to have expected that would happen too on Nigel's play of depth. Any possible blocking play. The only silver lining, Matt, it doesn't score very well. That's still really, really bad news for Nigel.
Nigel winning this game and salvaging his chance at the World Scrabble Championship seems nearly impossible, but we have seen the impossible done before over a Scrabble board. I'm not going to count him out until the final tile has been played, but what a miracle it would be if Nigel Richards escaped this one. The pressure cooking here at the World Scrabble Championship. It looks like Adam Logan, though, is about to win his second World Championship. Nigel's going to make some kind of Hail Mary play here. This might be MNA and MU. Yes, it is. A little bit of scoring, a little bit of opening the board. I bet Nigel's thinking of something specific he can fish for. I don't know what that is in this moment. GILLOOT, the rack for Adam now. If Adam can play 5 tiles, he's going to be in commanding position in this game. You can see there are 18 unseen. Adam's going to reach in the bag right now. Count. Nigel cannot bingo twice in the game if you don't let him. If you play 5 tiles off, Nigel will only draw 6 tiles bingo next turn. This is going to be your game. So I think all Adam needs to do is find a 5-letter word, play it, and he'll be your 25 World Scrabble champion. If you are entertained by this, please consider hitting that like button underneath the video. Subscribe to the Let's Play Scrabble channel. This is as clutch as it gets, but there's all kinds of high-level Scrabble here on the Let's Play Scrabble channel. If you're not entertained, maybe Scrabble is not the right place for you to be anyway. Adam Logan, 9 minutes away from potentially winning his second World Scrabble Championship and his first in 20 years. Can he make Canada proud? Stay tuned.
The one thing I would want to call out, though, Matt, is the toxicity of the queue on this incredibly constricted board now. Nigel has the blank, and basically he needs to be thinking in a way of, I need everything possible to go right for me to come back in this game. So he's probably game planning for Adam to draw the queue and not have good tiles to go with it. And Adam has to be careful that whatever he plays, that he continues to think about giving himself a lifeline if he draws that queue, because it is going to be devilishly difficult to play on this board unless you play cat right here. So if Adam doesn't use up his, he might want to keep his T. He might certainly want to keep his I, as that's usually a good flexible letter for the queue, but there isn't even a place to play that. So I'm definitely a little bit concerned about that. But if I'm Adam, that is probably my only concern here, as I can withstand pretty much anything else.
Oh, you've spooked me a lot now, Will. Hang on. If you play 5 tiles, Nigel bingos, you draw the queue and have nothing to do with it, you might yet lose this game. All of a sudden, I'm shaking in my boots if I'm Adam Logan. Nice thought there. Wonder if the play of go-go through the G is actually a better idea for him. It keeps an I should he draw the Q. It keeps the A, so he draw QAT. And it is very hard for Nigel to bingo next to this. You would need a bingo ending in IT, IS, IE, or ID. There's only one unseen I. That's quite unlikely. So maybe go-go is the right way to go here, avoiding the Q nightmare situations.
Yeah, that could be good. You keep the relevant letters. If you draw QA, you have cat in this spot. You keep your I to threaten all the stuff. People pointing out that go-go, of course, Chin would get blocked by go-go, but then you get a new spot for it. So yeah, definitely Adam is far too good to not be thinking about that already. And you can see with the tournament within his grasp here, he is thinking hard about this pivotal position. He is thinking, what is this guy cooking? What is he planning? How do I see it before it comes up? Because Nigel is so unpredictable. He has these crazy plans that catch us all off guard. When you're sitting across from him, it's the task. That's your task, to figure out what those plans are and stop them before they happen. So let's see. I'm curious to see which way Adam will go. Is he going to keep that T in case he draws QA? I'm sure he'll try to keep the I. Things are very, very... it's going to be tense down the stretch if that Q wreaks havoc, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. If that cue hits Adam's rack and he doesn't have a good plan for it, this could just be a disaster. And if Adam Logan does end up losing this game, he's going to lose sleep over this for weeks, for months. If you've never played Scrabble at a high level, I promise you these games do haunt you in your dreams, the ones that seem to slip away. Some players will roll over and die on a tight board like this. They just won't be able to figure out how to open it or how to fish for something in desperation. Nigel Richards will never be that guy. He's the master of finding 2% wins in situations where there should be a 0% win. You've got to be on alert against Scrabble's greatest of all time.
Yeah, without question. So I would say, though, if we are looking at a complicated endgame involving the queue being stuck or something like that, Adam is not well positioned to handle that with his clock right now. He's got 4 minutes and 40 seconds and counting. You need a lot of time to execute a complicated endgame with many, many moves and layers to it. I worry a little bit if the game gets to that point. Adam's so good and so quick with his decision making, but even Adam is going to struggle in a situation where he's got to make 6 or 7 more moves in this game.
Goodness, I mean, Adam can play Blitz with the best of them. He's playing Scrabble since he was a small child, and generally the younger you start playing Scrabble, the faster you tend to spot all of the plays. Adam's so devastating at Blitz. Used to play most of his games in about 5 to 8 minutes, but has slowed down over the years. I have faith in him that he can execute an end game regardless of how complicated it gets, as long as he plays this turn correctly and dodges scenarios. Adam, though, showing a lot of nerves right now, fidgeting with some tiles, picking up this T-O or T-O-L-O, muttering under his breath. Is he staying composed here?
Yeah, the moment is pretty big here. I would hope that in his shoes, he's going to play Goon instead. So not Go-Go, Goon, which is interesting because this does not yield any 7-letter words back. There's not enough space on the board. You would need some kind of really weird combination of ING bingo, and there's no N's left either. So this is pretty restrictive to bingos, and it seems decent at first glance. No cue critically finding its way onto Adam's rack here. He's not going to have to worry about that. The cue on Nigel's rack at this point, with the last U having been played, is effectively a death sentence, Matt.
Yeah, Adam's got to feel so relieved he did not find the cue on this draw. If Nigel misses the cue and Adam gets it next turn, Adam has so many decent ways to get rid of it now. QI still available. Adam almost a lock to draw an A on his next 3 in the bag. So this play looks to be winning for Adam in pretty much any instance. And Nigel still does not have a bingo. Nigel, as a reminder, has been sitting on this blank for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 6th straight turn Nigel has blank on his rack. This board is not open by any means. You can see just one tile in the first 5 rows of the board. This has just been such a frustrating game on Nigel Richards' end, and a defensive masterclass by Adam Logan.
Yeah, no question about that. I would just say that even though Adam didn't draw the cue right now, there are still 6 tiles in the bag. And if Nigel, look at this. He's playing as slow as he can. Slow as molasses, Matt. He does not want to draw the cue and give Adam any chance to not get it himself here. Sets up a bingo lane for himself. There is definitely, he could have played of in that spot, but this actually takes a little bit more in the way of hooks rather than just the T. Adam has to be extremely careful here how he proceeds. And if he gets that cue, man, it's going to be still tight unless he gets just the right stuff to go with it.
And Nigel has one 7-letter word. He set it up on his rack. It does play on the board as it's currently destructed. Fleeter, Fleeter. I don't think we're going to see this come down. I suspect Adam's going to do something, anything to obstruct the opportunity. But Adam, low on time, what's he opting to do here? How much time is he going to spend?
Yeah, he has BILT lined up on the rack. Not sure what he has planned for that. Is he thinking about playing those letters here? Blist. I don't know if that's worth doing. Maybe that's okay. It keeps the eye. Not sure if he's thinking about playing in that spot. Certainly, he would like to stop Nigel from bingoing now if he can. Looks like he's getting set to maybe play blitz here. That is valid. Scoring 18. I think he's almost a lock, Matt, to draw the cue and maybe help for it. Like Cat, oh, he's playing blit there. Okay, got it.
You can see the stress on Adam Logan's face. You can see him grabbing at his chest. Adam, you got to hold it together. I know this is what your life has been building to for 20 years. All you've got to do now is execute the end of this. Fleeter is going to come down for Nigel, I think. And Adam has dodged the cue. Huge non-cue draw for Adam, leaving it in the bag. What can Nigel do now?
Yeah, brutal for Nigel that Adam did not draw that cue, but then again, he was going to be able to use it if he drew something like AT. There were a lot of ways that Adam was still going to be able to use it, but Adam now has a bingo of his own. If Nigel doesn't play in this area and tries to defer bingoing, Adam could choose to bingo, and if he plays lariats, that doesn't fit, but if he plays latrias, this might be the only cue spot. So, not sure what Nigel will do. Is he going to try to leave one tile in the bag? Maybe he could play something like EF. I guess that would then block lariats. So maybe EF somewhere else. I don't think the cue stick is necessarily even going to win for Nigel. Adam's going to be up by quite a bit after a bingo. So I think he can even weather that. So Matt, I think any way you slice it, I don't know if Nigel's got a pathway here. It looks like Adam Logan could be our new champion. Or am I speaking too soon?
The only thing I could possibly think of to see astray is if Nigel somehow passes or fishes one tile, bingos with Latria, and then Nigel triples through the L. I suspect, though, if Nigel doesn't bingo here, Adam will just bypass his own bingo. If the only way you can lose the game is to seed a triple, then don't open a triple. That's Scrabble 101.
Yeah, great point. There's nothing forcing Adam to take his bingo of latrias. He has it lined up. Depending on what Nigel does, there's no impetus for him. He doesn't need this to win. He needs to avoid a worst case scenario. The two worst case scenarios you could imagine would be, as you say, Matt, a triple through a letter in this space and not bingoing, but somehow still being stuck with an unplayable cue and letting Nigel work his magic. Although, again, I think this board is a little bit too closed down. Maybe Nigel will find some way to open it back up if Adam has a cue he can't play. But I just don't feel like there's enough firepower left, even with Nigel's brilliance in the end game, to make up an 80-ish point deficit or whatever it's going to be.
Wow. Logan may be earning himself a new nickname, the Goat Slayer. Nigel has only been defeated in the finals of a world championship once before. Adam Logan looking to make that too, and it is looking foolproof for him. I cannot see anything, and you see Nigel Richards shifting around in his chair. He has spent nearly 3.5 minutes trying to find any Hail Mary he can possibly throw out. What if all the consonants are, what if it is DILQRST? Could it possibly be that bad? Is there any way I can catch up and win? Nigel got to be less than 0.1% to win this game. If anybody any line to victory, it's him, but I'm not sure it's there.
Yeah, in this particular case, the 2 tiles remaining in the bag are QA. That doesn't look great. It looks like Nigel would be the one potentially stuck with that Q. Fleeter puts the T right here. Oh, QAT, sorry. QAD. Oh, yeah. Oh, all right. So he would have Kadi and maybe some other stuff. Not sure, but yeah. Oh, okay. ER. What is the thinking here, Matt? We got to unravel this one. It sims best in the engine. It's shot to the top. What the heck could he be thinking about here?
I don't know, but he's left the Q in the bag. There's one tile left in the bag, and it is the Q. I don't know that this will spell disaster for Adam, but we'll add at least one final layer of drama to this tournament. Though that
Adam passed.
ADEE. Adam passed. Incredible.
Adam passed. So that is truly brilliant because Nigel is not in a position to pass back. And he basically can he conclude that Adam does not have the Q when he does that? Is that like you only ever do that when you don't actively have the Q? I feel like if you, from Nigel's perspective, even just QIS or something like that, or Q, I don't know, there must be plays that you can make that just outrun. I feel like that might be an ironclad sign to Nigel that he's got the Q, that he's going to be drawing the Q. Matt, what do you think about this?
I don't know. It could also be like a 4D chess, game theory kind of thing where if I have the Q and I'm Adam Logan, I pass, I pretend like I don't, see if it works out. But I think Nigel can reasonably conclude I'm about to draw the Q. I am completely sunk in this. Adam passing to avoid drawing the Q. This is now the second game we've seen a player opt pass late in a game with options aplenty. Nigel's going to play bad, and that's going to be it for this one. Adam Logan is going to be your 2025 World Scrabble champion. Adam defeats Nigel Richards 4-2 in Accra, Ghana to win his second World Scrabble champion and Canada's fourth World Scrabble Championship. It's all just theatrics at this point. They'll pick any in-game sequence they want, and Adam's going to hang on and win.
Absolutely insane. Amazing, too, from Nigel's perspective. He's got 4 minutes on the clock. I would have used every last second trying to imagine what the heck can I do if I draw this Q that I'm extremely likely to get after a pass. But I do feel like it was a pretty doomed situation, and Nigel made that. He came to that conclusion extremely quickly. And at this point, Adam can just rest easy. He does not have to play an accurate endgame. I'm not sure if Lair was the right play. Maybe not, because Nigel will be able to play quiet through that I if he wants to burn his blank as a U. But whatever, doesn't matter. Adam can breathe as he has clinched his second world championship. Incredible, Matt.
Incredible indeed. Wow, wow, wow. And you saw it all here live. Now you can say where you were when Nigel Richards was defeated in the 2025 World Scrabble Championship. Man, this has been an action-packed series. It is a bit unfortunate that Game 6 was the least drama-filled of them all, but you missed so many good games this morning if you were not watching an immediate classic all-time game in round 3, where Adam Logan came from behind against Nigel Richards. Nigel's last play will be quiet, and Adam to go out and win.
Amazing. Maybe overhead mic here now. Not sure if our producer Josh got up to take care of some stuff or whether we're going to get that overhead mic. They're just checking the scores right now. I think it might just be the two of us, Matt, to take us through this action. Maybe we can read lips. We'll see the handshake. There we go.
You see it on Adam Logan's face, his head down in his hands. Oh my goodness, it's over, it's done. What drama. Nigel going to clap for Adam Logan, who deserves it. A round of handshakes now. I'm sure the hugs, the bumps, everything else is coming as well. You see the sheer elation in the background there. What a moment. 20 years in the making since Adam's first world championship. Congratulations to Logan.
Yeah, masterful performance the whole way. We are going to get an interview, I think, with Adam. So even if we don't get overhead mic right at this moment, we are going to hear from him shortly. But yeah, commanding performance. In a way, it's only fair, Matt. Adam was the dominant top finisher in the main event, Gibsonizing, that's our word in Scrabble for clinching victory early with 3 rounds to go. It's almost justice that he also win the finals after such a dominating performance. It would have been tragic had he lost in the finals on that basis, being so far the top finisher in the main event. But man, did he ever earn it by going toe-to-toe with Nigel and really pretty much matching him step for step. Great play for great play. Incredibly impressive. We all know how good of a player Adam is, but he showed the world today.
Yeah, Adam Logan, one of the best in the world, but cementing his legacy, one of just 3 human beings now to win the world championship twice. We are going to interview Adam Logan after he gets stormed by paparazzi. He's going to get his handshakes, his hugs, his congratulations, and all that. I'm sure he's not going to be texting anybody right now, as he is. But congratulations to Adam Logan. As soon as we can get him corralled, we will ask him questions. Chat, if you have questions for Adam, try to drop them in. We will see what we can get to. I don't want to hold him for too long. I really want to let him relish the moment, but we will hear from 2025 world champion Adam Logan very, very shortly.
Yep, getting the headsets on in the booth at some point. We are going to be able to not the first, clearly, because the room is flooded with people giving Adam congratulations, but among the first. I'm not hearing Adam yet, Josh. Not sure if he can hear us.
Josh, getting this all set up on the ground very quickly. It sounds like we've got it now. Adam Logan, our 2025 world champion. First question, can you hear us?
Not yet, seemingly. He said, I hear nothing. So we have Adam standing by here. Yeah, we can hear him. Mm-hmm. We could, should we use producer Josh as our interpreter, Matt, to go through asking questions? We could.
We'll see. I'm awaiting word from Josh on the ground. We'll do whatever is best as we get this all set up here.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't want to take him too long from celebrating this incredible achievement. So few players can reach this level that Adam has attained. Fewer still are able to get back to the mountaintop. A truly incredible accomplishment. Scrabble is a game of skill, but there is a significant luck component. To win a world championship twice means you are so friggin' good at Scrabble that you can master that luck element to an absurd degree. That's what Adam's been able to do. So not sure if we've fixed the audio yet. Can we hear each other?
Seems like still no. We'll get the scene set up as quick as we can. I see an all congratulations for Adam Logan. If you have a fun Adam Logan story you'd like to share in chat as well, we know he's one of the great sportsmen in the game. Some players sometimes have a temper or so at the top level, but we've never seen Adam anything but cool, composed, and gentlemanly.
Yeah.
So even if Adam can't hear us, we could just have producer Josh ask him a couple questions for the benefit of the audience. We can hear them just fine. So not sure if that's what we want to do. Either way, we'll hear from Adam. It would be cool is if I get him on a call for the breakdown that I do on this video. I'd love to talk to Adam on Zoom or something. Maybe that'll be an opportunity for him to talk about some of these incredible plays. So, yeah. So I think the record from these two players going in was Nigel's. It was something like Nigel 15, Adam 13. And so now Adam has evened the score. I believe their lifetime record is 19-19, Matt. Pretty insane.
17-17 is how those numbers work out. But indeed, Adam Logan pulling within 500 of Richards. Very, very few people can say they have a lifetime 500 record against Scrabble's GOAT. All right, getting word from production chat. Maybe the interview is not in the cards for us, but Will, all that means you're going to have to give us more content after the fact. You'll have to grab Logan on a phone call or Zoom call and make a sick banger breakdown of a video for us on this. Oh my goodness, what a bumpy it's been. 32 games from the main event, 6 more in the finals, 38 total games of Scrabble. We hope this was interesting for all of you at home. Boy, have I learned a lot about what Scrabble has to look like at the top level. Have I learned a lot from Nigel Richards, from Adam Logan, from Weibin Toe, from Wasim Khatri, and some of the world's very, very best Scrabble players all across this. If you missed any of it, you can go back and watch the old streams here on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. If you missed all of it but don't have time to watch 8 hours of Scrabble stream, you can watch the bite-sized breakdown on Will Anderson's YouTube channel. He's condensed each day into a 5 to 15 minute video. I still have to watch yesterday's. It didn't come out until 5 hours before play started today.
You lived it, man. It's all good. It's all good.
I was here for it live, but I can't wait to hear it narrated in your voice, the way Scrabble is supposed to be, Will. So, Late Bird is finishing up in the main event. We are going to do one last round of thank yous because, yet again, it takes an absolute village to run a major, major event like the World Scrabble Championship. The first thank you, as always, goes to you. That's right, all of you at home. We had over 3,000 concurrent viewers for that championship matchup. I never dreamed that more than like 100 would watch on the internet, but this was a dream, and a dream committed to by Josh Gray, who said, you know what, forget it. Even if I lose money, every single one of my events is going to be streamed on the internet, and slowly, surely, over time, the numbers have grown and grown and grown. The quality of the stream has grown and grown and grown. The quality of the online content, driven largely by you, Will, has grown and grown and grown. So thanks to the viewers for tuning in. Without you, none of this would be possible. Thanks to everybody who liked the videos across the stream, who hung out with us in chat, who has subscribed to the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. A special thanks to our super fans and others who donated money across the stream. I promise Josh is just going to take that and reinvest it in competitive Scrabble and in his streams in the future, including the Coffee Challenge, the Boston Superstars, and so many other events. We want to say a thank you as well to the Pan-African Scrabble Association, their work putting on this event, for the Ghanaian Scrabble Association and their work putting on the event, and WESPA, the World English Scrabble Players Association. This event was a collaboration between all three of those organizations. Couldn't have done it without you, and I've heard nothing but incredible things about how things went down in Accra. Also want to say thank you to Seth Lipkin for crosstables.com and the Ulu clocks that we were running during the stream, John Chu for TSH, the software used to run large tournaments. Steve Sagan of VD Ninja, which we use behind the streams to get screen shares in and out in different places. Art Moore for wordjudge.me, the word judge program used to measure challenges. Sarah Rosenbaum and her Cozy Tiles Enterprise for all the tile bags used on streams. George Bissonette of George's Custom Scrabble Boards, who made the Let's Play Scrabble board and could be a nice board for you to kick off your Scrabble career. And a massive thank you to Will Anderson for all the work you've done overnight into the streams, breaking these games down, and all the other work you do on your channel to help grow Scrabble and being the content that Scrabble needs. Will, it's a true pleasure to have you in the booth. It was so fun to work with you today. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, only one thing missing from that list, and it is Josh Sokol, who did the 4 days of the main event and potentially the LCQ as well. I can't remember. Waking up at 3 a.m. every day. And of course, you, Matt Canik, the GOAT Scrabble commentator, incredibly always a pleasure to work alongside you for these events. You waking up at 3:30 a.m., the crack of dawn every day to give us the best possible commentary. Let's get some love for Matt and Josh in the chat. And what else can I say? This was peak Scrabble content. We've been building towards this for years. We know that Scrabble, when done right and shown to the world in the correct light, is an incredible, amazing game that is captivating, drama, just the storylines behind it. And you all out there got to see that in truly unimaginable proportions at this event. And it's only up from here. That's all from me, Matt.
It has been 20 years since I played my first Scrabble tournament. I was 12 years old. It was 2005. And my goodness, what a journey it's been. But Scrabble has given me basically everything in life. My best friends, my best memories, great excuses to spend my teen and early 20 years traveling around, seeing new places, doing new things. I never in a million years would have imagined that I'd be the guy talking about the World Championship. I'm still humbled that they let me do this. And there's so many other great folks out there who could be doing it as well. The last 20 years have been nothing short of a fever dream in the best way possible. And can't wait to see what the next 20 hold for me and the 20 after that as well. But Scrabble is entering another golden era, more interest, more viewership, more tournaments than we've seen in quite a while. I am so stoked to see where we go from here. That's all I've got. Much love to all of you at home for hanging out with us all weekend. We appreciate you. Colby and Soren appreciate you as well. Now I need to go get these boys some sunshine, a dog park, or something. They're real troopers for hanging out with us. Look at these good boys. With that, Will, say goodbye. I'm going to touch some grass. I'm going to get some sunshine. You're going to subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet, and we will see you at a tournament or on a stream sometime soon. Farewell and adios to you all.